making that shit obnoxious. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
12 teams travel to Denmark for a shot at glory. Today, only 6 of them remain, and by the end of this broadcast, we'll be down to a top 4. Hello, everyone, and welcome to VALORANT Masters Copenhagen Day 9. I'm your host, Yingsu, and joining me at the desk for today is Bola and Jess. Guys, welcome back. This is our last day before we get into the crowd stage of the tournament.
This is crazy. This is the last day before I feel like the end of the world, right? Because we've got finally a crowd coming early this week or at the end of the week. It's going to be so sick, and the games have lived up to all expectations here in Copenhagen.
How long have we waited to have a crowd come in, sit there and watch some of the best Valorant in the world? I mean, I haven't been in front of a crowd since like Dubai 2020. It's been years. I can't wait. I want to get everyone in and enjoying the games just as much as I do.
But also the players, there's going to be some of them that will miss that stage, and that is going to come down to today. But first, let's talk about what happened yesterday, because PaperX, they wanted to play Fnatic for a long time. Bala, they finally met them and they beat them 2-0.
Yeah, that was crazy. It was so heart-wrenching on both sides, so many clutches, and PaperX kind of, at the end of the day, ended up kind of stomping them. They 2-0'd them, like you just said, and I mean, they only had 2 people on the stage entirely because, I mean, they have a lot of players with COVID right now, so it's kind of crazy that they're able to pull this off.
It's also interesting to me is that I don't think I've ever had the kind of like, you ever been on like the fast roller coaster, Baller and Yinsu, and you're like, you're strapped and you're pushed to the back of your seat because it's going so fast? Jing and Forsaken made me feel like there's possibly not a faster round of Valorant ever to be had, and if there was a speed run competition, they might win it.
Yeah. It's actually insane how much they make the opponents adapt to them. And I've never seen Fnatic scramble to find solutions like I did when they were watching, or when we were watching this game.
Yeah, I mean, I've been a paper girl for a long time, and I can finally cash in that check now. Like, I told you.
Don't
but
cash it in
the
too
job
early.
is not done yet. The job is not done. But on the second match we had, DRX versus Optic, Jess, that was like, you talk about roller coasters. That was a real up and down, up and down.
I think GB called it upside down, and usually being an Australian, I thrive in that, but I absolutely was not expecting it. I needed to be, you know, bolted down to the floor as everything flipped upside down. Map number 1, which was, you know, of course, we had DRX winning it. That was not their pick. That was their opponent's pick, 13-4. You go on a breeze, and guess what? The medicine, oh, good. They love to dish it back. Optic dishes it back, 13-4 on DRX's map pick. Finally, we get some normality in that third map of Bind. But throughout the entirety of the series, we didn't really know where we were headed because nothing made sense, and sense made nothing, and I was just confused.
Yeah, I don't think the upside down that GB was referring to is one that you're comfortable.
No.
It's a scary world, and at least we went to map 3 and we're I mean, it was a close game. Definitely some clutches on both sides. Mako at the beginning was really, really good, and then Ye turned up. All of Optic really turned up in a way that, you know, it kind of feels that they really do ride on those narratives. They really do ride on the emotional revenge stuff that happens because DRX did slap. I mean, I've never seen them get destroyed that hard. 11-1 on the first half to start the series was crazy to fathom, but to see them bounce back, that's Optic.
Yeah, I think a lot of NA fans, you know, their last hope now. And also they have a real chance of defending that title. If we look at the bracket, like I said, we're down to 6 teams. The bracket looks very, very differently to, I think, a lot of people might have expected. But of course, Optic and PaperX, they're going to be going up in the upper final. And for PaperX, that's the best they've ever finished, even if they don't win that match, Bola.
Yeah, I mean, they made it to the top 4 last time, but yeah, upper final is crazy. So we will get to see them at a crowd, and that is such a good opening match to see here in Copenhagen once the crowd arrives.
I just don't think I can even fathom picking a winner of that match. Like, if you said to me, oh, you need to make a prediction, I'd just say no. No, I'm just not doing it.
So
I refuse to do it because PaperX look unreal. Optic in those, as you say, latter parts of the round, revenge matches, for example. I don't even know who to predict, so I'm not going to. And if production asks me, the answer is just simply no.
We might have to press you on that day. I'm looking forward to seeing what... You can flip a coin. Let's just coin flip it.
I will coin flip it,
so no one's going to be upset. But we've alluded to that crowd portion of the show.
Yeah.
But let's look ahead to that and see what we're actually going to get the next time you guys guys see us after today, basically, after the games end today, because there will be tickets available for you guys to buy on Saturday, July 23rd. We're going to have our first best of 5 series as well with a lower bracket final, and the winner will be moving on to the grand finals on Sunday. You can actually go see the games on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. You can come and see all 3 of those. All of the tickets are on sale, and I heavily encourage you guys to come and watch this, because Optic, again, you want to be the person in the crowd that say, I was there when they managed to lift another trophy. I was there when they managed to do it back-to-back. I know, Vala, you believe that you're going to be there to see them do that.
Yeah, I think that's definitely a possibility. Paper X, too. I mean, that would be such a fantastic story. There's still the threads of possibility for Optic Fnatic to be a final as well. I mean, the top 4 will be set today, so if you aren't sold already with what's happening, then you guys better join us, because there's so much still to play for. And I can't believe the pressure that these guys have today to make it to that crowd.
Right. Also, if you got a little bit of FOMO, which I know a lot of people on this earth do, and you aren't part of the first crowd that, we have at Masters, then you can't really tell your friends and, be a little bit, with the ego pop to say, I was in the first crowd. It's no big deal.
Yeah.
Crowd with that.
You don't want to miss out. There's a lot of good players here as well. You don't want to miss out. And but the harsh reality is there is a possibility that we don't see any EMEA teams playing from
Hush down the end of the desk. Hush.
Yeah. That is a real possibility. So we're going to get you guys to vote with the poll for today. Of course, you can always use the hashtag VALORANT Masters and hashtag VCT to tweet at us about any of your thoughts. But more importantly, I need you to vote in the poll for today, because like I said, there is a world that FPX and Fnatic both don't make it to the next stage of this tournament. I want to know, however, how you guys feel. Do you think that FPX have the best chance? Fnatic have the best chance? We're going to see both of them there? Or, as Bala might say, we're not going to see any of them.
I'm not saying anything. You guys can get mad at me. I'm not saying anything.
No,
we might cut the desk off and it floats away.
I'm being suppressed.
I do think there is the possibility. That's the scary thing.
I actually agree. That's the saddest part, is that outside of all of our EMEA love that we have, is that I actually would say that it wouldn't be that much of a surprise if people voted, no.
No, this is crazy. I'm not even going to bash this, but it's just really funny that you guys are like, oh, it's an actual possibility. But reality, Fnatic plays Leviathan. This should be a win for them. I mean, come on.
Sure.
Now. FPX against DRX. DRX now playing against FPX with Sugetsu, and they did look improved when they played, but they already lost that game.
You want to come to EMEA?
I'm down.
Yeah, all right.
We have mech.
You know
you want to come
I
and do
love me
mech
some
games?
mech. Yeah, absolutely.
But we're going to talk more about what Bala just spoke about, Fnatic versus Leviathan, right after this break. Make sure you join us after a few minutes.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everyone. It's time to talk about our first elimination match of the day, Leviathan versus Fnatic. Starting with Fnatic, you know, this is a position this roster baller has never found themselves before, and they just suffered a very heavy and also their first loss of all time.
Yeah, this is a fairly new roster, but still, for them to have gone through the terror that they did in EMEA, it's pretty shocking for it to come at this point. So we'll have to see how they rally, I think, is the most important thing, because when I was seeing them during that game against Paper X, obviously it's shocking to go up against Paper X and what they can do to you as opposed to just off his guns. The emotions is so important. You have to be able to say, okay, hey, these guys are good. These guys will do random things to us, but we understand that and we will be able to fight back. That's all a mental game.
Yeah, I'm not too worried about how they'll feel after the loss, for example. I mean, you know, we've spoken many times to Boast. We've spoken to Enzo recently as well. They have a lot of really good leadership on the team, and they have a lot of mental, you know, capabilities to be able to push the team into a positive limelight. So I don't think I'm worried there about the loss. I am worried about what that spells for the capabilities of Fnatic, considering what, you know, Paper X did, the lack of adaptations. That's what I'm a little bit worried about.
I think this round just speaks as the issue we saw. We never saw them do stuff like this, Bala, in EMEA, and that's the reason why they won everything, because they just weren't making silly mistakes.
Yeah, it was a lot of, I think, forced errors based off the fact that they're playing against Paper X, which is something that I think is going to be a pattern for teams against Paper X. We already saw it in their first game as well. So, yeah, I mean, Durka loses the first shot, but this round doesn't even, I mean, it gets crazier here because Mindfreak ends up in a ridiculous situation. It's still a 4v5, and Paper X has not really done much to do anything except once the round comes down to it, Jing, all these sorts of people will cause a lot of problems, and then a 1v4 will end up I mean, this, you have to watch the rest of it too. This is a long thing.
I mean, they do everything correctly, right? Once the XQ comes in, everything goes correctly. Jess, we've seen them do this over and over and again.
I've seen this a lot.
But then it's like, what happened in the post plant? Well, it just felt like they weren't present.
Mid to late round is usually the forte of Fnatic, so this round was such a scratch, you know, a brain scratcher to me, almost like sort of a terror of nightmares for them, and that was something, especially with that wall. They've been using these walls really smartly. Alphayear, of course, coming and popping in, and the fact that they had everything in place for a post plant, look at this. This is what we're talking about. Mindfreak, hello, the call should have come in. Boaster dies, Mindfreak 2 headshots. But this is where they're really, with a crossfire and triangulated the way it is underneath, there should be no cause for concern with this.
Yeah, but I do really want to stress the fact that they're so scared early on in the rounds. Obviously, Jing gets a kill, Forsaken got a kill, and then this situation unfolds where they're in an really bad situation. Mystic looks like he can get his legs, and he says, okay, I'm going to go for it. I could end the round right here. Enzo gets the haunt off, and he doesn't recognize that Mindfreak could come through because he trusts his haunt way, way too much. Yep. So just a myriad of mistakes.
I honestly, if you take the name tags off, I would not have guessed that that was a Fnatic post shot. And given the context, they lost by 1 round. They could have pushed it to overtime, and just had they won that, they wouldn't have been a 2-0 at least.
I think there was a lot of what-ifs, which is why, as we move through talking about Fnatic, I will say that there was a lot of micro mistakes. Forced errors is a really good phrase to use with it, because there's either forced or unforced errors. You take around the micro. I think it was little things for Fnatic. I don't think they were huge things, and that will be the difference for today as well.
Yeah, and obviously after yesterday's games, the players, they had a press conference, and in the press conference, there were a couple of questions thrown around about Durka underperforming, and we have a quote here from Boaster, who kind of came and jumped to Durka's defense. He is saying that the expectations are so high from everyone for Durka that if he doesn't drop 30 kills every game, you're going to think that he has a bad performance. Bala, what do you make of this? Do you agree with this?
Yeah, I mean, he did underperform in this game, and I think it's kind of crazy that we do have these expectations of him, but that's kind of what's required from him, right? Against Paper X, Durka should be the challenger, the person who stops Paper X's playstyle. So for him to have an underperformance, yes, it's hard, but it's also the win condition for them against Paper X.
Are you saying he's underperforming because he set the benchmark high, or are you saying he underperformed just off regardless of his own benchmarking? Because that changes how I perceive what you just said.
Well, again, I don't, like, overall in the tournament, like, he had a massive game on game one. So you're obviously comparing against that. So his stats are still insane, but, I mean, the average did come down significantly because of that Paper X game. I'm saying he needed to be performing at the top, and he didn't.
Yeah, I mean, look, I wanted to bring up the top 5 chambers as well because I want to refute your point just ever so slightly because, okay, yes, maybe on other duelist roles, especially in that matchup, he didn't necessarily perform, but he's the top-rated player in the tournament. Yep. He's the top-rated chamber in the entire tournament, and if you're looking at the people that he's competing with, even if he does have sort of a slip-up game, we said the same thing about Ye in his sort of, you know, introduction.
And to be fair, there's only been 2 games for Dirk to have played, so being at the top is not necessarily a surprise. On the flip side, the same thing for Ye, but my point is that if they need to win this tournament, they're going to have to potentially beat Paper X again, right? Or they're going to have to play them again and beat them. And Dirk has to be at the top of his game in order to win.
I won't disagree, but I will say that Fnatic is such a moving force. All of the cogs need to be moving smoothly together. And whilst we do look at Durka, him being like the center point, or rather the figure point of the team, that's where things look good because it's flashy from the front. It's very easy. It's tangible. It's things we understand. I think there's a couple of slower moving cogs behind, you know, the front end of the vehicle as well. So that's something I'll be looking for.
Yeah, I also think the problem is the old Fnatic was, if Durka doesn't drop 30, we're not winning. So we like to see them get out of that at this point, you know. You guys heard already a little bit from Boaster from the press conference, but we also spoke to him after yesterday's loss against Paper X about their match ahead today. Check this out.
I cannot fit in the boxes, and you cannot stop me. You cannot stop me.
Hello, my name is Boaster and I play for Fnatic. For Fnatic to go all the way, all I need are 2 strats. Durka go kill and Althea go kill. Despite the loss at Iceland, we kind of just were like, we know what our goal is. Like, we want to lift a trophy this year and that is our goal. So, like, we're not going to be sulking and being little crybabies about losing at Iceland and like, that's it, the year is over, GG. No, we're going to get back on the server, get back on the grind.
Boaster on the back line is going to spray him wildly, gets to...
I don't actually see ourselves as the favourites, even though like everyone else does. Yes, I do think we could win. Yes, I do think we're the strongest Fnatic's ever looked right now. But I don't like to just say like we're the favourites or you lot are gonna lose, boo. I think it's just like, I'm gonna respect my opponents and take it game by game, you know, round by round, day by day.
You gotta stop it, Boaster!
No way! No way!
It's how Fnatic close out the map!
Until we lift a trophy, or 1, or 2, maybe 3, jobs are not done. It's really exciting to be back here, competing again, this time with a full roster, and hopefully we're gonna be lifting a trophy at the end.
Well, Boaster, he wants to take it day by day, game by game, and they have to at this point because they're going to be out if they lose today. And Jess, they go up against Leviathan, who's coming in on the back of a really extraordinary win, and the momentum feels like it might be on their side.
Yeah, I said before the tournament began, I'm going to keep bringing it up. This was the one team I put in #1 underrated in the entire tournament, just because they weren't internationally, you know, proven, and that's okay to say that coming into it. Got a couple of other teams, but watching them be so close yet so far, time and time again in the Latin American region, I think they are better than Crew now. I'm happy to say it. They have a very shallow map pool that's really proven at the moment, but if they broaden that, it's going to look hella good.
Yeah, and they already kind of achieved their goal, I think, by coming to this tournament, right? They already overtook Crew. They already finally beat the monster that was that team and was that mental block that they had against it. And now they've gotten 1 win, and they've gotten champions qualified. So the goal achieved here, and all they need to do is go forward.
Yeah, and it's all about Melsa. I know a lot of other people are on the Taco Mania, but the controller meta, Jess, at full force. Every controller in this tournament, including this guy, has been unreal.
Yeah, I think we made a joke yesterday that all of the great, like, you know, controllers start with M. Of course, Pancada doesn't. He's going to have to change his name. So that he's he's going to have to change it. That's okay. But I think overall, Melsa has had such an impact, and there's been a couple of controllers and initiators and a few teams that we pointed out in this tournament that have had unreal impact. Would it be fair to sort of compare, you know, the likes of Melsa with Marved? I'd like to.
Yeah.
I'd like to sit here and have a real conversation if that's a possibility, but it's unproven just yet.
Yeah, I think that the important stats that we saw on that sheet there, as we saw a couple of his multi-kills, were the multi-kills. He had 20 in that series against XSET. That is absurd. And then he was 38% clutch rate. And he's going to need to pull that out again to pull out a win against these Titans of Fnatic.
Oh, I mean, they defeated the NA #1 seed already, right? Is this? Do you see this as a equal challenge, a bigger challenge, a smaller challenge in comparison
This
to
is
XSET?
a much bigger challenge.
much bigger.
Obviously, that game was very sloppy. I mean, there were so many moments that you're just like, oh my goodness, I can't believe it's going down to this. But yeah, I think this is a much bigger challenge, even though Fnatic has shown some sloppiness too.
Well, speaking of Leviathan taking down XSET, Mimi is standing by right now at the telestrator to show you guys a little bit of what happened last time we saw them play.
Thanks so much, Sue. I have a round to take a look at here from Leviathan, and it's not the greatest of rounds. It's not the cleanest of rounds, but it's the round that kept them alive in this event. It's in round 24 when they were playing against XSET. It was their lives on the line. They needed to either push it to overtime or book their flights home. And things start off pretty rough. It's looking to just be a hit over towards the A site here, and you see Melzer is going to make a TP play in towards Heaven. Pretty standard stuff with the split. Unfortunately, he has a pretty critical part of the round. The spike is in his hands, and initially, XSET have a really good understanding that someone is up here. The reaction is great. You see that aftershock come on through. Aaron on the punish. We'll get to see that from his point of view as well. He hears Assault coming through, and immediately the reaction is there. XSET knows the pressure is coming from behind, so they want to reply. BCJ is already rotating over. Aaron is posted, and you'll notice that breach aftershock come on through, which leads to the spike falling in Heaven. This all sounds crazy unfortunate, and it really is. It's a big mistake to make it a very critical moment, but Leviathan, they keep steady, they stay focused, and they realize that this round is still winnable. When things get chaotic, this team does well, and this is a great example. King knows he's the only person who can get into Heaven because he has 2 blast packs. He knows that the onus is on him, so his teammates will look to group together, hold back over towards the spawn side there, and he'll look to fight up towards Heaven. In just a moment here, you'll see that he's going to satchel on up and be able to recover the spike for his team. Miraculous that he gets that kill, but the reason he's able to do so is because they went so quickly. They reacted instantly. They make a mistake, and they're not like, hey, oh no, we're losing, it's over. This mistake is everything. They immediately find a solution. They find that answer, and he'll die on the way on out. Leviathan continues to stay focused. They get the spike on down and set themselves up for a rather nice post plant. They have 1 player on the plant there. They have 1 over towards Hell, ready to either receive someone that might drop out from Heaven here, or to aid Taco, who is playing close next towards the spawn side. As you see, XSET do want to go for the quick retake in this one. They'll immediately start to fight forward. Taco goes 1 for 1 with the trade on Cryo, but now it's again this crossfire that I was talking about earlier. These players are still communicating well. They're still set up in a position where they can both find success. Adverso holding for the dropout. They see this smoke coming through, so they know that Zekin's going to be dropping down in just a moment, and Zekin falls. That gives the breach ult over to Adverso. He ults back towards spawn, and immediately, again, they're set up in a crossfire. Shy's in a position, he can swing off the contact of his teammate in close, and they take down all the players of XSET. It's not a pretty round. Again, it is not a particularly amazing round of Valorant, but it is one that they win. When things get sloppy, when things get chaotic, Leviathan is a team that does not let that get into their head. They stay focused, come up with a plan B, or a plan C, or a plan D when someone is falling out of Heaven and dying, and still make it work. Fnatic struggled against that crazy style of Paper X yesterday. They need to stay in control, or Leviathan is going to be pulling off some crazy rounds yet again. We'll send it back on over to Yinsu at the desk.
Thank you very much, Mimi, for that breakdown. I think she hit the nail on the head, that the chaos teams like Leviathan thrive in. Jess, we've seen it. Fnatic, they don't do so well in those situations.
Yeah, I mean, after what Paper X dished at them, okay, that was a speedrun-esque sort of version there. So I'm not going to say that Leviathan's going to go at the same level as that, but they have struggled historically against Latin American teams as well. Think about what Crew dished to them. I don't feel like there is, out of the teams that are remaining, a worse team for them to go up against than an unknown quantity, and 2, one that comes from Latin America that could give a reminiscent kind of performance that Paper X gave them.
Yeah, and I think back to Crew at Champions,
Yeah.
right? That was the LATAM team that they faced last, and here it happens again. very similar situations, but I don't really think that Leviathan, even though they had that game, even though they had that round, yes, they do well in chaos, but I don't think they can instill the same chaos. So I'm not as confident as you are.
I mean, I think we'll get onto it once we see the map picks and see where that chaos is going to take place.
Sure.
And when it comes to these two teams, Jess, you know, the picks and bans, there's some interesting things going on here.
Yeah, I thought we would bring it up to show everyone what I sort of expect moving forward. Maybe get a little bit of a prediction segment going for the analyst desk of what maps we think will come out. One thing I want to highlight here is that Fnatic is pretty set in their ways. Get rid of Breeze, make sure that's something that they don't want to play, and then of course we'll see the bans coming out, especially from the side of Leviathan. The reason I want to highlight this now is that I think the map veto, the map pick and bans between these teams, Fnatic will almost certainly ban Breeze. It goes off the board, no problems. But Leviathan has an opportunity now to either continue that Fracture or Icebox ban, and both are good bans against Fnatic. So when we talk about map pick and ban advantages, this will actually almost certainly go into the hands of Leviathan, because Breeze gets out, they don't have to do it, they know it's a certainty. Sweet, that's one map that's not really in their map pool that they don't have to play. Then they can get rid of a strength of Fnatic, one that is also conversely their weakness. All of a sudden, two maps are free bans for them. I like that, and I think that will help them and aid them in this particular matchup today, is having a really good map veto that will serve them purpose.
Yeah, well, I think as well, there's the element of Fnatic being really strong on some of those maps, right? Icebox and Bind. And I think Leviathan is going to have to make a decision on which one they want to go for. Icebox is one that they've been banning, so I expect them to go for that, but that is already a tough ask.
Yeah, and of course with the graphic just now, it's all of the bans, not just like the first bans. Yeah, but Breeze, like you said, we're not going to see it, so there's no point even thinking about it. For today, we're going to send this over to a quick break, but when we come back, there's going to be more Valorant action even, so make sure to stick with us.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back, everybody. It's your girl Yingsu here, and it's time to talk about a very important issue. What would you do for a Valorant pro player in need? Every single day, Durka's tweets go unseen and neglected. They are crying out for your help. With only one click you can do your part and help him get to 100,000 followers. Right now, there is an egg who needs knows you out here. Hitting that follow button on Twitter says, I'm here to help. So please make sure you head there, go to Durka's Twitter page and drop him a follow. You can make a difference, and maybe one day Durka will make a difference in your life too.
I was not
sad.
prepared.
Okay, but
for that.
yeah, we're going to get back to that a little bit later. But earlier, I asked you guys to vote in the poll on whether you think EMEA have a chance today and which team you think is going to get out of elimination. And you have pretty unanimously voted for Fnatic. Not too much of a surprise.
It is what it is.
Not at all.
Not at all. I think Fnatic, most of you think they are going through. Both teams going through, and no one going through has the same chance. But it's time to bring the pre-show to a close. As I said, 2 elimination matches going on today. And by the end of this broadcast, we're going to be down to a top 4. VALORANT Masters Copenhagen starts right now.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Fnatic para mí es candidato a campeón. Hemos entrenado contra la mayoría de los equipos Tier 1 en Europa. Le hemos ganado casi todo. Espero que podamos hacerlo en stage.
We're definitely going to bring our A game, like we have to in order to win. No more sloppiness, no more doubting yourselves, no more getting in your own head. Come on, Fnatic. Get your ass in gear.
Bueno, todo empieza desde la práctica. Desde que empezamos con Onur, que es nuestro coach, empezamos con una rutina muy intensiva. 5 scrims todos los días. Pero nosotros también entrenamos la fatiga mental en los entrenamientos.
We know the caliber of their players and we're going to respect them, but it's time for us to show the true form of Fnatic. We're about to turn into a hardcore boss, and you got to get past us.
Aún no es nuestro máximo potencial, pero sé que pronto lo vamos a poder hacer.
It has got to hurt for DRX. They'll go to the lower bracket once again.
I wouldn't say playing against DRX before we saw a lot of weaknesses. I saw a really good structure. We have to prepare for them.
PPX가 이제 다시 스위 개치가 들어오면서 완전체가 되긴 했지만 저희가 이번에도 이길 수 있다고 생각합니다.
I'm happy to see them at their full capability.
사실 기대되는 마음도 있지만
The fact we lost to them in a group stage will make us a bit angrier. I hope every player will want to get this revenge.
저희는 충분히 할 수 있다 생각합니다. 어떻게 되든 서로 좋은 경기 했으면 좋겠습니다.
We will play completely without pressure. We can play our hearts out and try our best to win those games.
지난번이랑 같은 결과 만들어내보도록 하겠습니다.
Well, both of them saying he thinks Fnatic, they're the final boss. Bala, would you agree with that? Are they the final boss for Leviathan?
I mean, yeah. I think that Leviathan is going to, if they beat Fnatic, obviously we'll have more conversations, but Fnatic is going to be the biggest challenge that they've had so far, and I think it's going to be really, really hard. So for us to consider them as anything other than the final boss is probably a stretch.
Yeah, and I think if they do manage to win it, or if Fnatic manage to lose as a result of that, I think that says a lot about both teams at the moment, in fact. So it's a big statement match coming up. You do not want to miss that because it will tell a lot about these teams.
Well, we theorized a little bit already of the map vetoes, but let's send this over and see which maps we're going to be getting for this first game. Well, I think Breeze is definitely out of the question. We've spoken about this already, but what about the picks? What would you guys like to see come out today?
Listen, give it to me again.
I think that's the only guarantee in this map, Vito, heading into this.
Yeah, Breeze is gone straight off the bat. I think Ascent, Leviathan, after yesterday, seeing how Fnatic performed, I think they should feel pretty confident.
You know what, if I was Leviathan, look, we said, you know, get rid of one of those maps. They've been recently banning Icebox, Fracture, etc. They've been target banning. I was either torn between Icebox ban or Fracture ban. And they only really got to pick Icebox. And if I was to pick a map against Fnatic, I would pick Icebox as well. So I think they've done right there. The best that they can do, considering.
Yeah, this Fracture pick is very, very interesting because I expected them to go for Bind right away. But actually looking into it, Leviathan has not played this map with this roster. So it's going to be really, really interesting to see what they actually come up with and what they even play with Shy adds to the team.
It's a little bit of unknown factor as well. I mean, Fnatic is taking a risk by picking that as well. Obviously, the fact that Leviathan's floated it, got rid of Icebox, means that they conversely have practiced this in private. And guess what? It's all in private. And there we go. We get your Bind.
Yeah, I was not expecting Leviathan to ban Haven when Bind is on the pool because Fnatic is good. So very, very, I mean...
We said this about Leviathan last time, though. Remember when they picked Ascent? And we were like, why would you do that? That is a great map for your opponent. You don't play it very well. And they came out and they absolutely demolished their team. I think we can't really have Leviathan as a known quantity anymore. I'm refusing to say that I know anything about Leviathan's map pool after that. No.
But also Fnatic, they lost on those two maps yesterday. So maybe Leviathan, the preparation is there. They know how to counter it.
And they want to keep Fnatic in their uncomfortable zone, which obviously you could see with that Fracture pick that Fnatic is the same way, right? You haven't played this map yet. Let's see what you got on it because we are confident on this map.
Maybe they thought they would pick Bind. Maybe it also conversely didn't go in Leviathan's favor in the way that they thought it would. So maybe it's just a mixture of badness for both teams. I don't even know how else to put it.
I can't wait to see it on the server. We got to do that. And we're going to take another break here. But then after this, we're going to get the players on stage and get into that series between Fnatic and Leviathan. We'll see you in a few.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
This is it. Time for a massive elimination match and for us to send this over to the stage and bring out the players. LATAM have eliminated Fnatic before at an international tournament, and it's time to see if Leviathan can follow Crew's footsteps here at Copenhagen. What do you guys think? Do you think the Cinderella story, it stays with LATAM, stays with Leviathan?
It's going to have to be their best performance yet. They're going to have to set a brand new precedent. I think it's possible. I don't think they've reached their ceiling, but I'm saying that they're putting something new on our screens we've never seen from them before.
Yeah, I think that, like I said at the top, when we started talking about Leviathan, they have nothing left to achieve, right? So there's no pressure on them in a sense. And for Fnatic, they are playing with the pressure of trying to make it with the privilege of playing on the first stage here with the crowd.
Yeah.
And so they really want to make it there because the EU has failed so far this year to make it deep in these tournaments.
And think about how many times they've said they wanted to win a trophy. Boaster and Mini, 2 years over and over again. We just want to win a trophy. And they get to start on Fracture, which if you are a long-time Fnatic fan, Jess, they traditionally do incredibly well here.
Yeah, we've had some tight moments on this map back in EMEA, and there's been some really good set plays from Fnatic. If you want crisp, clean, attacking set plays, then this is the team you watch and you try and copy. Yes, okay, there's been a little bit of fun plays from Optic, a couple of NA teams as well, but this is the team where I look to learn Fracture at the highest level.
But this is also an unknown quantity for you. We talked about how the map pool is unknown, but here on Fracture specifically, this team has never played it, right? They haven't played it with Shy. They only played it really minimally this year entirely. So Fnatic is going into unknown territory. They have to rest on their laurels on this map.
I wonder if, as a result of us not knowing the quantity of Leviathan, whether they've just turned around and gone, we're going to play to counter what we know is the known quantity, and that's Fnatic in this. Do we just counter them? That's a possibility. And it comes down to this agent select as well.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming agent select, and what you're seeing on here, I believe, is the comp that they ran before Shy was in the roster.
Yep.
They could be reprising that, I'm not sure, but so far, both sides are looking, I mean, they're looking like the Pixie. Actually, I tell a lie. Boaster has moved over to the Brimstone.
Hello?
Yeah, this is the second time
I love Boaster controller though. I kind of like it.
Yeah, it's been very good since they made that switch. But yeah, without Astra with the Viper, it's kind of interesting. They are playing the same comp on the side of the Leviathan, and they're doing some stretches. They're warming up a little bit. We're going to need the stretches because Durka versus Tackle Leah on the chamber right here on this map is going to be super important.
Yeah, and I want to see some stretches from your casters today. Go on, Brandon Sideshow. Show us what you got.
Noxus, I cannot fit in the Noxus. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
Magandang gabi sa inyong lahat, mga kapatid, kaibigan, kapamilya, kapuso, at kasambahay. This is the VALORANT Masters day number 9 already. And apparently mga kaibigan, talagang nagsasama-sama ulit tayo ngayong gabi para sa isang matinding laban ng ating 4 teams ngayong gabing ito. Pero before that, ladies and gentlemen, we're casting for the team. My name is Bill, alongside me is Taylor right here. At kami ang
The Mods. Andito pa rin tayo sa VALORANT Masters. At syempre, ang maglalaban at magtatapat nga dito, Fnatic versus Leviathan. Kung naaalala nyo, yesterday's match, Fnatic lost against Paper Rex. Ngayon, naglalaban sila dito, syempre, sa lower bracket natin. Mainit na laban to. May maaalis na EMEA o kung hindi, may dalawang makakapasok na EMEA.
Oo, pero sa totoo lang, gusto ko rin talaga makapasok din ng Latin America. Pero if ever makapasok ng Fnatic, di good for them. Pero sobrang bilis nung ginawa dito ni Alpha. Isipin mo, best all the way from drop with a satchel. After napunta sa may second floor, mga kaibigan, bigla talaga napilan yung spike and medyo open pa yun para syempre sa mga kampi niya na madali lang to mapigilan yung pag-defuse mga players ngayon ng Leviathan. Pero yun si Alpha, catching one but Shy with the big trade of fire, pushing it to a 3v3. Maganda yung lineup ginagawa dito with that Molly just to delay the diffuse even further, and Taco will catch 1-2. Boaster still inside the side, just trying to find everyone na pwede na makita dito mga kaibigan. Pero nga lang Boaster all the way dito lang sa may CT, and he will actually get the kill, but the time is not in his favor because Taco will get that diffuse.
Exactly. 1-0 na nga ang score natin dito. Alam naman natin, kapag fracture ang mapa, I really feel like na mabilis yung magiging mga rounds natin dito. Especially game number 1, dahil nga rin sa liit ng mapa na nakikita natin. And at the same time, yung mga gamit nilang agents dito is like Raze and Neon. Mga pangmabilisan din yan eh. Yung mga pushes, yung mga slide-ins, yung relay bolt, lahat na from the Neon itself. But let's see kung magagamit ba to, makakapitalize ba ni King yung capabilities ng isang Neon, especially on this map. Pero mukhang 5-man push ang gagawin ng Fnatic through B. And if it's gonna be a B hit, dalawa ang nag-aabang sa kanila dyan. It's gonna be Neon and Shy on the Brimstone, if I'm not mistaken.
Ayan, si Shai, ano lang yan, mahihain.
Mahihain lang yan.
Pero pagdating dito, kailangan talaga niya magawala dito. Pero si kaibigan Mel, Serious and just waiting there doing as they continue. Pero that Molly, hindi pa rin talaga aabot dito ng saktong damage lang din para sa mga players ng Fnatic. Pero at least si Alpha and Mystic, mga kaibigan, nakakuha ng mga kills dito. Pop fires onto Shy, and with a swing, he will actually take one down. So it's all up to Mystic. He is low in HP, pero wala siyang choice kung hindi siguro iplanta lang yung spike dito sa may A. At least meron silang plus 300 dito sa round na to. Medyo malabong makakuha siya ng Spectre if ever. The best moment if ever makakuha siya ng Spectre is mag-advance lang siya konti papasok sa may city para syempre meron siyang papatay doon na isa. Then after that, get that Spectre, mga kaibigan, then try and mow down your enemies one by one. Fault line will connect onto 2. Mainit na pagpasok ginagawa ngayon ng Leviathan, but at least si kaibigan Taco hinampas ng burrito ang Fnatic ngayon. Wabak! Karambang! Sabi niya.
An easy 2-0 from Leviathan side. Well, medyo alam naman na natin yun. Pag nakuha na yung pistol, very much doable na yung second round itself. But Fnatic was at least able to plant the spike. Kahit pa paano magkakaroon sila ng pera pagdating doon sa pagpa-plant ng spike, and at least makukuha nila yon. And moving forward, syempre, this is gonna be their official buy round as well. At may nabasa akong comment. Bes, ang bilis mo daw. Ang bilis daw humaba ng buhok mo. Totoo, no?
Actually,
parang 2 araw ko lang nainis si Vil na kalbo siya. Tapos wala na.
Mabilis talaga umaba yung buhok ko. Kaya lagi din ako nag-shave ng balbas. Pero si Jerky will catch one already. Pero yung alam, magandang round of ginagawa din ng mga players ngayon. Fnatic mga kami. Pero kasi Takulay na nakakuha pa ng 3. 2v1 Enzo Ferrari. Mag-isa na lang dito sa may A, mga kaibigan. Medyo problema lang dito kasi nga wala sa kanya yung spike. And dadaan lang siya dito lang sa may drop. And papunta dito sa may dish. Pero ang problema, merong trademark na nagbabantay dun mismo sa dish. Ang ganda ng placement ng trademark best. Alam nila na pwede silang sumilip na lang dito sa may arcade kasi nga at the end of the day, meron naman talagang ano dito.
Tsaka isa na lang yung kalaban nila eh.
isa
Wala nang
lang
problema, may
nila.
smoke pa.
So
pero
hindi sila pwedeng mag-isa-isa. Kailangan mag-swing sila ng sabay.
Malay mo, may matamaan sa pre-fire. You never know. But, such a very good play mula sa Leviathan actually. Para lang ma-convert nila itong bonus round nila. What they did was actually push in. Inipit talaga nila yung mga players, especially dito sa may dish. And the pop flash, especially when it connected dun sa 3 players ng Fnatic, naubos talaga lahat. And remember, ito yung official buy round ng Fnatic. Hindi man lang sila nakabuelo sa play for picks.
Ito isipin mo, this is the exact thing na ginawa talaga ng Leviathan. I mean, nanalo sila sa pistol, nanalo sila sa anti-eco, nanalo din sila dito sa bonus round. And what more, dito sa may pera na sila, meron silang mga baril na nakuha lang nila sa Fnatic at kalaban nila yung okay, half buy. Yung half buy ngayon na Fnatic, mga kaibigan, ito lang yung mga baril nila. This is gonna be really hard for them to pull off something. Pero walang, if ever sa Fnatic, ang kailangan nilang gawin dito, they need to be really aggressive kasi nga naka-spectre sila. Alam nila na kailangan nilang labanan ang Leviathan na sobrang malapitan. Pero ang problema, Durkee is now down. Wala na silang pang headhunt, wala na silang trap, wala na silang pang tingin ng lurk. Kasi nga, namatay na yung pang-trademark.
Ganda ng delay na pinapakita ng Leviathan dito. After the presence was, of course, seen by the Neon itself, talagang kung kasagad yung nilabas niya. Aside from that, the KO as well threw in a nade. Ang kaso nga lang, hindi pa rin napapatay dito ni King yung nakita niya at naspatan niya on the site itself. 3v3 situation right now as Bolster peeks out of the smoke. Dalawa makikita niya and Enzo with a one tap to the head, but not enough to finish off the players of Leviathan. 4-0 ang magiging score nila dito. At ang pumili ng mapa na to, Fnatic.
Yun nga, don't panic, it's Fnatic, mga
Fnatic.
kaibigan.
Iba na ngayon, guys.
Hindi na organic baka kasi
Mabisita pa kami dito. Okay na yan.
Baka mapidaya pa kami dito. But yung sa ginawa ni Booster ngayon, hindi na alam kung saan titingin eh. Sa kaliwa ba o kanan, pero at least, diba, ang mga players ngayon na Latin America, they're really trying hard for them to pull off really good kills like this. Pero pareho yung mga binibili nila dito, and all the utilities of the two teams are actually trying to contest each other dito sa may A main. But ang ginagawa ngayon ng Leviathan, they're really trying to be aggressive na sobrang konti. Look at the placement of Neon. Ang unang contact dito, si Brimstone if ever. Then after that, biglang mag-swing out si Neon. Pero syempre, wala namang gagawin dun si Breach, which is si Adverso. Kung hindi mag-flash na lang din talaga. That is the play na gagawin ngayon ng Leviathan dito sa may A. Pero they're gonna go here and B instead. At least nandun pa si KO with that 0 point. And syempre, meron pa siyang flash dito. And syempre, yung Molly, parang syempre, mas mahirapan pa yung mga players ngayon na Fnatic na makapag-plant lang din kahit papano. Pero ang ganda ng read ni Taco ngayon onto that perfect air, onto that perfect position, mga kaibigan, trying to take one down, pero at least bigla talaga na nakuha yun. Pero merong malaking butas dito, mga kaibigan. Pero Alphager gonna use every utilities na meron siya. Pero Alphager, oh no, medyo delikado kasi wala naman talagang tao dyan sa may A. Everyone is actually really outside the site right now. But Durkay, we're gonna deny King. And dun sa may likod. So, this is now the post-plant na ginagawa ngayon ng Leviathan. Pero ang problema, hindi pa talaga napaplant. Wala pang napaplant, mga kaibigan. 5 pa ang mga players ngayon na Fnatic, and finally mukhang makakabawan na talaga sila kahit papano. Si Robocop is now down. It's all up to Taco. Wala siyang choice kung hindi i-save na lang din to, or probably na makakuha sila ng...
Are they not planting the spike anytime soon?
I have no idea.
Question mark? Wala silang magagawa dito kung hindi nila mapapatay itong last remaining player. Grabe naman yung pag-aantay nila doon. Tiis pogi.
Actually, ang tagal nyo na. Isipin mo, hindi pa napaplant yun. 6 seconds remaining, hindi pa napaplant. Buti na lang talaga napatay nila si Taco doon. Well, actually, if ever nakita na sila ni Taco, ang gagawin lang nila doon is syempre press 4 lang. Press 4, then hopefully meron pang pair. And syempre, iba-box out nila yung nagpa-plant para syempre sila yung magkukuha ng damage na yun. Pero at least, diba, nakakuha ng mga kills ngayon yung mga players ng Fnatic, which is nag-antay sila ng mahabang oras before they're gonna go in. And dun sa dulo, hindi sila nagpaka-sobrang greedy na i-plant agad yung spike. Kasi
yun
gusto
ang
nilang mapatay.
Nahuli dito si King. Tamang siguro nag-dash in siya sa kamatayan dun sa mga players ng Fnatic. And Fnatic is really playing this slow really right now. Ang kaso nga lang si Melzer, siya pa yung mahuhuli dun sa shot na yun. Despite Enzo, siya yung may masamang positioning. Kakalabas na lang sa zipline at rinig na rinig yan. Napa-let's go na nga rito sa may dish, and at the same time, 3 players ang nag-aabang dyan. This is gonna be a Viper, not yet eliminated. Ang kaso nga lang, si Adverso pa ang mamamatay dito with the aftershock coming in. Si Shai naman ang kailangan ma-punish, and 1 man down yet again for Leviathan. It's all up to Taco to make things happen. Pero 5 ang players ng Fnatic na magkakasama, or rather 4, habang yung isa ay nasa flank.
Oh my God, Taco Lyle, only my remaining. Meron siyang tour de force dito, pero I'm not quite sure if ever ginamit ba or hindi. Pero at least, they're in plan spec already here in B, and to be honest, there's no way that he can actually get this ace clutch if ever. Na medyo mahirap din nila kung paano na ipo-pull off yan. Pero at least Taco Lyle got no choice at all but to save that Phantom on hand. Wala siyang bawas sa armor. At least, ang ginagawa ng Fnatic dito, tinry nila na mag-play kanina ng mabagal. It didn't work. Tinry nila maging aggressive a while ago. It did work, and they did it again right now again. And at least, diba, nahanap din nila yung kanilang groove, kumbaga. Kasi nga, once again, if your composition is like this, knowing na you have the Brimstone and you have the Raze as well, you have the move speed and the attack speed ng Steam niya, plus syempre, yung satchel na meron dito si Raze, it's gonna give you that enough momentum, that enough advancement para makapasok kayo sa loob ng site. Pero ang ganda rin kasi, partner, ng anti-push ng Leviathan eh. They have the Brimstone, they have the Breach, and they have the KO as well. Yung KO, yung deal breaker dito, lalong-lalo na pag kunyari papasok ka, sige, wala akong gagawin, suppress kayo lahat, yun lang yun, man.
Especially they also have a for the hands dito. May showstopper. Yung mga ganong utilities yung pamalakihan. Pero ito na, overdrive para kay King. Isa makikita niya. Kaso nga lang merong dalawa na nasa corner. And he's still gonna go down. Melser wasn't able to support him at all. He might go back as well. At ito yung inaantay ng Fnatic. Ito yung change of pacing na ginawa nila actually. From a while ago, kumbaga hinahanap lang nila yung tamang pwestuhan, yung tamang movements, and kung gaano ba sila kabilis mag-push. Because Leviathan is actually pushing them instead. Kaya 2 times na eh. 2 rounds na nangyayari to. King is always the first kill here on Fnatic side because they basically just wait for him.
Yeah. Hindi sila dapat dito magpakadalos-dalos. Kailangan nila mag-antay sa isa't isa and syempre sabay-sabay sila makapasok dito because hindi gagana yung push na ginagawa nila if ever merong kulang isang player. Lalong-lalo na kailangan muna rin siguro mauna ni Breach dito. Kailangan niya mag-concuss, kailangan niya munang mag-flash bago sila pumasok kasi if hindi, dry peeking ang gagawin nila dito if ever. Pero that is a fault line being set by Breach already. And one thing is for sure, Adversary can hear that. Pero ang problema is nababawasan lang siya mga kaibigan. Pero yung ito sa Adversary will take down one. Natanggal yung isa sa smoke dito sa side of Fnatic, but at least si Durkee trying to take down these players and then hinaharap niya. Pero Durkee will catch 2 already. So to tackle again. Getting that flank dito sa may likod ng Fnatic mga kaibigan. Tackle Lila with that operator on hand. Is he gonna save that or not? Probably not because Durkee just right there in front of you, my guy, and will claim that operator again for himself.
Ganun lang, nabaliktad na agad ng Fnatic. Dahil nga nakakapitas rin sila dito ng maaga, of course, may nabubutas when it comes to the defensive positions of Leviathan itself. But, if you think about it, para lang din tong paper Rex eh. Alam mo yung may risk play, pero kapag nag-pay off yung pagpupush ni King, ang laki nung balik para sa team ng Leviathan. So they have to figure out a way how they can make this work. Change up the pacing again for Team Leviathan or maybe just support King much better compared to the rounds that we saw a while ago.
Siguro feeling ko itong Fnatic na parang natuto ata sila sa laban nila kahapon sa Paper X no? I mean, tignan natin kung talagang gano'n
sa mga push?
nangyayari. Oo, sa mga push nila. Kasi parang gano'n yung, kung ano yung ginagawa ng Fnatic, parang gano'n lang din eh. No? Sige, push tayo dito. Kung maging successful, at least nakapasok na tayo, then bahala na kung ano-anong gagawin natin sa loob. Ang importante, nandito na tayo sa site. Kumbaga, yun yung mga APAC strategy, mga kaibigan, ang ginagawa ng Leviathan ngayon is more on talagang parang medyo textbook play lang din talaga eh. No? Walang kumbaga, no one is actually flanking, no one is actually pushing, they're literally waiting dito sa pagpasok ngayon ng Fnatic and they have a choice already if ever will sila A or B. Pero ang problema mga kaibigan, ito na ang kalapag ng papapunta dito sa mga kaibigan. Tatamaan si Melser ngayon, medyo open siya, and that is Alpha. We're gonna take one down pero at least kapag orbital sec naman siya dito, Shy will pop flash right now! Dalawa yung nakita niya after shock just to back it up, but it's not that enough. 3v1, Durkee with an operator on hand. Meron tao dun sa may likod ng box. Meron din tao dito sa may site. Meron din tao dito sa may baba. Durkee, this is gonna be really hard for you. You need to take one player muna before you're gonna swing dun sa may right part ng A site. And once again, Taco Lila will get that operator for himself naman. Kanina pa kayo nag-o-operator, partida, attacker pa kayo. Para sa akin talaga to, men.
Tama na, kami
ganda
naman.
Ng flash.
Pero ito talaga yung flash na nakapag-punish dun sa dalawang importanteng player. Alam naman natin kapag fracture ang mapa, isa sa mga pinaka-importanteng parte dito kuhanin, especially if you're gonna take a B hit, is actually arcade and tower. Kasi kapag naipit ka sa tower na meron pa rin tao, hindi ka pa rin makakapag-plant kasi basically hindi pa rin cleared yung site. Oh, King is pushing right now. The concuss settles in. Pero rendezvous out ang gagawin nila dito with the help of Melser. No one to be found here, but King is repositioning himself. He finally found the first kill of his life. Ang kaso nga lang dito, mapapabalik na lang din siya. And Boaster will be able to spot him out in around arcade as well. Ito nga, gaano ka-importante yung arcade na kailangan sabay yung B-main.
Yun nga, para syempre, maguguluhan yung mga players sa Leviathan kung saan talaga sila sisilip dito and for them to catch the players off guard din talaga. Pero mukhang wala din ata si Chamber mag-arcade dito pwede. Sasabayan niya yung pagpasok ko ng Fnatic dito sa may B main, or probably they're gonna go here in A na lang din. And they're just actually walking. Kasi what if meron nagbabantay dito sa may A do, and maganda yung, sobrang ganda nung ping na ginagawa ngayon ng Fnatic mga kaibigan, kasi meron talaga tao dito sa Tagalog. And fault lines muna. Ang ganda nung read. Oo, matagal silang wala dun kanina. Pero biglang nabasa ng Fnatic, hindi pare, meron tao dito for sure. And pagka fault lines mga kaibigan, meron nga. And na-force out na rin talaga yung rotate na ginawa ngayon ni Adverso, and nagkaroon sila ng perfect time for them to go here and B instead. Ang ginawa nila doon, na-debated yung mga players ng Leviathan right now. Aftershock, not gonna catch anyone for sure. Meron tao dun sa may cubby ng A mga kaibigan, and a Molly para mas mahirapan pa na makapag-diffuse ang players dito ng Leviathan. But Boaster will catch one already. Huling-huli na umaakyat dito sa may tower. But Boaster just waiting for all this pick-offs na pwede na makuha dito sa may arcade. But the players of Leviathan are just gonna back away and probably hoping na mabawi nila tong round na to sa susunod. Kasi at least operator pa rin kita ko Laila. Ang ganda ng read nila kay Taco no? Hindi sila nagpo-push kung nasan si Chamber.
Aside from that, after the post-plant position na nilabas dito ng Fnatic, you could definitely see that Boaster was waiting around arcade. Hindi sila lahat nasa site, especially merong box of death doon, which is the Viper's Pit itself. They can't really all of them stay on that positioning dahil nga tatlo na lang din sila. Papaulanan lang sila ng bala doon or ng utilities ng Leviathan if they wanna do the retake. And eksakto yung positioning ni Boaster to actually get a kill dun sa gustong mag-push sa tower kanina. So napaka-importante ng arcade right now for both of these teams. Labanan ng pagkakuha ng control ng arcade dito kung gusto talaga nilang mag-B-hit. But it's a 5-4 right now. Anyone's game as of this moment. Aside from that, may mga ulti na rin. Si King na naman ang mapapunish dito agad-agad. Alam nilang may kasunod yan because Melzer is always supporting King around the corner. Now, this is a 2-man down para sa side ng Leviathan. Nang ganung kabilis lang, tatlo na agad.
Grabe, bes no? I just realized na last day na pala to. Pero, going back here, Shy, the only man remaining 4v1 is gonna be really hard for him to get this clutch. Pero hanggat hindi pa nangyayari yun, uulitin ko ito sinabi ko I mean, bes, ano na pala to? After today, ang susunod pala natin is 22.
Yup, day off na guys. Day
yun
off
yung
na.
4 na araw. Ito yung may ito yung may
may viewers.
Na, no?
Oo, may audience na. On-site na yan. So, talagang nagdadasal yung Europe ngayon na sana may makapasok na European team. At least yung mga supporters doon.
Kahit Fnatic lang no? Okay na.
Kahit Fnatic lang. But so far, wala naman na magagawa dito si Shy, ladies and gents. He's just gonna save this gun yet again. Another save for Leviathan. Hindi pa rin talaga nakakabuelo si King on the defense itself. All throughout, dun sa mga rounds na nakikita natin, kung hindi siya nagiging aggressive, lagi lang din siyang napipitas ng Fnatic anywhere and everywhere. At alam din nila na meron lagi itong kasama at si Melzer yun. Kaya after mapatay ni King, nag-showstopper na rin agad because they all know that there is gonna be a support on that kasi Steamy ni Brini ang sinasabayan nila dyan.
Yun nga yung sinasabi natin mga kaibigan, napakahirap din talaga sabayan ng STEM dito if ever because of the additional firepower that it can do. Well, not additional firepower pero yun nga yung rate of fire ang pinakakailangan dito. Isipin mo, 4 na nilabas na bala mo, yung sa kalaban mo, 7 na o 8. Ganun kabilis yung ganun kalaki yung advantage na meron talaga if ever you have that STEM beacon. Pero at least Leviathan we're gonna force out to use that timeout kasi nga it's just nakahabol na sila dito ng Fnatic. I mean, naubos sila from time to time, fast plays, slow pace, default plays. Natatalo ang Leviathan dito. Kumbaga, ang Leviathan parang nai-intro boy sila no?
Composition of Leviathan is actually workable. Yun nga yung matinding problema dito Kung nasilip niyo yung KDA, King right now is on a 3 kill and 10 deaths. So, obviously, hindi talaga siya nakakapatay. At the same time, lagi rin siyang namamatay agad. Siya yung typically first frag dito ng Fnatic. And I feel like if King can find space to create those momentum and bounce back on the momentum itself, kung magkakaroon lang talaga siya ng space to make a play and gumana yon at one time, kayang mag-snowball ng momentum na yan towards the side of Leviathan. Because we've seen them get like a few rounds nang lamang sila sa Fnatic. What else kapag gumana na si King?
Yun nga I mean, lalo na nasa defending sila, 5-5 yung score. It's a good thing already. What more if ever naging attacking pa yung mga players in Leviathan? Later on, we're gonna see that after the first half. Kung paano nila pagaganahin yung Breach, Brimstone, KO, and syempre si Neon. Yung apat na yan, men, sobrang jump-packed yan if ever papasok din sa isang site. So, kailangan yan din yung kailangan pigilan ng mga players dito ng Fnatic. It's gonna be really hard, but all you need to do is just try to pull off all the good ginagawa nyo. Pero ito na ang Rolling Thunder all the way dun lang sa may drop lang din sa may ropes, but Alpha getting on that corner will catch 3. Taco Lila, the only man remaining 1v1. I mean, the spike is dropped right now, and he's in a perfect position for him to catch them off guard. Yun na nga.
Hindi niya alam eh. He had no idea where the chamber was. And he had to make a play. Maswerte pa nga siya doon. Nahuli niya pa yung ibang mga players ng Leviathan. Because if I'm not mistaken, it was a 1v3. And nakakuha siya ng 2 kills doon kahit papaano. And let's just take a look on the final kill here. Not knowing any info. Magandang positioning from Taco. And the rest is history. But this is still a big problem on the defense itself. Kumbaga, nasa right time, right moment lang si Taco doon. It's still not a play.
Talagang Taco talaga eh, no? Kasi nga nasa Latin America sila. Tama ba? Nasa Latin America mo?
Latam.
Mexico. Diba? Mga...
Pampanga. Pinoy din yan eh. Pinoy pride din yan eh.
Latam. Ito eh. Sa may Pampanga ito. Pagkatapos ng Bulacan. Tapos sa Santa Maria. Pagkatapos sa Santa Maria siguro. Yun.
Latam na.
Latam na. Pag pumunta kayo sa NLEX, makikita nyo may bago sa baba, Latam na halagay. Yun yung bagong toll, pare.
Bagong toll gate na doon. Tamang zipline lang. Tamang ikot-ikot lang. Slow plays from Fnatic here. 58 seconds remaining on the clock itself. But feeling ko, maiipit sila dito kapag nagpo-push sila ng 3 ang nag-aabang dyan. Actually, itong Neo nakaabang na. Malay mo, makakuha ng kill. And finally, King was able to find that opening, but the second one, dito siya nahihirapan. Parati siyang nakokongkas, kaya lagi siyang nahuhuli. But with the help of Meltzer here, orbital strike, nilabas na nga ang Yu-Gi-Oh! Bahala na! RIP para sa isa! That's gonna be Enzo going down at Verso to get a kill as well. AlphaJar not able to secure that kill. And Bolster is the only man remaining here. 1v3 situation, sinalo yung nade from the KO itself. Pero hahanapin niya pa to. He knows it's gonna be an A-hit.
It is an A-hit. The spike is dropped anyway. 14 seconds in. Orbital strike?
Oh no.
Well, this is the last round anyway. I mean, at least Meltzer heard that door na talaga lumabas. I mean, got no choice. Patapos na yung patapos na yung round.
Pero, the orbital strike was deep? Too deep, I would say, no? Kasi nga yung spike, kitang-kita mo naman din kung saan nakadrop at the same time. Pinilit niya kasing i-force out siguro yung mga nasa A main, no? Nasaktuhan lang din talaga pagkabukas nga ng pinto. Obviously, dalawa na rin yung nag-aabang for Leviathan's side, or rather, for Fnatic's side right here.
Pero yeah, on to the first half mga kaibigan. Pero syempre, dito po tayo sa ating panel. So, panel! Kayo muna.
Feel it could have gone a lot worse for Fnatic if it weren't for the fact that this is the alpha we were used to in EMEHS. He's shown up.
I mean, I was sitting back in my hotel room watching him when he first debuted here on the international stage, I was like, ooh, trips and stumbles, they happen to everyone, especially someone who's not been in this environment before. And I said to everyone, give him time to warm in. This is him warm. This is him hot, ready to go.
Yeah, and I think it was came off the back of Fnatic finally understanding how to deal with the pace from Leviathan, because there was a lot of it at the beginning of the half, right? They were constantly pushing, and this was the round where they really started. This was round 6. Really started to understand how Leviathan was going to play, but before that I really felt like it was shades of the Paper X game, because constantly it looked like Fnatic was just scared. This is now the 3rd player pushing down through arcade slow through a smoke, and Boaster's capitalizing, Alpha now is really capitalizing, and then they shifted the pace, and that's where they started to come back.
Yeah, I like the fact that they've read it. Obviously, unlike Paper Rex, they've been able to have a response to it. But I also conversely think that this is a huge strength of Leviathan to be able to play at this pace that they know is a weakness of their opponent on an unknown quantity that is Fracture. And I like that. I think it's worked well.
Yeah, and I think Josh was saying at the end, right, that round 11 and round 12 were really beautiful swaps of that pace, right? They just went into trappy play all of a sudden. And that's the dynamic that I don't think we've seen really from Leviathan. And also was the type of play that they were pulling out to kind of convince me that they were more of a standard team, not always going for that aggressive types of styles.
I like the flexibility here because, Jess, you can't just run at Fnatic because you're gonna run out of ideas at some point, but them holding it back, I think bodes really well for them into the second half.
I said after Ascent, after blowing my mind with their debut map and doing what they did on a map I didn't expect, that they needed more depth. It needed to be in the maps, it needed to be in the set plays, it needed to be more than, oh, Taco can kill and then Shy can lurk and blah, blah, blah. I needed more. I saw flashes of that. Show me what you do in the attacking half. That's what I want to see.
I can't wait to see it. Let's just get straight back in here and throw this over to Sideshow and Brent.
Tapos ang asim.
7-5 is the score right now pagdating sa halftime. And I think the panelists have put into perspective yung ganap talaga dito sa dalawang teams. Fnatic, kailangan pa rin nila makahanap dito ng buwelo eh. Kung tutuusin, sila yung pumili ng mapa na to. And so far, Leviathan, they still have that 2-round advantage. And speaking of, if they become more creative on the playstyle itself, they can shine more than Fnatic. Kasi parang takot daw gumalaw ang Fnatic, sabi, Bessie.
Oo nga eh, pero at least na
baka
for
dito
Leviathan,
nagana yung Neon.
Oh, malay mo talaga kasi nga 'di ba? Yung mga ibang teams talaga na lagi na lang merong Neon dito. If ever ginagamit mo si Neon sa Fracture and pag sinamahan mo pa ng Raze, okay na eh. Basta Neon, Breach, Brimstone, yung tatlong yon sure in talaga sa isang site mga kaibigan. Pero ito na si Neon, hinati na yung mundo and King. We're gonna pull the trigger already onto that frenzy for him to take out Dark A dito sa A. And kailangan nilang maghanap kayo ng susunod nilang makakain, sunod nilang mapapatay. And it's just ganun lang kabilis. Pagkalapag ng mga utilities nila dito sa mga kaibigan, easy entry na agad yung ginagawa nila dito, pero hindi alam ni Taco na nandun sa likod niya si Enzo. Pero Enzo has the perfect lining already, has a perfect position for him to take down Taco, and they need to check their rear, they need to check their six because Enzo is just right there waiting for you. Boaster, na-half na yung site mga kaibigan, na-half na yung defuse.
Tinuloy ang pag-defuse!
Tinuloy na! Oh my God! Okay na sana. Pero ang sinabi ko naman kanina is pag ito yung lineup nyo, sure pasok kayo. Pero di ko naman sinabi na mananalo kayo.
Oh, sure pasok lang pero sure ba yung post plant? Yun yung tanong eh. Makakapag-setup ka ng spike pero kung makakapag-retake yung kalaban, yun yung sunod mo magiging problema dito. Leviathan had a good entry here. Kumbaga na series of unfortunate events lang talaga yung chamber doon sa may likuran. Kasi tama naman yung pwestuhan talaga doon eh. Nung chamber, saktong-sakto, nalalabas din talaga yung kalaban niya. Ang kaso nga lang, if I'm not mistaken, it was Enzo flanking around. Unfortunate events lang talaga. Concuss coming in from King right here, but he slides into his own death. Basically, a 5v4 situation right now. Forced buy pala ang ginawa ng Leviathan dito. They were able to take on one, but there is a trade from Boaster itself. And this is now a 4v3. May nasa taas, and this is also gonna be Derke's kill right now as he punished one more player. That's gonna be Taco. Still unsure kung saan ba tayo pupunta. A-site ata.
A-site or B, pero wala ng choice ngayon yung mga players ngayon ng Leviathan kasi nga nag-force a buy sila. Pero that is mistake. We're gonna shut down one. So talagang partner, pwedeng maging 8-7 to if ever. Kasi wala naman perang Leviathan next round eh. Pero si Melzer, let's see if he can actually pull off something. Pero he is super low na right now. Nilabas pa yung smoke. But that pain shells literally exploded in your face, Melzer. 8-7 it is, yeah. I'm calling it already, man. Ang Leviathan, hindi na talaga pwede magkamali dito, Besa. Kasi if ever magkamali pa sila dito, Fnatic will gonna go on and win this round talaga. Mataas ang win rate ng Fnatic pag defending. So, all they need to do is, syempre, kailangan nilang of course, make the most out of this and just try to stop the combo na ilalabas ni Adverso, ni King, at saka ni Merlso. Well, si Adverso ang gagawin lang naman yan is actually fault line eh. Yun lang ang gagawin yan, fault line mga kaibigan. Pagka fault line, doon ilalabas ni King yung kanyang Moses. Then after nun, syempre, pwede nang gamitin yung ano niya, yung Conquest niya if ever, na kung gagamitin ba na yun. But still, this is actually huge already for the side of Fnatic. Takulala is super low, is literally 1 HP. And for the side of Leviathan, man, paikot-ikot lang gagawin nila dito and they're gonna full on 5-man arcade right now. Pero mukhang ito lang ngayon gagawin nila kasi nagbigay sila ng opening dito sa may
Orbis.
Yeah, dito sa may tower, and kailangan din nila syempre na makapasok din si Neon kasi nga meron na siyang ultimate ngayon. Inaantay lang nila na ma-pull off yung ultimate ni Neon para syempre talaga makapasok sila, and yun na nga, King gonna go in already all the way from tower, and let's see if ever makakapatid mo siya, but Zerky catches one right now, and ginagawa ng mga players kinalifat na syempre, I mean ang Fnatic is magtago na lang din talaga. 4v5, halos wala pa rin bawas dito mga side of Fnatic mga kaibigan, malapit nang mawala yung ultimate ni King pero wala pa rin nangyayari. Adverso, ba't ka nagpupush ka pa din kung Oseo, wag na! Pero hindi, talagang literal na pumasok siya. But Enzo, yes, we can take him down. Sako Laila, he is super low, wala pa rin nakakapatay sa kanya mga kaibigan, pero kala si Boaster nagbabatid din talaga if ever meron pa rin may be made. Pero that is Boaster, we're gonna catch one down, but King with the classic, there's no way for him to finish this. 7-8 it is, and may pera na ang Leviathan ngayon.
Imagine rotating from both sides of B site para lang ma-farm yung orb ni King. Tinulungan siya ng lahat ng miyembro ng Leviathan, heavily gauging on that overdrive. Kaso, mas matalinong gumawa ng play itong Fnatic on this specific round as well. When they heard that overdrive being popped out, we don't need to go out, we don't need to peek out. Lahat sila dito, eco disadvantage. We just have to wait basically for the timer to run out when it comes to the overdrive and for also for them to plant a spike para sa post-plant positioning na naman. Anyway, new round here as we move forward. 7-8 na nga ang magiging score natin dito. But Leviathan was able to pick up on the Vandals, and for Fnatic's side, this is still a bonus.
Bonus round it is ang kailangan nilang gawin dito, pero kung mabot, oh my god, Alpha! With a spray, with a bulldog, will catch two. Tatlo pa lang mapapatay niya. Anong nangyari dun sa buy round ng Leviathan? My God, wala na naman silang RF next round. Diyos ko, nahuli ng Fnatic yung pag-push ng Leviathan, mga kaibigan. Hindi ine-expect yun ng Leviathan din. Taco, spike is drop. Wala siyang choice kundi mag-save.
Not expected at all because Fnatic just instantaneously changed the pacing. Bigla silang nag-push. Nagulat yung mga players ng Leviathan at nasaktuhan na nandun talaga sila. Taco was able to pick up one kill though. At this is still not a doable round right now. Hawak nila lahat ng players ng Fnatic itong spike. And basically, hahuntingin lang naman siya dito. If not, he's just gonna be able to save the Vandal itself.
Save the Vandal it is. And Sako Laila, meron siya pang rendezvous? Yes, meron siya pang rendezvous out if ever. Yeah, meron nga. So, kahit saan pumunta, kailangan talaga ng bantayan ng mga corners ng mga kaibigan. Pero but yeah, at least sa Fnatic, like what you've said, na talagang literal na binago nila yung pacing nila, bigla-biglaan, at hindi yun iniisip, hindi yun talaga in-expect ng Leviathan. Which is, yun yung mga magandang ginagawa ngayon ng Fnatic. Wala nang textbook plays na nangyayari, men. If ever natin talaga mag-work yung fast push na ginawa natin, edi nice one, baby. And it really worked sa side nila. Pero isipin mo, no? Andun lang si Mystic tsaka si Alpha, mga kaibigan, on that corner. Hindi sila gumalaw, just waited for that push na ginawa ng Leviathan. Ang ganda ng read na gagawin dito ng Fnatic kasi sa buong second half, hindi naman nagpaka-aggressive ang Fnatic eh. Hindi talaga sila nagpaka-aggressive. Ang ginawa nila is mag-antay. Pero on to this round, dun sa unang no joke. Dun sa next, pangalawang buy round ng Leviathan, dun talaga nila binago para syempre makakuha pa sila ng isang magandang score dito, which is a 7-9 scoreline. Pero ngayon, this might be a 7-10 partner if hindi pa talaga makuha ng Leviathan, knowing na wala naman silang aret talaga.
Oh no, this spot that the King is holding right now, sobrang bukas na bukas yan. Fast lane, Moses is up. Pero hindi rin naman papasukin ni King yung kanyang fast lane dito. They will still stay here on B, just making sure na walang mamamatay sa kanila and just making sure na sinacycle lang din nila dito ang Fnatic. Viper's Pit being set in stone here on A site as well. So kahit papano, this gives a buffer pagdating sa defense ng Fnatic right now, especially here on A. This is a triple almost stack here on A site. Habang yung iba nag-aantay lang talaga kung ano yung magiging reaksyon ng Leviathan. It's gonna be a reaction play coming in here from Fnatic. Nakakapag-setup na rin yung chamber at nakakapag-setup na rin ng spike itong players ng Leviathan. Now that the spike is planted, they have to position themselves yet again on a post plant and they kept basically losing that.
Rolling Thunder will catch the players dito sa may Jenny. But still, there's a chance na baka makuha ito ng Leviathan mga kaibigan if ever hindi pa makapasok dito mga players ng Fnatic. Pero yung nga pasok sila. Led by Durkee right now, but Alpha will catch one. Meron pa tayo sa may labas. Satchel out onto Taco Lila just to get that information, just to get that timing. But Mystic, hinaf lang niya yung spike because of the lineup na meron niya si Melzer. The clock is ticking already. All they need to do is go in. Pero that is a thrifty na ginawa ngayon ng Leviathan mga kaibigan. I mean, that is actually really good because of the lineup na ginawa ni Melzer. It gave Fnatic a hard time dealing with everyone na pumapasok dito. And syempre, yung position ni Taco Lila, dun lang sa may labas ng B-main. Nag-antay lang siya, nag-debate lang siya ng time doon. And syempre, nakakuha pa siya ng mga kills, exit frags kumbaga. And yun na nga, sobrang ganda ng mga nakuha dito. 2 kills lang din yun. Kasi hindi na hinabol yun ng Fnatic no? Hindi na talaga sila nagpaka-dig deeper dun sa may B-site, doon sa may B-main, para syempre, pero what if dalawa pala yung tao doon, diba? Hindi na alam because of the information na kulang sila. And yun yung binay ngayon ng Leviathan, pero yun nga, on to this round mga kaibigan, that is Shy. We're gonna shut down Alpha Jar right now, partner, 4v4. And mukhang napupunta na ata si Leviathan yung round na to.
Ito yung hinahanap ng momentum ng Leviathan kanina pa. Kasi yung mga post plant nila kanina, hindi sila nakakaposition ng maganda doon sa B-main and also tower. That's how important Arcade Tower is when it comes to post plant. And multiple times, na-clear out yon ng Fnatic. Kaya sila nag-fail over and over again pagdating doon sa post plant position. But so far, right now in a 4v4 perspective, Boaster's just waiting patiently here on drop. Alam niyo yung magiging effective na pagpasok dito ng Leviathan, alam niyang baka mahuli niya dito sa ibaba. And Dirk is already doing a sandwich play here. Nakita na niya kung nasaan and pipilitin nilang i-push to ngayon. And Dirk ay put into a position that he has to take on the kills because the players are now punished with the orbital strike. Ang kaso, siya yung mamamatay.
Paano sila kailangan pumasok dito? 3v3 on this game right now. 30 seconds left and the players of Leviathan is gonna go here and be already. There's no way na kailangan na mag-rotate pa sila. Pero that is the orbital strike para mas mahirapan pa sila dito makapag-defend kahit paano. But yun ang importante. Bowser is now down and now Adverso will have a chance for him to plant the spike. But Mystic just waiting inside that smoke mga kaibigan. Ang ganda ng smoke talaga yun. Literal, wala kang makita na nagpa-plant dito sa side ng Leviathan right now. But wala na siyang bala. So kailangan talaga na makakuha dito ng magandang entry, na magandang position for him to get these players off guard. But Mystic catches one as well. It's all up to Melzer. Wala na siyang pang line up dito. Kailangan na patayin to. But at least Fnatic.
If you actually take a look dun sa post plant na nangyari dito, 2 players were actually on site itself. Isa yung nasa arcade, walang tower at all. And yung isang player na na-corner lang literal with a snake bite just died because he was forced out of position because of the snake bite. And then one player from Fnatic was able to pick up on the kill. So, ganito yung post-plant setup na nakikita natin na hindi gumagana from time to time dito sa kamay ng Leviathan. Pero multiple times, no, halos sa lahat ng rounds na nakukuha nila, nakakapag-plant talaga sila ng spike dito eh. Binibigyan talaga sila ng space ng Fnatic. Sadya talaga.
Oo, and lalaban na lang sila sa post-plant if ever, which is buti na lang nag-work. Kasi despite of na naka-smoke yung Jenny, wala namang gagawin doon ng Fnatic kundi mag-antay lang eh. Mag-antay lang na mawala yung smoke. Then after that, pag wala na yung smoke mga kaibigan, doon tayo bumawi. Hindi sila nagmamaasim dito. Hindi sila nagpapaka-hyper-aggressive or what nang sige pare, pasok tayo. Kasi they're actually trying to predict na baka meron nga doon sa may gilid-gilid ng mapa, which is doon sa may canteen or doon sa may arcade. Pero if ever kung nasa canteen ka na, sana ikutan mo na lang yung mga players. Pero there's no way na rin talaga na makakapasok sila sa may canteen eh. Kasi nakitang-kita na rin nila eh, na 2 tao nasa site already. Pero wala silang idea kung nasa ba yung isa. 8-10 sa side ng Fnatic. And Fnatic only needs 3 more rounds for them to win this game number, which is ito yung mapakinuha nila. Pero sobrang dikit ng laban, best. Parang ito na yun eh.
Di ganun kalayo, no?
8-10 lang oh. Tsaka check mo yung score nila pareho. Grabe si Alpha, 22-11.
But honestly, King right now is really underperforming. So, feeling ko mas malaki talaga ang potential ng Leviathan right now. Hindi lang talaga siya makahanap ng space dahil dun sa mga kungkas na nagko-connect sa kanya all throughout. Paulit-ulit na lang kung saan siya sumisilip. Literal, meron agad na nakakapag-kongkas sa kanya o nakaka-react dun sa pagda-dash in niya or rather dun sa pagsa-slide in niya. Taco has a good positioning right here. He was still able to get the shot in when it comes to the operator. May isa pang nag-aabang dyan at yung Raze yun.
The players of Leviathan, I'm just gonna drop here in A, mga kaibigan, pero meron tao na nagbabantay doon, which is si Viper. Pero Rasen Joyce, kung hindi umalis siya para makapag 4-man retake sila if ever, pero yun nga lang, mabilis ang pag-shutdown na ginawa dito ng Leviathan, bigyan na patay na talaga isa dito na nag-lurk, na umiikot. And 3-man save it is. I mean, see if ever ganun ba talaga ang gagawin ngayon ng Fnatic? Kasi, I mean, they have the money. Look at Mystic. Meron siyang 6,600. Napakadami niyang pera. Pero siguro si Durkee at si Alpha medyo low lang din. So at least si Mystic ang magbibigay sa kanila ng pera for them to back all the economy na nawala sa kanila dito. Pero sa Adverso, waiting dito sa exit frags if ever. Pero wala na magpupush dyan, men. Ang ganda na ng position nila dito sa may tower and hindi na rin sisilip yan at all. Aantay lang yan na pwede makapasok dito or whatnot. Pero sa side ng Leviathan, hindi na sila pwede magpaka-aggressive dito kahit papaano. Hindi na sila pwede magmaasim. Kasi wala silang pera ngayon. If ever meron pa sila ng patay, edi nice one. Pero high risk, high reward pa rin yun.
And you still have 1 round buffer pagdating sa Leviathan side as well. Isa lang yung puntos na lamang ang Fnatic dito. This is still a very viable match for Leviathan as well. Alam naman natin gaano ka-importante itong series na to kasi laglagan na to eh. They lost against Paper Rex for Fnatic side and this is their last hope, kumbaga, para makapasok pa dito sa Masters. But the thing is, pasok na rin naman na sila sa Champions. Anyway, overdrive right now here. Relay ball being forced in from King. Pero wala rin siya makakapitalize na kills. Now, here comes the Rolling Thunder. They will all just go back. May kasamang swing from Fnatic side, pero lahat nakaikot na nga. This is just gonna be a fast rotate all the way to B. Lalo na may neon pa sila dito na kaya makapag-create ng space. Now, with King just using up the fast lane, makakapasok kahit paano, concussing the players here right now. Ang kaso nila, kailangan nilang i-clear out itong heaven o kailangan nilang i-clear out itong tower.
At least ba nahuhuli pa rin dito ng Fnatic kahit paano, pero at least sa Adverso na ako na talagang sila dito ng isang pick-off, mga kaibigan. Kaya na si Chamber, pero ang kailangan na papatay is syempre yung mga utility users talaga dito ng Fnatic, which is si Mystic, si Alpha, at si Enzo. That aftershock will delay the rotation or the retake even further. Pero si Taco, magandang ginagawa nila, men, kasi double pick ang pwede nilang silipin dito sa side ni Taco Laila at ni Adverso. Pero yun nga lang, si Taco Laila is popping off already. Will catch Enzo right now. And now Alpha without any utilities at all. 1v3 and Taco Laila with a swing, but he's gonna be punished by Alpha right now. And Alphager trying to push in. Adverso waiting dun sa pag-push na pwedeng gawin ni Alpha kasi maganda naman yung position niya. Literal na crossfire sa Valorant yung gagawin ni Shy at tsaka ni Adverso ngayon. And this is actually a bad thing for Fnatic kasi medyo kukulangan na sila sa pera ngayon. Pero mukhang may pambili. Ay hindi, si Boaster.
Kailangan nilang ipilit to kung sakasakali. It's either that or magiging broken by talaga yung makikita natin dito. Pero kung broken by, doable naman. Nasa naman sila dito. Ay, nasa attackers na pala ang Fnatic.
Oo, attackers na sila, men. Ang side nga rin talaga ng... Hindi, defender. Defender of Fnatic.
Defender ba? Okay. Nakita ko kasi sa replay, nasa red side sila. So, akala ko attackers. So, kung kahit mag-ano sila dito, maging half-buy or literal, kaya sila nag-timeout. Kailangan nilang pagdesisyonan kung anong gagawin nila for this specific round. Knowing na double digit na yung score, kapag na-punish yung economy mo sa ganitong scoreline, matic match point kaya mong ibigay sa kalaban nang wala kang pere.
Yun yung problema dito ng Fnatic talaga. Na kailangan nila makakuha ng magandang economy hanggang sa matapos yung laban. Kasi once na dumating, yun nga, like what you've said, once na dumating sa match point, sa walang pera ang Fnatic ngayon, oh my God, malaking GG to. Pero si Durkee, ang gagawin nito, magkakamp lang to. Hindi siya pwede mag-push na meron siyang hawak na judge, syempre. Pwede siyang magpaka-aggressive, then rendezvous out. He can actually use that. He can actually do that. Pero at least, ang importante si AlphaJer with that anti-push na pwede nang gawin si Leviathan because of that showstopper na pwede nang gamitin dito sa may A. Pero ang problema, oh no, nasa A yung players ng Fnatic ngayon. 4 yung nakastack dito sa A, mga kaibigan. This is gonna be really hard for Fnatic if ever talagang nakapagtayo na ng fortress ang Leviathan dito sa may B. Pero mukhang mag-arcade sila, oh.
Totoo, malaki ang kailangan gawin dito ni Derke. He needs to punish at least 2 to 3 of the players here from the side of Leviathan kung kaya man niyang gawin. But it seems like may rotations din tayong nakikita from Leviathan side. Binibait lang ata nila tong mga players ng Fnatic, especially using yung overdrive o yung mga takbuhan dito ni King. Yung mga movements na ganyan, pang debate lang para lumabas sila. Pero wala talagang lalabas dyan dahil alam naman natin na medyo broken ang bili nila dito. Tsaka safe play ang galawan ng Fnatic ngayon.
Bumalik sa A. So, naririnig ngayon ng mga players ngayon ng Fnatic yung mga utilities na dinadrop ngayon ng Leviathan if ever. But Enzo, siya ang first contact. Ay, hindi. Oo, tama. Siya ang first contact, mga kaibigan. Pero wala silang idea at all. Diyos ko po, ang ganda ng bulag! Kay Enzo, mga kaibigan. Mystic will gonna shut down one. But Mystic, ladies and gentlemen, will gonna fall down to the hands of Shy with a 2K right now. 3v3. O hindi man lang nakapag-showstopper si kaibigang AlphaJer. Oh no! But Bolster all the way from up top. Dito sa may drop. 13 seconds in. And at least nakapagpunch sila ng spike dito. 3v3, sabay-sabay lang sila nagbabato dito ng mga kahit anong utilities na meron sila. Enzo is fully flash. Literal na dilaw yung nakita niya. Taco Lila, 2v1. It's just gonna be a clutch na pwede gawin ng Chamber, mga kaibigan. Wala na siyang rendezvous. Wala na siyang traps or whatsoever. Tamang kills na talaga ang kailangan na gawin dito. Taco Lila is low. Boaster, kahit wallbang patay na to. And Boaster will get that. 11-10.
Ganda ng game sense ni Taco kahit papaano. I'm not quite sure kung ano yung economy right now of Leviathan, but the game sense right here or the mindset of Taco was actually correct. Brimstone was, or si Boaster, to be specific, he was able to throw the Steam Beacon and throwing that towards the, obviously, dun sa kakampi niya. So obviously, yung unang magpupush dito ay yung Viper. Ay, hindi yung Viper, or rather, tama ba? Viper yung natitira dito sa corner kanina. At so, tama, Viper nga yung nagpupush. Binato niya doon. So obviously, Viper yung magiging first contact. Kaya inabangan niya talaga ng matindi. And he was able to pick up on the kill. Kaso nga lang, he was very low on HP. Anyway, Fnatic side, it definitely worked out on them kahit yung isa sa kanila naka-judge. And ito na nga rin ang overdrive. Ito na rin ang factor ni King. Kaso nga lang, hindi na naman siya nakapatay. And this is gonna be Shy walking towards Sand. Kukunin pa rin nila dito ang A ng isang mabilisan. A side is completely open for the plant itself. But yet another post plant for them.
4v4.
Oh no, knifed out? Really? No!
Pero si Melzer, gonna be denied by Durkee. I mean, siguro meron siyang, sobrang confident na walang tao doon, pero nagulat na siya, bigla siya napatingin, pero kasi siya yung mga kaibigan, wala siwas yung bundle niya, nakapatay pa ng isa, pero tamang pre-fire na din ang ginagawa niya, pero yung gonna be denied by Mystic right now. 2v1, Mystic, the only man remaining for the side of Fnatic, mga kaibigan. At least meron siyang fault line dito to deny the push of Leviathan even further. Fatal has been set, but Taco Lila pulled that trigger for him to get the head, to get the soul of Mystic. Dito sa may A main, 11-11 it is. Pero in terms of money, Fnatic sobrang down nila. At babawi ang Fnatic doon pag match point na ang Leviathan. Delikado ang Fnatic dito. Okay na yung nakuha ng Fnatic Pero sa dulo, after that timeout, my God, nag-choke na ang Fnatic.
Sure save to. Kailangan nilang i-save to, especially for the match point itself.
Ay, hindi.
This...
Nag-force si Durkee.
Hindi, kasi meron siyang ult for the next round anyway pag namatay siya. King, already pushing in. Overdrive, setting in. Meron siyang makikita dito mga players and that's gonna be Mystic going down first out. Pero si Alpha sumama na rin sa hukay dito. Alam naman natin, eco disadvantage. Kaya pinupush na. Pinipilit na ng Leviathan ngayon. I-push to. Enzo stuck in a position right here. He goes down as well. 4v2 situation and it's all up to Durkee and Boaster. Dami smoke . Oh!
Oh my God, Derek, hey, that is a huge kill na ginawa niya at isa patay na talaga si Brimstone dito.
Baka laruin lang sa smoke to.
Wala na tuloy. 3v2, oh no. Aftershock, pero wala pa rin silang nakukuhang defuse dito kahit paano, hindi man lang napitik eh. And now, Fnatic is on a hard side already. Kasi Spectre lang si Enzo, si Boaster 4-5, yes, pwede siya mag-Vandal, or Phantom full armor, si Durkee. At least meron siyang tour de force ngayon. Wala naman pala sa sobrang hirap wala naman pala sa sobrang hirap na pace ang Fnatic. Pero ito, best isipin mo si Durkee napakainit. Merong pang malayuan, merong pang malapitan. Bahala na lang kung anong mauna. Oo.
Ito na naman si King, basang-basa na kanina pa ng Fnatic, pero this time around, makakapatay naman daw siya. This time, finally, makakakuha na siya ng kill. Kanina pa hindi gumagana eh. Pilit na pilit talaga yung pwestuhan dito ni King. Alam na alam, basang-basa ng Fnatic kung paano nila makakancel out tong Neon actually.
Oh, ito na yung galit na coach ngayon ni Leviathan. Feeling ko mamaya magsasaya talaga to, man. Kasi syempre, nung una nating kinasto, natalo sila eh. Pero sana makabawi na sila dito kahit paano. Pero but still, Adverso and the squad of Leviathan switching up the base, probably gonna go here and B main. Sipin mo from dish, tapos ropes, pababa dito sa may B main. Or is really up to them kung paano nila gagawin yun. Pero fault times will be set dito sa may labas. Oh no, Durkee!
Dalawa.
Catching 2 already! What a huge kill that he did. Pwede pa niyang gamitin to because meron nga siyang judge.
A good collateral shot.
Libreng baril para sa kanya. I mean, ayaw na mag-judge, mag-vandal ka na lang if ever wala ng bala yan. Isang bala, 2 ulong na patay ngayon at pwede pang maging OT to.
Yun na nga eh, pwede pa itong maging OT talaga. Ito na naman ang operator kill. Tatama ba? Judge being pulled out. Adversal with the double kill. Mystic was able to secure as well. 15 seconds to plant the spike and the spike is way out of the site as well. Ito na nga, 2v1 situation and I feel like this is gonna go to overtime unless a miracle play happens na lumabas tong 2 players ng Fnatic tapos magpakamatay sila.
Oh no. But right now, this is the first OT of the game, mga kaibigan.
Alam mo yung gumawa ng play doon? Kung bakit naging posible tong round na to? Yung shot lang naman ni Durkee.
Yeah, yung collateral din. Bang! Butas kung isa lang, pwede pa sila makabawi eh. Pero hindi eh.
Dalawa?
Yung fault line kasi, papuntang arcade eh. Pero kung papuntang tower yon, ay nako, kabahan.
Napahawak sa dibdib si Alpha. Sabi niya, namatay agad ako doon. Sorry guys sa akin. Pero buti na lang, salamat na naligtas nyo yung round. Ganun na lang yung nasabi niya.
Pero kung yung fault lines papuntang tower talaga, ay nako. Kasi lagi, kung napapansin mo si Durkee, lagi nasa tower eh, no? Almost all the time sa tower lang siya nag-aantay. Well, not just Durkee, pati si Taco, dun lang din. Pero ngayon, ito na.
Labanan na ng tunay na strat.
Oh, man.
Parehas malakas, parehas may kanya-kanyang whiff. Lahat na nagsama-sama.
Laglag sa base. Durkee. We're gonna fall down to the hands of King. God. Pag pinaghalo mo sila, Durkee ang pangalan.
Parang hit and run ang nangyari. The concuss settles in, pero tiis pogi. Talagang paninindigan ni Taco ang pwestuhan niya unless kailangan niya na talagang makapag-rendezvous. Alam naman niya, kayang-kaya niya lumabas agad-agad. At yun na nga rin ang ginawa niya doon. No? 4v5 situation, Fnatic lost one of their players. That's Durkee. Pero 4 pa rin naman sa kanila and they still have the race to open a site.
Oh no. Here's the side ng Leviathan. Wala pa silang bawas kahit piso. The only thing to do is get that information kung meron man tao sa may B, pero this is good already for the side of Fnatic kasi walang natamaan yung 0 point na ginawa ni Shai ngayon. Pero wala siyang idea, pero at least nagka-informasyon siya kasi narinig nga talaga ni Melzer to. Aftershock, wall gonna be activated dito lang sa may tower, but Enzo, siya talaga umuubos sa mga players ngayon ng Leviathan. Look at that. Quadruple pick ang ginawa ngayon ng Fnatic, mga kaibigan. 4 laban sa isa, baka mabu. Tako Laila, hindi ka dapat magkamali dito, mga kaibigan. 4 pa ang kalaban mo, tapos 4 ang baril. sobrang hirap talaga. I mean, there's
Parang
no way that he can
napakagaling mo
actually get
na.
this.
Mamimigay ako ng 5 battle pass, pati 5 bundle kapag na-clutch na to. Parang ganun yung pakiramdam.
Ibibigay ko ang TF ko pag na-clutch na to.
Ibibigay namin yung lahat ng pera namin pag na-clutch na to.
Sayang.
Sayang, guys. Hindi na-clutch. Sayang.
Sayang. Gusto ko talaga pag wala akong
Mamumulubi
pera
sana kami dito.
Sayang. Gagawin ko sana, ituro mo, isa-swipe ko. Ganun tana eh. Sayang.
Ganda ng pag-hold na ng Fnatic eh. Bawat corner, literal. Malinis na malinis.
Sabihin ko sana, ibibigay ko si Ray pag na-clutch na to. Sayang, no?
Sayang, guys.
Pati
yung viewers, sayang.
Sayang, no?
Go. Ito na naman. Tatakbo na naman si Kuya Muking.
Pero buti na lang hindi.
Grabe yung trademark naman yun. Ang tapang sa harap mismo. Baka maba. Baka hindi maba. Mababasag at mababasag talaga yun.
Okay. Basag pala yun. Okay.
Baka maba.
Oo. Okay.
Ayos ba?
Maraming salamat. Ayos yun, best.
Buti tinuloy ko, no? Kundi wala kang alam.
Oo.
Ayun tuloy, guys. Di kasi na-clutch. Single pa rin tuloy si Ray.
Best, gusto ko sana kita sabihan ng mga masamang salita pero hindi pwede.
Save it for later. Mga ganunan na lang ang galawan. But speaking of, dahil nga rin pantay yung sistema nila dito, no? Di mo talaga malalaman kung sino man nanalo kasi wala nang economy damage. Reset bawat round.
Yun nga eh. Pero mabagal na muna na portion dito. Hatid sa inyo ng Leviathan, mga kaibigan.
Powered by Leviathan.
Co-presented by Fnatic.
May isang nakita.
Up. Hindi alam. Wala silang alam. Wala kayong alam, mga kaibigan, na meron tao doon sa may sewers. Pero Diyos ko, si Durkee, we're gonna take one down. Pero hindi alam ni King na meron pang tao doon, kapatid. Enzo Ferrari, waiting on that corner. Probably he knows. King with a swing, catches one right now. 4v4. And siya, we're gonna plant the spike here in A. Ang kala nyo, nasa Bino. Debated ang mga kuya nyo.
Hi, this is a round that Leviathan needs to win right now kung gusto nila makuha pa tong map number 1 natin. May lumabas sa isa, hindi na kailangan mag-scope. But still, they will all fall down. Derke, 1 man remaining right here is Melser. At isa na lang din ang kailangan niya for that ace. Bigay niyo yung ace, Pag hindi binigay, binaya. Ay, namatay si Derke.
Naluto, men. Ginisang Derke.
That's finally it. That's gonna be a win for Fnatic. Pero kung tutuusin, napaka-close fight nun Hindi mo masasabi kung it is gonna go on Leviathan's side or is it gonna go on Fnatic's side.
Lahat ng game sa Fnatic laging close.
Hindi sila masaya sa larong to. Parang kinabahan pa rin to
Si Boaster hindi ata sanay ito maglaro pag naka-jogging pants, pag naka-maong.
Kailangan naka-shorts.
Kailangan, kailangan yung jersey shorts, alam mo yun?
Pang basketball, mga ganun.
Pang basketball, oo.
Presko daw Mas okay daw yung mga ganun
ng flash talaga, men.
Yung
flash design na yun, ganda nun, grabe. Tapos catches one with a spray transfer pa kanan for him to get the 2K headshot pareho.
To be fair, kanina ko pa sinasabi, King is having a hard time actually making kills happen or like a double or triple na nakikita natin usually when there is a neon sa mapa na to. At kahit na ganun yung sistema, kahit na parati siyang napapunish, kailangan pa rin natin ibigay talaga yung anong tawag dito? Kailangan mo pa rin siya bigyan ng Nakalimutan ko yung term. Pero napakahirap nung ginagawa niya kasi nakakapag-open pa rin talaga siya ng site kahit papano. Kahit na sobrang hirap magbukas ng site, kahit sobrang hirap makakuha ng kill, kahit na merong fault line punishable lahat ng players dito or rather lahat ng galaw ng Neon, he was still able to create space for the entire team.
Yeah, kaya mo yan, best.
Props na lang, yun na lang. Props na lang para sa kanya. A for effort.
Lagyan ka na star.
Sa stampan mo na star. Nakalimutan ko kasi yung term Pero anyway, that was game number 1. Fnatic won and heading into game number 2. Map pick to ng Leviathan. And if they can control Fnatic like that the first time around, lalo na sa map pick nila, what more on their map pick as well?
Yeah, pero let's gonna... Kala ko, iko-close mo na. Pero yeah, let's gonna move on to the very, very short break, mga kaibigan. We're catch for today. My name's Phil. Alongside me is Eliza Taylor right here. See you after the break.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
These man know. What time it is? These man know what time it is. What time it is. These man know. What time it is. What time it is. These man know.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back to Masters Copenhagen, where Fnatic have taken map 1 against Leviathan. I'm back on the desk with Baller and Jess. I love starting my day with a little overtime. I love that. But realistically, do you guys feel like that should have gone to an overtime?
No, absolutely not. I mean, towards the end of that game, it felt like Fnatic was lost. I mean, in some cases, there were so many moments. I mean, I'm just thinking back to the boast around where he backed up into a molly, or not a molly, the brimstone ult.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, this should not have been this close. But really good credits to Leviathan, because in the first half they came out to a good lead, and then they got the pulse of the game, and they really understood what made Fnatic struggle against them.
Yeah, I think the best thing they were able to do to push it to the overtime, to really put the pressure on the shoulder of Fnatic to have an answer for it, is baiting out that utility where they could around the map, forcing them to go pretty bare bones. And when you force Fnatic down to the bare bones, a team that relies on set plays so heavily, you're forcing some of the big guns of Fnatic to really come out on top. And luckily they did in some of those scenarios.
Yeah, and I really think that there was a massive bright spot here, which was Alpha Yer was a monster, and he was the only guy, in my mind, outside of, Mystic's utility, that was really delivering on all levels. And I did want to highlight this too, because he had a really rough start against FPX. He started great against Pepper X as well. He was one of those guys who had the confidence too. And he's starting to feel like a stage player. And here again in map 1 against Leviathan, it's the same deal.
Yeah, I've heard some stories backstage where after that first FPX game, Boaster did sit him down and was like, hey, bro, don't worry about everything. It's fine. You keep doing you. You just got to be confident. And Jess, when this guy is confident, who needs Durka?
I mean, that's probably the important point to make, is that it went OT. Durka was struggling with opening kills, for example. Those were areas he was losing against King time and time and time again. And Alpha's like, it is okay. I can pick up the mantle of the duelist against duelist. I can be the guy that sort of stops the sort of... I think King was trying to take so much pace and space so quickly that in the end they had to shut him down, and thank God Alpha was there because it really needed to be stunted.
Also, who needs Durka? I think we all need Durka. It's time to have a look at the Verizon high-speed moment, because this really was the moment, Bala, where he saved their ass.
Yeah, he really did. I mean, this was a pivot from Leviathan all the way back towards the site with 45 seconds, and he hits this double. And I was wondering, because there was a knife available here from Shy, and consistently throughout the game, as Takalia is so close to actually hitting that, there was consistently moments where Dirk was isolated by himself, not getting any utility thrown for him to set him up, and then Shy would just walk up and throw a knife, and then he would have no escape mechanism, and that really caused problems for Fnatic at the beginning of the game, but finally at the end, Dirk shows up.
I think it doesn't instill a lot of confidence in me, because one thing we heard, you know, Josh speaking about quite a lot, they're like, well, Fracture, they're untested on at least, you know, in an international environment like this, and or just even in any of their regional matches, we don't know what to expect of them. Them push one of the best teams on Fracture to that level is a little worrying for me, but at least Fnatic do have that one map in their pocket now. A win's a win, no matter how it's done.
Yeah, and Taco really showed up too, despite being on the losing team. Let's take a look at him right now in the AIM Lab shoot-around as he preps for the next map. And on the next map, Jess, is where I feel like everyone fell in love with him.
I think I wanted a Leviathan jersey the moment that map finished. You know what, the first half, after the first half of that, I was like, I will probably need a Leviathan jersey, because to make that statement on the international stage, if you did miss it, please go back. That was a brilliant first half against a very formidable team. We didn't know why they picked it, but now we do. And we said that FBX and a couple other teams were some of the best teams on that map. Well, I actually now think Leviathan is rivaling for that top dog spot.
Yeah, I was also very impressed by his first half there. And it was that I realized that this guy's different. He shoots different in a sense. Like, he is clicking faster than a lot of people to get these taps off, especially in the pistol rounds. I mean, we saw it in instances in that game. He's definitely not the same as a lot of these players out here, and I think he knows that as well.
I mean, he was diffing Durka a lot of Fracture. He was completely diffing him.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, if we move on to Ascent, as you guys have both alluded to already, this is where we should see, if it was anywhere Leviathan can level things up, Bala, surely it is here.
I still struggle to think that, because Fnatic has been great on this map. I mean,
they have.
Outside of FPX, this is their kingdom, right? They really revolutionized, I think, a lot of the fade that is played on this map, and so is really, really good on it. And then Alpha Year as well, with the Rays, too. This is a map that I think there's a lot to get through if you're Leviathan, and you're going to need to lean into those really good pace changes and study how Paper Rex did it in the last time.
I'm worried a little bit for Fnatic, because I don't think in the EMEA region, from what we know and what we've watched a lot, there's not a lot of the times you'll see a triple flank come out from EMEA teams. They'll be tested in a very different fashion on this map. It's something that we've seen from Leviathan on this map time and time again. And their ability to retake is unreal, so they're really going to have to weather the storm. I actually think they're going to have to weather a storm way bigger than they've already experienced on Fracture. Lucky Fracture was first, because I think if Ascent was first, they would be really absolutely pushed over on that map and having to recover, but it's a bit of a middle ground now.
I do think, though, on Fracture, when you're talking about those triple flanks and stuff like that, Leviathan stopped doing them, number one, and Fnatic started to understand them. It was not like Paper Rex the day prior, where it felt like Fnatic had no solution, right? No matter whether they know it's coming or not, that's not what you get with Leviathan.
Yeah, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent select here. Of course, Alpha moved on to the stage we saw yesterday. I'm going to be really harsh. I'm going to be harsh.
He has to go back.
But the problem is, if they're going to do the stage here, they cannot get that little rounds on defense. It was just not good enough.
I like some of the walls that Alpha was throwing across the map. I'll be honest, I really like them. If you're not going to run a duelist sort of in this area, Mystic has to step up. Alpha obviously is the one that's trying to focus on his utility first. I said the cogs all need to be spinning really cleanly together, especially with the support players. Unfortunately now, Mystic needs to step up in another department, and that's going to be rough.
Yeah, well, I heard that Josh sold a bit of his soul to get us that first map banger. Bren, how much of your soul are you willing to sell for the second one?
Run it all up.
At kami nagbabalik dito sa Tagalog broadcast ng VALORANT Masters, kung saan ang lahat nandito ay malakas, pero mas malakas pa rin ng Pinoy. Mga kaibigan, here cast for the day, ang mga pala si Phil. Kasama ko naman si Roar Yat.
Si Roll Yat. Mga ganun eh. So, welcome sa VALORANT Masters, ladies and gents. Ito yung first series natin for today. Nagtapos tayo sa 1-0 score at Fnatic yung nanalo na yon. Very close match kung kakanood nyo lang at kakatune in nyo lang dito sa ating live stream, no? By the way, live kami sa Facebook, sa Twitch at sa YouTube. So, kahit saan, kahit anong platform, pwede nyong silipin kung saan kayo komportable. Pero sa tingin mo, game number 2, Ascent, ang mapa at ang pumili, Leviathan.
Oh, yun nga. Tapos mapa ng Pinoy.
Mapa ng Pinoy.
Pero...
Wala ka bias, guys.
Diba, bes, hindi yun bias. Kung facts ang sinasabi natin.
Facts lang. Nakahawak na ng titulo eh.
Oh, fact checker tayo eh. Diba? Oh. Anong oras na? Borgum time. Is it just me? Okay. Kala ko delay yung audio. Pero nga lang, kitang-kita nila si Taco Lila. Maganda yung ginawa ni Enzo, mga kaibigan ng Hunt. At least nakakuha siya ng isa. Pero once again, ang magiging mangyayari ba, mag-1-1 ba tayo?
Allowed
dito sa side na to? Kasi ang pumili nito is Leviathan, mga kaibigan. Nanalo ang Fnatic sa mga pinili nila, pero close game yon. Pero dito sa game number 2, pareho lang ba yun? Kung itutuloy lang din ba ng Leviathan ang pagkapanalo nila dito para syempre madala pa tayo sa bind, mapa din ng Pinoy yan eh. Diba? Pero ang problema, sa Fnatic,
lahat na lang mapa ng Pinoy eh, no? Pinoy na lang talaga ang kulang dito, bes.
Hindi naman kasi kailangan ng Pinoy dito, di ba?
Para maramdaman.
Kasi
give chance to others, guys.
Oo, man. Ano ka ba? Kailan ba nag-masters ang Pinoy? Wala. Pero nag-champion sila, di ba? Sa mukha.
Kaya lang, ang mga nasa masters, guys, yan lang naman yung nagpapasure eh. Gusto kasi natin may thrill. Diba? Mahirap yung walang thrill. Paano tayo mag-i-enjoy na sobra kung walang thrill sa LCQ? Nasa lalaban yung Team Secret?
Mom Sim. Mas gusto talaga natin, syempre.
Tatlong nasa lane.
Diyos ko po. Ano ginagawa niyo sa Speedway? Tatlo pa kayo dyan, pre! Music and Enzo, mga kaibigan. It's just right there in the corner. Pero mukhang makuha rin ata ng Leviathan to. What a flawless round. Look at that. Walang namatay kahit isa sa side ng Leviathan.
Meron pang accent yan eh. Actually, yung tama talagang term yan, nandun mismo sa accent niya. Pero Leviathan na lang para magkaintindihan tayong lahat. Huwag na natin pahirapan. Ang dami-dami na natin problema sa mundo. Idadagdag nyo pa ba to?
Pero isa man nagtatanong, ano ba yung Leviathan? Kuya Vin, tsaka Ate Taylor. Leviathan kasi mythical creature yan na nasa seas. Tapos, kainin niya kayo.
Monster lang siya, monster.
Monster siya. Kainin nila kayo, guys.
An immediate push on A main. And this is gonna be a head-on kill.
Ang ginagawa mo dyan, step bro? Ba't ka nasa gilid dyan? Kitang-kita ka ng aking cursor. Anong cursor? Ng aking crosshair pala.
Hindi, wala nang crosshair.
Nagulat kayo,
cursor lang. Magulat kayo, cursor.
May arrow sa gitna.
Arrow sa gitna yung nakalagay. Ginampik. Yung trade.
Ano po yung mic nyo, mga idol, Villa Taylor?
Wala. Megaphone.
Wait lang. Natawa ako? Okay na.
Hindi naman nakakatawa yun, pero tumawa si Vil. Saka masaya, Bessie.
Ano ka ba?
Naalala mo lang siguro yung mga pinagagawa natin kahapon, pero mukhang Leviathan is already on the site itself. 3 players pa ang Fnatic. Ang buhay na buhay dito, kaso nga lang mahuhuli yung nasa loob ng smoke. Derke going for the second kill. It wouldn't connect. Taco was able to pick it up instead. Fnatic completely obliterated when it comes to the second round itself. At alam naman natin, lamang talaga ang Leviathan dito, especially with the guns.
Best na tawa ako kay Aso ni Vil. Sinagot, di ba? Sure yung kay Terror, yung kay Vil Erus.
Naka-mirror kasi.
Hindi ako naka-mirror, Hindi ako naka-mirror. Hindi, pero ngayon, inayos ko na eh. Kasi yung last time kasi guys, baliktad to, pero inayos ko na orientation.
Tanungin nyo yung account ni Mike ni Vil. Bakit hindi yun yung tanungin nyo?
Ba't ako, Ba't ako yung tinatanong?
Ayan nag-comment na. Tanungin nyo siya kung ano yung Mike. Yun na yun, guys. Huwag na si Vil. Inaabala nyo pa nagtatrabaho yung tao.
Ay, nako, 12:30 na kasi, kaya ito na naman kami, guys.
Sabi sa inyo, ito yung time slot na mabubuhay kami. Kanina kasi medyo alam nyo yun? Chill na chill pa. Seryoso pa lahat.
Oo nga eh. Pero ito na si King. Bonus round this ha. Pero mukhang literal na dinitik-tik ng mga players ngayon. Leviathan ng Fnatic mga kaibigan. Parang supata mga game number 3. Diyos ko, anong oras na?
Hindi.
Kinabahan
Nung
ako.
fracture, Bes, tandaan mo nung fracture, ganito din yung sistema. Leviathan was able to pick up on like a 4-0 bago nakabalik yung Fnatic dun sa rounds na hinahanap nila. And feeling ko kasi Fnatic is a type of team na kung saan pinapakiramdaman muna nila the first 4 rounds kung ano ba yung movements ng Leviathan. And afterwards, they can adjust pretty well.
Ano paano ako kay May?
Bakit?
Kala ko may move sa kaliwa ko kasi bigla mo na may gumagapang si May pala para hindi makita sa camera.
Wala namang cam, May. Okay lang yan.
Oh. Pero ito na, si kaibigan Derke. Yan, ganyan ko nila basahin yun eh. Pinoy tayo, si Derke to.
Derke.
1v4.
Derke sa kanila, no?
Derke kasi ang bakit nila dito.
Lumabas si Derke.
Oh, diba?
Namatay si Derke.
Oh, men. Secret.
Pinatay ni Adverso. Bakit? Tama naman ah.
Oh, tama. Ito na yung replay mga kaibigan. Pero ito na tingnan natin. Oh, bang! Grabe naman si Takulila. Inulila yung mga kalaban niya.
Sabi ko na eh. Buti na lang, wala na si Xiao. Kundi madadamay na naman yung bayaw.
Why? Takulila. Ayaw mo na sa akin eh.
Ayoko na, tama na. Tigil-tigilan na natin to. Pero mukhang Hunt is being set in place. Makikita yung Sage. Kaya mapapa-atras na lang din sa positioning. Ang mga players ng Fnatic right now, eco disadvantage. Sorry, na-choke ako. Hindi lang yung Fnatic yung na-choke kanina. Pati ako nasama.
Ba't ka na-choke, Bes?
Sorry. May bumara eh. Hindi naman tayo perfecto, guys.
Uminom ka kasi ng tubig,
Nakalimutan
Bes.
ko kasing mag-mute. Pag na-choke kasi kami in real life, nag-mute kami.
Oo. In real life Pero pag nagkatrabaho, hindi.
Hindi.
Oh, para syempre rinig nyo, 'di ba? Yung may trademark
in
dyan,
real life,
ito na.
nag-mute.
Oh, ito na, men. Teka, sama-sama sila ngayon mga kaibigan para sa isang buong pamilya.
Pinismokan.
Pinismokan. Hindi sila makikita, men. Ang ganda ng ginagawa. Hindi ini-expect ng Leviathan na merong
Three Avengers.
Oo, men, na merong sambayan ng Pilipino na nasa likod. Pero sa Adverso, alam ni Adverso, ito na lumabas na nga isa-isa. Pero ang una muna makukuha si Adverso ngayon. Pero ito na si Tony Prowler, mga kaibigan, natamaan pa yung mga players ngayon ng Fnatic. Pero Takulila will gonna take one down. Pero ito na. Hinangat. Sorry.
Pag lumabas tong Sage, patay talaga to. 5 HP remaining para kay Taco. Right now with a tour de force, he was still able to pick up on 1 kill before he dies off. Alpha was able to pick up on that. And now in a 3v3 situation, this is a post plant na so far gumagana pa on the side of Leviathan. And this is an eco for Fnatic kahit pa paano. Napilitan na lang silang mamatay dito. Lahat lumuhod, lahat dumapa. And a clean 4-0 for Leviathan's side.
Lahat.
Sayang, no? Ang ganda sana ng plano eh.
Alam mo, Bes, nangyari na to eh. 0-4 Leviathan. Tapos biglang magiging 5-5 ng Fnatic. Nangyari na yan, men. Naisusulat na yan sa libro ng Fnatic, men. Hindi available yan. Ang available yan, para sa Pinoy lang yan. Grabe si Derke, bumubuhat ng 4.
Kanina, ito kasi talaga yung parang inaasahan ng Fnatic kapag hindi siya nakakapag-perform sa team, nahihirapan ang Fnatic. So, isa siya sa mga powerful talaga or really impactful players that Fnatic has on the team itself. Kaya napaka-importante niya sa mga matches na to. Especially, ang Fnatic nasa defense, no? Napakalaking bagay ng Chamber when it comes to defense. Defense!
But right now, all they need to do is think sa pwedeng gawin nilang bawi dito sa Leviathan. Kasi nga, this is the same thing na nangyari kanina, Besa. Na 0-4 sila. Pero bumawi ang Fnatic. Comeback, kumbaga. So, ang sabi kayo ng coach ng Leviathan, let's go. Let's go, pare. Let's go. Kaya na natin. Ayoko
Dalawang
pa umuwi.
palakpak para sa 1 milyon. Yun ang sabi.
Oh, man. Power. Yan ang sabi ng Leviathan, man.
Power pala.
Kaya siyempre, di ba, ang sabi ng coach ni Leviathan, di ba, ayaw nyo lang maging pulubi, di ba? Ayaw nyo. Gusto ko. Mayingay. Pero
Sumisigaw.
siya yung sumigaw ng power eh.
Pinagalitan na ang aso, pero ito na nga, Prowler out. On towards mid. A short right now being pushed in by Leviathan and Fnatic. They're just willing to wait pagdating dito. At reactive gameplay lang nilalabas nila, especially with that wall. Of course, A main has to be broken down. And this is still a 5v5. Napasok nga dito with the C's connecting to Alpha. But the kill finally happened. Now with a double, it's gonna be Fnatic. Dalawa sa dalawa ang naging trade-off dito ng dalawang teams na nakikita natin. Now, makakapag-plant ng spike ang Leviathan. At the same time, they can position themselves, especially with the help from the smoke from the Astra. Uy, nahuli.
Enzo nakakuha ng isa, pero meron pang tao dito sa may helm, mga kaibigan. Pero pagpabanig Dirk, literal sumabig yung ulo ni Shine ngayon, and Enzo, we're gonna end the 3K dito sa game na to. And finally, meron ng score ng Fnatic like what we've seen dun sa game number 1, best kills.
4-0?
Parehong-pareho. Pagka 0-4, lababawi. Pustahan, magiging 5-4 to. If ever hindi nangyari yun, okay lang.
Wala namang magagalit.
Wala namang magagalit, di ba? Talaga eh.
Expected na rin naman na namin na 3 games
Sino ba naman
to.
ako?
Oo. Sino ba naman kami, di ba?
Hindi namin, in-expect namin to na matagal tong game na to.
Kaya nga nagko-conserve kami ng energy, guys.
Oo, kaya kalma lang tayo, pre. Sa mga nanonood
Saan
dyan.
na namin nilalabas kapag ano na, Pinoy na naglalaro?
Oo, sino pa Pinoy dito? Meron sanang Pinoy dito eh, pero awit na sila eh.
Oo, yung exit, sila Cryo.
Oo, sila Cryo.
Pinoy yun
pero alam mo ba?
Oh.
Inano ko siya eh. Niresearch ko siya pare si.
Akala ko, anong ginawa mo sa kanya eh?
Sabi nga niya, yes dad.
Sorry.
Pero, ito ang sabi, wala daw siyang dugong Pinoy.
Talaga?
Yun lang daw yung apelido niya, pero hindi daw talaga siya Pinoy.
Hindi, meron talaga isa sa kanila, half.
Oo, yung isa, pero hindi si Cryo.
Ah, hindi ba si Cryo?
Hindi si Cryo. Yun
mukha
yung
lang pala
apelido
siyang
niya,
Pinoy.
pero hindi. Mukha lang siyang Pinoy, men.
Talaga?
Wala, alam mo naman Pinoy, superior yan eh. Kaya...
superior race.
Kaya ganyan talaga, ang daming gumagaya eh.
Ang daming gumagaya. Ito yung mga last name kinuha na, no? Pero
diba?
may isa talaga silang Pinoy doon, guys.
Si Tenz Patumbakal.
Oh, Tenz Patumbakal pala. Kaide de la Cruz.
Kaide de la Cruz, si Tenz Patumbakal, tama, di ba? Wala, ayaw nila ng, ano pa pwede ng Tenz?
30 seconds left.
Sean. Tension. Ang makikita nila dito. Pero ito na nga. Ang Cosmic Divide. This is doable for Durkee right now. Pero hindi na niya kukunin o i-force yung pangalawang kill. Instead, he will do a rendezvous here. An operator on the attackers. 14 seconds left para i-plant ang spike. And syempre, for Fnatic's side, they're just willing to wait right here. Back end was cleared out.
7
and makakapag-plant sila. Just the exact timing.
Nightfall, kitang-kita nila kung nasa ba yung mga players ngayon dito ng Divide ng mga kaibigan. Mystic catches one, trying to go to the second one right now. Ito na may chop-chop pa, pero ano magagawa ni Mystic dito, syempre, defuse lang nila yung spike. And yun nga, nakita na natin to, napanood na natin to. Sige, sa'yo na Enzo.
Diffuse na.
Diffuse na, pre, no oras na.
12:36 na dito sa Pinas, baka naman.
Oo, diba? Kay Alpha na lang daw, men. Kasi tandaan nyo, ako ang Alpha at kayo ang Omega.
Daming ibas.
Color yun. Color.
Pero kung tutuusin, itong Fnatic, when it comes to the defense position, even on game number 1, kahit sa fracture map nila, hinahayaan talaga nila makapasok yung Leviathan dun sa mga sites. Hinahayaan din nila makapag-plant. And tiis pogi ang galawan dito ng Fnatic. Kasi alam nila na yung rotations nila, kapag nagpo-4-man retake sila or nagpa-5-man retake sila, mas malakas compared to actually trying to punish the enemies. Saka aside from that, napo-force out pa yung mga utilities ng players ng Leviathan.
Yeah. But now, dito naman sa side ng Leviathan, ladies and gentlemen, they're gonna go inside. Dito lang sa may short, pero nice wall na ginagawa nila. Pero that's gonna be broken already onto the side of Alpha J right now. Pero Diyos ko po, muntik na siya makakuha ng isa. Literal na nangert-ngert siya nung Prowler, mga kaibigan. Pero si Bolster with a perfect position right now. Pero oh my God, King still getting that kill. Pero 2v4 onto this game. Zerke with that operator will not gonna catch yung tao dun sa may switch, wala silang choice kung hindi mag-save. Hindi nila aasimin to, meron silang operator, puno ang armor
Sayang
nila. Wala, out na to.
Kumbaga, maba-out na lang. Mas mabuti nang mahawakan nila tong operator for the next round and just to make things secure. Kahit pa paano, hindi pa naman ganun kalaki yung gap when it comes to the scores. And it's still quite early for the match itself rin naman, especially dito sa set. But this Pop Flash can actually capitalize on a kill. Ganda ng positioning ni Mystic. Iniipit lang nila yung mga players ng Leviathan as well for that exit frags. Kahit pa paano, meron silang makukuhang pera. Aside from that, mapapunish din nila yung economy ng kabila.
Yeah, 200 is 200. Shoutout nga pala kay sa aking misis. Kasi binigyan niya ako ng kape. Maraming salamat. Tatago ko lang siya sa pangalang Hello, It's Me. Like and share.
Like and share. Twitch, by the way, live.
Oo. Minsan sa Facebook.
Kapal na mukha no?
What?
Guys, i-follow niyo rin kami sa Twitter ni Vin.
At Vilsanity with a double Y. And at Terror.
Nana-corner.
Nana-corner. Talagang literal na pinatay sa labit no particular.
Galing mo dun, Bes, ha?
Tigil ko na sana panonood ko ng flip top
Tumalino ka pagkatapos bigyan ka ng kape, ha?
May kape lang pala ang kulang ko para magwala ako. Pero sa takulay ng mga kaibigan, sinampal ng operator ngayon sa Durkay. Operator down for the side of Fnatic right now. But King, maganda yung position niya dito. Cheeky corner indeed. Hindi makikita if ever nasa short ka. Hindi mo rin makikita if ever dumiretso ka na sa may arches. And if ever napapasok ka dyan, kailangan mong hard swing pakaliwa if ever. And you will never know if meron bang magtitrade sa'yo papuntang B-Link if ever. But now, Boaster, no, si Shai. Tama na nag-back away siya, pero yung alam, Boaster will catch one. That is not a swing coming in from King right now. Will catch one as well. Adverso going in.
Siya dun,
Adverso take a one down, pero nga lang Boaster is right there. Oh no, there's no way. Kailangan mo na mag-commit. Boaster catching one, pero kailangan mo mag-shrouded step paalis, kapatid. Para, kasi medyo delikado, pero nga may nagpupush ata, which is si Meltzer. Oh no! Naka-shrouded step sa kaliwa, pero hindi alam ni Meltzer kung nasan ba siya.
Alam ni Boaster.
Hindi alam ni Meltzer, pre. Oh no, nagyuyoga sa kaliwa! Oh no, let's go po na tayo!
Timing is off!
Magsa-smoke! Just kill! 2v2 on this game. Alam ng Fnatic. Actually, medyo lamang ang Fnatic ngayon Lamang ang Fnatic ngayon, mga kaibigan, kasi nagpapanili talaga si Meltzer dito. Pero yung dalawang tao ng Fnatic nasa taas lang din talaga. Pero napakabilis na nangyari. Lamang na ngayon ang Leviathan dito.
Grabing paghihintay at pagtitiis naman yan. Kahit na nakasetup na yung smoke when it comes to Heaven, Leviathan really waited out until mawala yung smoke, until the smoke of the Astra dissipated. And after that, obviously, magpapakita yung dalawang members na nagtatago sa loob ng smoke. And with that, hindi nila kailangan labanan ng magpa-plant sila ng spike. Because what happens is, if obviously in a 2v2 situation like this, kung yung isa nagpa-plant ng spike, it's basically a 2v1.
Yeah, 2v1 indeed. Fnatic, they need to force out all their timeouts right now.
Tinap yung spike, finors out lang sila Good play.
Ibig sabihin talaga, meron na silang confidence talaga. They have the confidence for them to go in. They have the confidence for them to peek out all their enemies at once. Kasi at the end of the day, lamang naman ng Leviathan dito They have a lot of rounds to lose. Pero ang goal dito ng Leviathan is literal na ubusin yung pera dito ng Fnatic.
Exactly.
Kasi
and so far, they're doing a good job.
Yeah.
6-2.
6-2, pre. Kasi once nakakuha na ng momentum ang Fnatic dito, kahit kunyari nalala sa isang round, wala na silang problema sa pera Isang round lang talaga ang kailangan nila para maayos yung ekonomiya nila na walang namamatay Kasi if ever may namatay dyan babalik yung mga half-buy, mga gano'n. Pero wala For the side of Fnatic right now, they need to make the most out of all these Ares and Guardian na meron si Enzo at si Boaster. Si Boaster and Mystic, they're really not that performing that well if ever gonna compare it sa last game. Si Alphager, isipin nyo, from Raze to Sentinel, from a very aggressive player, to a safe player, like Sage. So, panibagong medyo malaking adjustment ang gagawin nila. Pero nga lang Boaster, mga kaibigan, na potion already. Ang ganda ng read na ginawa dito ng Leviathan. Prowler out, kumbaga. Walang sa kanila, walang the dry picks sa kanila. Kahit Prowler yan, medyo mahal yan, talagang ginamit pa rin nila. Kasi ano ba naman ang presyo ng Prowler sa kapalit ng isang kill?
Exactly. Mas makakakuha sila ng round kesa naman yung mga kills or rather, yung mga utilities mo na wala ka rin namang nakuhang kill. So, mas masakit yun, Bessie. Anyway, 6-2 pa rin ang score natin dito. Very slow play from both sides of the teams right now, especially for Fnatic. Obviously, they just have to wait here. It is an eco disadvantage, and despite that, Leviathan is still playing very safely. Kahit papaano, maganda pa rin ang positioning ng Fnatic dito, waiting patiently. Kung makakakuha sila ng magagandang picks, alam na natin to. And this is now with the Hunt helping out. And syempre, ito na rin yung ultimate ng isang Sova. Pinasok na rin yung nade ng KO, pero this time around, papasok na nga rin sila for the entry. This is the second tap to the head, and he was able to pick up the kill. Kaso nga lang not going for the third, and Mystic was able to secure one as well. 2v2 situation pa rin to, at makakapag-plan pa rin sila ng spike, pero pilitan na yan na Iko Matos!
Nice! Hindi nakapag-plant dito ang side ng Leviathan, mga kaibigan, na kahit puro sheriff lang ang gamit niya. Actually, talagang magandang play doon na ginawa ni Alphager. Kasi kung hindi dahil sa kanya nakapatay siya ng dalawa doon, there's no way na mananalo ang Fnatic doon sa round. You know, Alphager will catch one and gonna go on to the second one right now. At hindi na napatay hindi na napatay yung isa, pero it's fine. Kasi ando naman si Mystic nagbabantay doon sa may rafters, waiting for that entry na gagawin ngayon ng Leviathan. 6-3 indeed. Pero yes, as you can see, may pera na ang Fnatic, makakabili sila ngayon, and next round, medyo hindi nila problema ang pera kasi at least nakakuha na sila dito ng konting bawi kahit papano. Pero napakagandang trademark na ginawa dito ng mga players ngayon ng Fnatic, if ever, ng Leviathan, pero wala silang idea at all na meron talagang tao na super deep dun sa may B main, which is sino ba? Ayun, tama. Si Dirk
Taco, waiting patiently. Kung meron ba si Silip sa may B main mismo, pero so far, wala talagang gagalaw dyan. But I just wanted to say, napaka-importante ng positioning ng Sage kanina sa Hell ng A. Kasi nasa kanya yung slow orb, at the same time, nasa kanya rin yung first contact. So kung makakakuha talaga siya ng kill, exactly like that, na kung ano yung nangyari dun sa round na yun, lalabas si Mystic onto Heaven to help him out. And sakto talaga maganda yung play ng Fnatic dito actually. Anyway, smoking off A site right now. A very, very deep smoke that we are seeing here right now as well. Slow play, no? Ubusan oras, 5 seconds, literal, saka lang nagpa-plant. Sa Asia Pacific, hanggang 25 seconds lang, bes
Oo nga pero dito
hanggang 5.
Oo nga, hanggang 5, minsan 4 pa no? Talagang ubusan ng oras talagang kala mo naman talaga.
Yun lang.
Hindi, best. Kasi dyan sa sa Copenhagen, open time ata sila, best.
Open time dito kasi kailangan nag-ipapa-extend. Magpapabarya ka pa, kailangan mo ng madaming oras.
Oo,
dito
grabe.
Open time lang, kaya sige, tagalan nyo lang. 4 seconds na lang natitira dito.
Best, marami silang barya siguro sa Copenhagen.
Matagal na nagpabarya to. Dumaan muna ng bangko bago pumunta dito. Mahal kasi dito, euro bayaran
Oo.
10 euros? Extend?
600
kung sa Pinas
yun,
ba naglaro?
Sa Pinas na naglaro, magkano lang ba?
Di brown out.
Oo, di ba? Tapos kami na naman nagsisisihin nyo.
Tapos kami nagsisisihin.
Nanahimik kami dito. Pero at least 6-4 na. Ang Fnatic lumalaban at hindi sila babawi. Get out na lang talaga sila.
Laban lang yung laban, walang bawi no? Puro aw lang ang masasabi nila. But at the same time, sila pa yung nakapitalize dun sa pagka-cosmic divide nila. Sila yung hindi nakapasok sa pagkakasetup ng mga walls from the cosmic divide from that Astra. From Leviathan, to be specific. Anyway, a new round here, a new entry point. It's gonna be A short. Alphager is waiting already at wawala na nga niya dito, pero nakuha pa rin yung kill from King. And at least, makakapitas sila ng isa.
Tamang pita sila ang ginagawa ng mga players ngayon ng Fnatic and Leviathan, but at least Boaster, one-way smoke. If ever talaga meron tayo sa kaliwa, pero mukhang wala. And Boaster needs to check all the corners right now. And yun ang mahirap ngayon sa Leviathan if ever. Kasi sa totoo lang, if meron sumilip sa short, Peaker's advantage, best mauuna muna yung magpipick bago si Boaster makakita nun. But right now, 50 seconds in, less than a minute left in the clock right now, pinapahirapan pa rin talaga ng Fnatic kahit tatalong natitira sa kanya. Hirap na hirap pa rin talaga pumasok dito ang Leviathan kahit pa paano. Pero look at that! Mystic with a pop flash flash right there! Second down 2! And, Diyos ko! Not just 2 but 3! Lumamang pa nga ang Fnatic doon!
Naku po, dahil lang sa isang flash na gano'n and very much on point. Ang huling dalawang shots dito ni Derke. 5-6 right now. Fnatic slowly controlling the gameplay and slowly controlling the map itself. Isa na lang ang kailangan nila para maging pantay.
Magkano ba ang flash ni KO? 200? Most likely. Tama, 200
ROI
yan.
na ROI.
Bang! Pagka-flash niya, oo, nakapatay siya sa mid, tapos biglang flashing. Ay, talagang... Ubus eh. Kumalma ka lang. Alam mo sabi niya? Alam mo yung sabi ni KO, Bes?
Sabi?
Flashing.
Nagsasalita pa pala siya.
Oo. Buhay pa si KO dito, Bes. Sa tabi ko lang.
Mapapa-timeout na lang talaga ang Leviathan. They were able to get a clean 4-0 from the start. And it's always like that with Fnatic. Even on game number 1, parang deja vu yun nangyari dito sa dalawang teams na to. 4-0 and then nabasa na ng Fnatic paano yung playstyle, makakapag-adjust na tayo. And ganun ulit yung ginagawa nila for game number 2. Malinis na play lang from Fnatic. Minsan, sila pa yung gumagawa ng play using yung utilities ng kalaban. Minamicro nila itong mga players ng Leviathan from time to time.
Minamama. Alam mo sa tao lang. Ganun yan, Bes. Yung... dito. In terms of experience, mas maraming experience sa Fnatic yung sa Leviathan. So talagang makakaroon talaga tayo ng experience diff, kumbaga. Look at Fnatic. Ano score nila kanina? 4-0? Pero na down to 5-6. Bumabawi ang Fnatic dito. Sobrang close ng game natin. Kasi this is, this is just...
no, the Odin play.
This is Ascent, man. Ang daming strategy ng mga teams dito, men.
May mauhuli pa sa mid. Ang linis ng round na to for Fnatic side. This is a buy round from Leviathan, but they seem to be lost.
Last player standing.
Oh no, it's all up to Alverso. That's gonna be a really tough fight for him though. Binuhay pa yung isa, men. Naghanap pa ng kakampi si Alpha dyan. Pare, sali ka dito, pare. Maganda bigay dito, pare. Pero si Mystic, first contact it is, BAM! Binaril yung kapa, tinurbo pa.
Inupuan pa.
Tinurbo, mga kaibigan. Nakaamoy kayo ngayon ng tokneneng galing Europa.
6-6 at pinantay ng Fnatic. And dun sa 4 na rounds na una nilang nakuha, tinuloy-tuloy nila until this very end. And in a sense, ang ganda rin nung nilabas nila yung Odin for the final round itself. Hindi nila nilalabas kanina, but this time around, binigla naman nila ang players ng Leviathan. Kaya naman after that hunt, a kill secured. And aside from that, one person waiting on B main because someone will push.
Yeah. Right now, mga kaibigan, paparinig muna namin sa inyo yung mga magagandang boses ng mga panelists natin. Kaya direct, let's go.
6 rounds is not enough.
Yeah, I was really expecting them to bring out the Rays in this one, and defensive-sided comp, sure, but there are some things at Alpha you could see, especially actually on the round where they actually were flanking all the way through A main. Obviously, there's old tactics being able to be worked on here, but I do think Leviathan played that great. Their takes were so solid. Consistently, they're getting so many darts and haunts inside of the site that it's really difficult for Fnatic to hold.
We finally get to highlight Taco a little bit more, and I mean, this is the map where he staked his claim on the international stage. This is where he's been able to come back into the very same map, and dare I say, a little bit of his playground. He obviously looks very comfortable. A lot of dry peaks coming out from him from the confidence, so a little bit of overheating here and there that he's not necessarily able to quell, but something that Fnatic was able to read into the second quarter of that half that they did finally shut down, but they took a lot of rounds before they were able to.
Yeah, and there was definitely some pieces on Fnatic that made it much more difficult for Taco to continue that level of consistency throughout the rest of the half. And they also slowed down the mid-takes that Leviathan were throwing up, right? There was a lot of botched fakes towards the end of the half because of Fnatic's real good re-clears on Cat, whether it be A main, whether it be, actually there wasn't much B main, but they definitely held down the mid-air.
What I like as well is that we said, like, you know, if you're not going to run Duelist, you've got the KO. Who's playing the KO? It's Mystic. He was playing excellent utility usage in map number 1, wasn't heavy on the frags. He comes into map number 2 and has to switch gears. He's gone from 2 to 6 instantly. Did he pick it up? Yeah, he did. In that second quarter, quarter, he picked it up and he knew what his job was.
I do think that the second half is going to be even harder. So you've been harping on this defensive side of comp from Fnatic, and Leviathan has a super solid one on their own. Their retakes are going to be amazing.
Yeah, and I can't wait to see it. And it's time for us to jump right back into game and see if Fnatic can win a bonus round, Brennan Saisho.
We are finally back here. 6-6 at pantay pa rin ang laban ngayon. At ang very exciting part dito, napakaganda nga nung setup ng Fnatic when it comes to the defense. Pero napantayan pa rin yan ng Leviathan. Napaka-heavy when it comes to the defense system. And look at that, they don't have any, kahit parehas na team eh. Actually, walang walang duelist.
Oo. Tama ka dyan. Kaya 6-6 talaga makikita natin.
Pagandahan ng depensa to.
Pagandahan ng strategy, kumbaga. Pagalingan mag-computer, ganun yung gagawin na dito. Kasi pareho sila naman. Pero Diyos ko po, hinahabol na Tony Prowler, mga kaibigan, takbo!
Ayaw mamatay. Only life. Mala only rise ang galawan. Diyos ko.
Sabi niya,
Sabi niya, bakit tatlong bullets na hindi pa rin namamatay?
Sabi ng Tony Prowler ni Shai,
Takbo! Nahabol na kita. Oh, the shock dart! The double shock dart from Adverso was able to connect perfectly for the two remaining members, or rather the two members here of Fnatic. Boaster, nasa loob ng smoke, and tamang-tama lang din yung timing niya. Adverso is right behind on the backside itself. Haunt being set in place, but Adverso was able to pick up on one kill as well. Enzo naipit nga with the Prowler coming out. Ang ganda ng synergy!
Okay na sa kanil, pero Diyos ko, yun lang din naman ang gagawin dito ng mga players dito ng yun lang gagawin dito ng mga players ng Leviathan. I mean, yes, meron sila nakukuha informasyon. Now, once na meron sila nakukuha informasyon, ang gagawin lang talaga ni Adverso dito is just gonna use the shot dart. I mean, yes, if ever meron pa siya napapatay na isa, that's a good thing already. And if ever na mababawasan lang niya, okay na yun, man. As long as meron talaga mapatay or mabawasan ng shock dart, that is huge already. Kasi yun naman talaga ang kailangan nilang gawin eh. Damage your opponents, damage the economy of your opponents, para syempre sa mga susunod ng laban, hindi na kayo mahihirapan dyan. Pero but still, Durkee popping off already. We're gonna take one down, but Adverso, that Aldo, we're gonna be denied. Pero Diyos ko po, anong ginagawa mo, Adverso?
I think this is the second time.
Ganun?
Second time na nahuli na siyang naka-knives out. Very rookie mistake coming in from professional players like this. Anyway, Shai was able to get a kill here onto Enzo. Ganun din naman si Melzer, pero spray down mula kay King. He was able to pick up on 2 kills. 2v1 ang meron tayo dito. Fnatic still has a chance actually, but hindi magkoconnect ang shot na yan dahil wala namang info si Derke kung nasan talaga yung mga players.
Grabe. Tulad ng tulad ng sinabi ng guild ng yung coach ng guild, mga kaibigan, si Barbar. He burned 6.242 million calories already dahil sa mga pinagagawa niya dito. Sa kanya mismo nagsabi niyan sa interview niya. Dami nun, man. Para hanggang next live, patay.
Dami nun
Dami nun, man.
Ay, mukhang magiging aggressive ata sila here on B main. Is this gonna be a push towards Leviathan's side? Dahil naka-Aldro na nga rin sila dito. Pumupush na ang KO. Ang dalawang initiator natin nakaabang sa Geddy. Alam na alam. Basang-basa ng Fnatic. Red like a book. Pero sana makakapag-TP out doon si Boaster. Nahuli nga lang siya ni Adverso. Adverso though, stuck in a position here on B main dahil may mid-control na pala ang Fnatic. It's still 4 players here at lahat sila may barel.
Sobrang sayang lang kasi ang akala ni Taco makakaligtas siya, pero Diyos ko, meron palang kailangan pa ba na tumalon ng isa pa?
Nabasa yung play?
Oo, sobrang sayang. Di nakatalon si Taco. 4v2 on this game, Melzer galawang sikyo, pero once nababasag niya yung market, lahat sila titingin sa market agad-agad. Pero syempre, hindi lahat dapat sila kasi nga andyan si Durkee waiting patiently, pero alam ni Durkee na meron ng tao sa may market, mga kaibigan, nagkakaskas ng yellow. Ng metal. 4v2 right now. Takulala trying to push in, and that is a smoke para makapasok si Melzer mga kami, pero wala naman tao dyan. Pero yung si Alpha dyan mga kami is swinging out already, and he knows na meron tao dito sa may CT. Pero he knows already na meron din tao dito sa may market though. Wala na silang oras, they need to push it right now. Ang ginagawa lang ng mga players ng Leviathan, alam nila na hindi sila makakapasok. So ang kailangan lang nilang gawin is syempre ubusin ang mga ekonomiya ng mga players. Kaya na Fnatic, which is sino gagawin nila ngayon. Si Takulala mga kaibigan, weird, so makakapatay pa siya. Pero Carl Smith tumakbo papuntang CT, palayo. Pero Durkee, I mean, oo, napatay siya. Pero at least, diba, headhunter lang naman yun, so marami siyang pera. Pero kailangan nila makabawi ngayon mga kaibigan. Pero may mga players na Fnatic, best delikado to kasi mag-half buy sila.
Yung Aldro, no? Kung tumingin lang ng kahit kaunti, kahit millisecond lang at kahit kadaplis lang sa kanan na pwesto, makikita nila si Boaster at hindi sila mamamatay dun sa B main. Unfortunately, that's what happens when you don't check corners kahit na naging overconfident na nga itong Leviathan on that specific round. Anyway, this can ground them up, but the C's perfectly connects and Adverso was able to secure a kill already on tiles.
4v5. Oh no, Taco has a perfect possession already. Pagkapitik nung kanyang operator, out sa agad with a rendezvous. Pero 7-8 indeed, hindi really I thought na magfo-fall ba, I mean, na magsisave ang Fnatic pero hindi pala, sorry, my bad. MB. Pero Takulala, oh no! Peeking out, yun na nga yung sinasabi natin. Dapat antayin, saan nagparanoia dito si Booster, di ba? Pero hindi, you will never know na meron talagang tao doon, men. Pero sayang, I mean, naunahan siya ni Taco. Pero ito yung magagawa dyan, men. Pero at least, Enzo, hunt malapit just to check out if ever meron tao doon sa may speedway or wala. Pero, itong mga players ngayon ng Fnatic waiting dito lang sa may gilid ng market. Yung kabila, nandun sa may boxes. Pinagtagpo pero di tinadhana dito sa may A. But, they need to go in.
30 seconds left.
Pero saang site?
Mga, antay lang kayo guys. Pag 5 seconds na lang, yun na, magpa-plant na. Magpa-plant na ang Fnatic. Huwag kayong mag-alala. Papasok ng 15 seconds, magpa-plant ng 5. Ganyan ang galawan. But it seems like it's gonna be a triple save actually. Honestly, para sa side ng Fnatic. And they're just gonna go for those exit frags. It's still too early. Mas importante para sa kanila ang protektahan yung economy na kayang i-damage ng Leviathan.
Alam mo
so
ba,
instead,
Bes?
they will just save.
Alam mo, Bes, delikado yung position ng Leviathan, ng Fnatic dun Kasi walang nag-check ng short. Si Sage, si Alpha, nakatingin siya dun sa may top mid. Wala na nag-check ng short. Pero wala, nangyari.
So, ang ganda ng Ziz. Huli apat sa Ziz actually.
Oo. Ito yung sasabi namin sa inyo. You know, dry pick malala. Pagkasilip, bam! Tie pots.
7-9 ang score natin dito. Leviathan leading by 2. At may Odin play na naman sila na kayang ilabas. But this time, it's gonna be on A. Dahil may pakiramdam ata sila dito na baka mag-A side. This hunt is actually gonna detect the fade from the other team on the side of Fnatic. Pero yung mga info na ganyan, di mo rin naman makakapitalize eh. Yes, you can get, madidelay mo sila ng kaunti, but in the end, kapag walang sumunod o walang pumush, wala rin namang mamamatay. They can just rotate.
Na silang choice kundi mag-rotate na lang talaga. And dito ngayon sa side ng Fnatic,
nagkatagpuan.
Nagkatagpuan yung dalawang Tony Proud na mga
muntik
kaibigan.
nang magkain laban guys eh. Buti na lang, hindi nag-kiss.
Hindi natin alam kung sino pa yung peke sa kanila kasi ang daming dada ni Booster dito. Pero ito na yung long gun na inalabas ngayon ni Adverso mga kaibigan. Nakatikim pa nga si Alpha ng isa. Whoopsie!
Sumama sa hukay. 4v3 situation. Fnatic needs to plant the spike. Yet again, 35 seconds na lang ulit ang natitira sa mapa na to. And so far, Mystic has a good positioning. Unfortunately, hindi niya napatay yung may hawak ng Odin. This can be punishable right now. Fnatic's side, hindi nila alam. Wala silang info kahit saan nagtatago. One in Jenny, and this is the last man remaining. Nakapatay siya ng isa, but it's not gonna be enough to actually get this round. 7-10. Leviathan is still really leading here. Yung slow plays ng Fnatic, it seems to be parang nagdidig sila ng sarili nilang grave.
Yeah, I mean, why not try to push in na sobrang bilis? Kasi bes medyo mahirap din nila if gagawin nila yun eh. Kasi knowing na may operator ngayong kalaban nila, So, si Alpha
Minute.
no? Si Alpha, kala mo naman talaga sa settings yung problema. Minute pa talaga no? Pero isipin mo yun, Bes, I mean, medyo mahirap rin talaga mag-push ang Fnatic dito kasi nga, naka-O din yung kalaban nila. So, that is actually one factor. And syempre, si Melzer, meron din siyang chup-chup dito. Meron siyang full map control. Mahirap na mag-push if ever talagang meron kayong astrang kalaban. Pero at least, di ba, na nagkakaguan pa rin talaga na Fnatic dito kahit papano. Pero nga, nagtakulay lang mga kaibigan, suppress siya. Kailangan niya mag-take cover, kailangan niya mag-change the position niya. Probably dito lang sa may rafters, yes, pero Dirk gonna push in already with that Tour de Force on hand. Pero nakasalalay ang play na to kay Melzer. Si Melzer ang sagot mga kaibigan. Ang tanong, makukuha ba niya? But Alpha with the swing, he will catch one down. Partida hindi pinabawasan dito sa kaibigang Alpha, pero Adverso all the way from B switching up to A already. And ito na ang problema, Bes. Ang operator at ang Odin magkasama na sa isang site, medyo mahirap to.
Masakit
pero Booster,
to.
andun lang din sa may likod mga kaibigan, tatamaan pa nga siya, pero Adverso will catch one with the Odin spray right now. Adverso with a 2K. Enzo, the only man remaining. Ruination ghost lang sa kalamang sabi niya. Pero meron pa outdrawn dito, pero makikita ba siya?
Lahat na ng detection, nakita na.
Oo, si Enzo, tumakbo ka na kasi hinahabol ka na namin. Pero eto na, si Shy with a swing. Fade na peke.
No?
Dami mong dada.
If Bolster was able to kill si Adverso, actually, dun sa corner, dun sa may Jenny, kahit pa paano magkakaroon ng space yung Fnatic gumalaw kasi naiilang sila eh. Pagdating sa Odin play, lalo na may operator pa sa A-site. Double trouble lang meron dito. 3 players pa ang nakaabang for Leviathan. Kahit anong entry mo, kahit anong buwelo mo, pero yung mga baril na hawak nila dito, literal durog ka, pang durugan.
Ay, durugang lahi mga kaibigan. Ang gagawin nila. Ubasang lahi din, pero yung dalawang... Uy, Diyos ko po! Tako na ila, nakakuha pa ng isa. Dumaan lang ng matiwasay si Enzo habang tumatakbo, napatay pa.
Nag-aabang lang sa sulok.
Game 3?
May hawak na ano. Talaga, feeling ko makaka-comeback to, honestly.
Game 3 na.
Sa bagay, expectations, guys. And knowing Leviathan is also a strong team. Pero ito na nga yung nade from the KO. Tamang adjustment from Melzer with the pull coming in. Wala rin naman siyang mahihigop dito. 4 na players pa ang buhay na buhay for Fnatic side. Kaya pa nila makapag-setup dito. At the same time, mahirapan lang talaga sila kasi ganun din naman yung Leviathan kanina eh. Wala kasi silang mga duelists kaya slow play talaga kung slow play.
Tatlo yun naman ang ganda ng recon bot mga kaibigan. Walang gagawin sa adverse kundi mag-spray. Ano pa rin uubusin ng 200 na bala dito. Pero isipin mo, inubos mo ang bala mo pero wala ka namang napatay. Baka yung pakipabatay dito. Pero yung alam, boss, we can catch one already. Pero ito na si Robocop mga kaibigan with that long command already. Pero that is Belcher and Messick. We're gonna do a trade-off right now. But Alpha are catching one, which is the King. Pero siya all the way from up top will catch one. Pero at least nakakakuha sila ng trade-off. Yun yung ginagawa ni Mystic na rin talaga nakapatay pa si Shai. 2v1. Taco Laila needs to take cover. Probably not gonna push this any longer.
Nakapatipi na nga, Bolster. Nag-set up pa ng smoke. Doable pa ba to? Para kay si Taco, ang layo-layo na dito. Makakapag-plant ang Fnatic completely. And this is still a 2v1 with 5 HP remaining from Mystic. This is very much doable for Taco right now. Pero kailangan niya nang mag-rotate. And nakastuck.
Si-save na to, man. Si-save na to.
Si-save na lang siya, no?
Si-save na to. Hindi ko alam kung... Pero hindi pa rin talagang gumagalaw si Taco eh.
7-5? Pera? Save?
Nako po, hindi gumagalaw. Hindi gumagalaw si Taco.
Parang tekpos ata to, Bessie.
Mukhang tekpos mo.
Sa Java to, o ano?
Tekpos Hindi gumagalaw si Taco. Oh no.
Legit ba to? Baka save lang. Pero nakakapagtaka na save to actually.
Man, hindi siya gumagalaw. Hindi nga siya tumitingin sa likod eh.
Let's see. Magkakaroon naman ng tech pause yan eh. Magkakaroon naman ng timeout yan.
Pero, best.
Side mismo.
Ang tanong, maro-rollback ba o hindi? 7-11.
Di ka pa nga sure kung naka-tech pause talaga o talagang nagsisave.
Ayun na,
ito na.
Tech pause.
Tech pause
ang tanong
tayo.
kung maro-rollback ba?
Depends on the situation, honestly. And may rule book naman sila dyan. So, even with a technical pause, easily fixable naman to. Lalo na LAN event naman yung nilalaro nila so far eh. But it was such a crucial round as well. Kasi doable yun kay Taco eh. 5 HP na lang yung KO dun, Bessie.
Yun nga eh. Alam mo ba sa mga ganitong LAN tournaments guys ang ginagawa ng mga ibang TO, tournament organizer, yung buong system unit yung pinapalitan agad.
Oo, para wala nang problema, no?
Oo, ganun yung ginagawa. Buong system unit, pam! Andiyan na yan.
Naka-ready na yan lahat. Lalo na mga LAN event. So, huwag
Minsan
kayong
nga table.
mag-alala. Hindi to matagal na tech pause kasi meron silang mga technician dyan.
Oo. Andiyan yung mga tech guys. Si tech,
sayang lang yung
tech
round.
bros. Oh,
Unknown lang sa ating lahat. Unknown pa kung ano yung mangyayari doon sa round na yon. If it's gonna be the same round, will it be a rollback? But we're gonna know more in just a moment. But so far right now, with how Leviathan plays, pagdating nga doon, kasi napaka-heavy defensive yung composition na meron yung Leviathan eh. And Leviathan was able to get most of the rounds that they wanna get on the attackers. 6-6 yung naging halftime score natin doon. And naisipin mo, kung defense heavy na nga, yung mga agents na meron yung Fnatic, nakakuha pa rin ng 6 rounds itong Leviathan.
Yun nga. I mean, let's see if ever magro-rollback ba.
Tama si Ruben, men. Kay Mind Freak nga, 4v1 na nanalo eh.
Oh, di ba? Dito rin yun sa mapa na to. Talo din ang Fnatic dito, men.
Anyway, seems to be magkakaroon na nga dito ng resolution and it seems to be or gonna be a rollback pretty much soon. At huwag kayong mag-alala, magbabalik din yan agad-agad. Pero feeling ko, may pakiramdam akong matindi na magka-comeback yung Fnatic.
Sige, kung pakiramdam I mean...
Malay mo, na-tilt. Na-tilt yung Leviathan.
Oo, kasi hindi gumalaw yung chamber.
Na-stress kasi hindi gumalaw yung chamber. O, di ba?
Yan na. Nag-connect na ulit sila.
Ririko na.
Kasi nag-connect na. Game.
Pero na-bad trip siya dun, no?
Hindi, nag-recon din ng Fnatic, bes.
Oh, well. At by the way, para sa mga nanonood ngayon at syempre sumusuporta dito sa VALORANT Masters, especially sa PPGL, maraming salamat sa inyo. Yun lang. Gusto lang namin sabihin salamat.
So kasi ever since last year, guys, andito kayo.
Oo.
Sipin nyo, magto 2 years pa rin tayo. Ito lang gusto ko sabihin, kung ano mong mangyari next year, sana nandyan pa rin kayo sumusuporta.
Malapit namin mag-retire ni Vil, guys eh.
Oo, kahit anong mangyari. Guys, sana andito pa rin kayo sumusuporta. Yung retire, yung
10 taon na, tama na.
Yung Table retirement, nakikita ko na yan, men eh. And,
kasi sinasagad-sagad na namin yung namin dito. Real talk, guys, ha?
Best.
Oh.
Parang darating na rin tayo sa panahon na gusto rin nating manahimik.
Oo. Masyado na kaming maingay.
Oo.
Gusto na naming ma-mute.
Kasi basta, if ever you're gonna compare yung mga words na lumabas sa bibig namin, pwede mo na i-compare yan sa taong siguro mga 70 years na nabubuhay, 80 years na.
Oo, sa dami ng sinabi namin dito, araw-araw. Isipin nyo 10 taon sa esports, tapos nagkakaska sa buong time na yon. Talo pa namin yung mga 70, 80 na, mga nabuhay, mga wala na din, mga ganun.
Sabi nga ni Jose Rizal, outs gege, natalo pa natin sila, di ba? Ano ba yung last words ni Rizal? Outs Lods.
Sabi niya, outs Lods. Agoy.
Imba.
Sabi, imba.
Imba. Meron, men.
Paano na daw yung troll farm mo, Vil?
Ano yan?
Yung troll farm mo?
Isasama ko kayo sa hukay. Sabay-sabay tayo magre-retire. Akala nyo ako lang? Sumama kayo, tigil-tigilan nyo na yan, men.
Hindi ka pa daw pwede mag-retire kasi bibilan mo pa ng Jordan 1 University Blue yung aso mo.
Sige, turo mo, isuswipe ko.
Turo mo, i-check out ni Papa.
Saswipe ko yan, men. Dali-dali na eh. 7-Eleven, na-rollback nga. Naku po!
Ay, galit to. Nagwawala.
Rollback.
Yun ang masakit. Kailangan mong ulitin ang kaganapan.
Ay, nako. Tapos meron pa silang tawag doon, handicap. Walang handicap.
Wala.
Hindi daw gumagana yung mouse.
Walang ganun. Ito na, 7-11 ang score natin dito. Na-rollback nga tayo dito at babalik muli tayo. Kumbaga, kumbaga may replay. Ito, literal na ni-replay yung laro nila, no? So, they're just gonna do hold mid right now, especially for Taco. Naka-set up naman din dyan yung mga utilities niya. At the same time, he has an operator here, but there is someone on the corner, which is Boaster. Kaya napakadelikado rin ang positioning niya dito. Kayang i-punish agad ni Boaster. Kasi isipin mo, di siya kita dyan, no? Kapag sumilip siya sa kaliwa.
Oh, yun yung maganda, pero ang problema open yung ano niya, yung top mid niya.
Hindi niya sure.
Oo, hindi niya sure, pero ito yung Nightfall, mga kaibigan, natamaan na rin talaga, pero at least biglang nawala na lang yung Babril sa
sabi niya, shocks guys, naka-Odin!
Oo,
rendezvous out! Kami
At
pumasok! Gumusto pa kasi!
Ang ganda na po siya ng Alpha dyan, mga kaibigan. Binus, hoy, ano ginagawa mo siya? Kanina ka pa nag-Odin dyan! Pero ito na yung pag-rotate ng mga players ngayon ni Leviathan. Diyos ko po, inubos na naman ng Fnatic ang oras. Naka-only time ata itong mga players na to, men. Pero
5 seconds.
Alpha will catch 1, will catch 2 already, but it's all up to the 3 remaining players of Leviathan right now. Enzo just denying the possible push of King. Pero buhay pa naman si Melchor, si Taco Lila, mga kami, pero si Melchor nakakuha pa ng isa. Pero Darkgate, he is super low. Siya naman ang kumuha ng Odin. Pare, pahawak naman ito, patry naman ito kung malakas to.
Subok lang daw. 4v2 at talagang sinagad nila yung oras, tibay at lakas ng loob.
Oo nga
Ang inaalay dito ng Fnatic, literal. May Cosmic Divide na pwedeng gamitin, but I don't think that they're gonna do that any longer. Kasi 4v2 to, saka alam nilang lamang naman sila sa rounds. Di nila kailangang ipilit.
Muntik ko nang kantahin yun, Besiwa pa.
Tibay. Tuloy mo na. Huwag ka nang mahiya. Pabulong na lang eh, no? Para lang sa'yo. Kung malaman mo. Walang nakapansin sa Sage. Siya nasa taas.
Yun nga
nakapag-rest pa.
Ang ganda ng boost eh.
Mala gold boost lang yun, guys. Pero, grabe dito sa pro play, lumalabas pa din. Hindi lang, ginawa rin nata nila yan eh. Tsaka hindi lang Fnatic gumagawa pag may nagpipick ng Sage, matic yung mga wall boost na ganun. Captain Barville! Piralco, benta yung joke mo doon, promise. Nakakatawa. Kung caster ka, kung nasabi mo dito, tatawa kami.
Uy, andyan pala yung Shiro ni Vil. Hello, Shiro. Ay, gusto na ba ng ano? Best. Gusto mo na ano? Alam mo ba si Shiro wala na sa amin?
Ay, oo nga.
Nasa friend ko na, pinamigay.
Guys, may kwento ako. Meron akong kakilala. Nag-impulsive buy ng aso. Tapos, yung isa niyang aso, hindi tinanggap. Isang araw lang pinamigay. Agad-agad yung binili ng aso. Hindi ko papangalanan to, pero si Captain Barville to, guys.
Kaya sa Shiro ni Bill ko kasi magpalit kayo ng pangalan mo. Hindi kasi meron pa akong isang aso. Meron pa akong isang aso galing kay Wolf, mga kaibigan. Ang pangalan niya Peanut. Ano yun? Beagle yun, guys.
Uy, ang ganda ng Cosmic Divide. Nakapitas na si Derke and Mystic was able to pick up on another kill as well. 5v3 ang meron dito, but Taco is low on HP na kayang-kaya namang makapasok na ng Fnatic. Makakapag-plant na rin sila dito. Maaga-aga ang plant nila this time. Hindi na 5 seconds, 30 na.
Mukhang magiging night.
Nakaramdam din sila, no? Sabi nila, ay, 116 na pala sa Pinas.
Kawawa naman yung table, guys. Kaya bilisan na natin. Salamat, Fnatic, ha. Salamat, Fnatic.
Fnatic.
Pero eto na sila, 4v2 mga kaibigan. Taco Laila, medyo malayo sa kabihasnan dito. Wala siyang makikita dito for sure. And meron bang pera dito ang Leviathan? Meron pambili si Taco. 6-2 pera niyan, men.
Yayamanin
baka naman.
Tropa nating tao. Baka naman may sharings.
Sabi ni Aso ni Bill, malapit na rin ipamigay, guys. Ay, hindi totoo yan. Aso ni Bill, hindi totoo yan, promise. Kasi mauuna pa akong umalis sa bahay bago mawala si Pico, promise.
Si Bill na palayas na, pero si Pico mahal na mahal pa rin, guys. Tandaan nyo yan. Si Bill natapon na lahat ng damit sa labas, pero si Pico
lahat. Ay, nako. Pero Fnatic mo, lumalaban dito, ha? Grabe ata. Pinaglitis
sabi ko naman sa'yo, na-tilt na yung kabila. Pakiramdam ko. Pero actually, swerte sila dun, 2v1 yun,
Let's go, Fnatic! 2-0! Let's go, Fnatic!
Time out right now. At syempre, for the players, especially, this is a timeout from Leviathan. Kung mapapansin nyo, medyo nagagalit na si Coach. Marami na siyang sinasabi dito sa kanyang team. Dahil mukhang hinahabol na nga sila ng Fnatic. Kung kanina 7-11 ang score, napaakyat na nila to with another 2 rounds. Plus 2 rounds, and we are now 9-11. Very much doable, lalo na kapag na-punish mo yung economy ng Leviathan. Pag wala silang pera dyan, mapapako yan, best promise.
Yeah. And for the side of Leviathan, meron silang enough pera dito. Kasi pangalan nun, yung chamber nila, si Taco, merong 7K as of the moment. 7-6 or 7-7 ang pera niya for sure.
Kayang magpag-giveaway.
Oo. Yun nga, tignan mo, nakapagbigay na.
Nag-iisip mag-Odin Pero pinalitan.
Yeah.
Ay, Odin pa rin talaga. Sige.
Odin pa rin, men.
Odin ang puhunan dito.
Ba't siya magpapalit, bes? Odin yan. Odin lang sa kalam. Tandaan nyo. Kasi sa Odin, tandaan nyo, tatayan ni Thor. Tama naman, di ba? Uy, grabe
ganda
naman
ng smoke ha. Muntik nang makita ng kalaban.
Literal na in-smoke yung heaven. Hindi.
Pink smoke yan, bes.
Smoke yan, besiwa. Para
di makita ng observer.
KO or Recon.
KO or Recon. Para wala nang makita dito. Or wala nang makuhang info at all ang mga players, no? Pero Boaster, tumatawid lang dito yung Fnatic.
Tawid lang. Pero at least, ito na yung mga players ngayon ng Fnatic, ladies and gentlemen. Medyo nahihirapan na dito kasi napakarami ditong napakaraming, uy, Diyos ko po, tama ba yung binabarin mo? Muntik na mamatay sa adversity, but he's super low right now on bullets. King, mga kaibigan, waiting dito lang sa may short, pero they have no choice just to use all the utilities they have. Adverso will catch one. Enzo is now down 4. Pero yun nga lang, yung dinelay niya yung pangatlong Hunter's Fury for him to catch someone off guard, but it's not that really effective.
Napakalaking factor nung nung info place na ginagawa dito ng Fnatic. But anyway, this is already a hunt coming in inside the smoke. Boaster is still waiting patiently on the corner. May lalabas dyan. It's gonna be the KO going down and kasama, syempre, si Derke na pumatay din kay King dito. Shai was able to get the kill at tamang trade lang din dito. 2v2, may Odin pa rin to. Besi Wap.
Natagin dalawa.
Binitawan na. Nightfall.
Oh no, yun na nga yun.
What? Oh, it's still gonna be on Fnatic's side. Labanan lang ng engagement.
Bes, sumilip yung isa ng Fnatic. To be honest, nakalimutan ko yung kasama ni Alpha. Sumilip yung isa kasama ni Alpha. Siya yung first contact. Then, biglang si Alpha yung nag-trade sa lahat. Siya yung umubos, kumbaga. Binate ni Alpha yung kasama niya, which is yan si Durkee. Binate si Durkee, mga kaibigan, at contact ngayon ni Alpha lahat. What a round na ginawa ng Fnatic, mga kaibigan. Wala silang sinabi ko hindi nice na lang din talaga. Pero ngayon, meron pang pera ang Leviathan. Diyos ko po, hindi maubos-ubos, mga kaibigan. Grabe ang kaban ng bayad na meron ang Leviathan. Ubos, pati pantubos.
Oh,
what? Hindi tumama. And that is huge already. Goods there, man.
Open sana yun.
Knowing na naka-tour de force siya, best 4 na bullets na lang ang meron siya. Yun ang problema pag naka-sniper ka, men. Na kailangan, if ever nagpaka-aggressive ka, kailangan meron kang mapatay. Kasi if ever wala ka napatay, kailangan mo mag-out. Yun na yun. Yun ang rule sa operator pag nagiging sobrang aggressive ka or tour de force.
Ang ganda sana nung open na open yung tiles doon. Walang ka-smoke-smoke. Nasaktuhan lang talaga na hindi tumama. And syempre, may matitrade. Kung pinilit niya yun, legit, mamamatay siya doon. But Derke, mukhang mapupunta ata sa kamatayan. Taco had the opportunity yet again. And this time around, magko-connect na yung shots perfectly. At makikita mo talaga, when it comes to info plays, it's very essential for Fnatic's side. Shai was able to pick up on Boaster. Naramdaman niyang umiikot na rin at nagro-rotate. Habang nakawall na yung mid, ito ay nakakapag-create ng space towards Fnatic's side. They wanna take A here, but it's only 3 of them laban sa 4.
Ang ganda ng position ni KO dito. Oh my God, ang ganda ng nade dito, man! Diyos ko, ang ganda ng nade po siya dito. 3v3 right now. Pero meron tao dito sa may hell, meron tao dito sa may Jenny, mga kami. Hindi na alam ko sa sila silip. Pero Mystic, oh no. Meron pa tao dito sa may hell. Pero Enzo gonna push it already. Pero nagtatago lang siya. Pero this is the rotation right now. And Melser and Sakuwaila will do the job done. 12-10. And Leviathan is in the match point already.
14 seconds on the site itself. More than enough time to actually plant the spike. But Fnatic's decision-making here is we don't plant, we kill them instead, and kailangan natin patayin yung nasa hell. Like I said a while ago, kapag yung isa nagpa-plant in a 2v2 situation, you can just basically call that a 2v1. But this time around, kung hindi talaga nila mapapatay yung nasa hell, walang mangyayari. Para doon, kita mo, yung Fnatic coach na stress siya doon eh.
Oh, hell. Hell, pa hell.
Ito yung nangyayari kapag pinipilit mo masyado na yung oras, ganun, yung pressure napakalaki.
Yeah. It's all about the pressures na meron din to. Pero yun nga, Owl Drone will be set. Durkee being revealed already. They have an idea na doon sa Durkee, pero ang importante hindi nakita yung ibang mga players dito ng Fnatic. So meron pang chance ang Fnatic dito if ever. The pride of EMEA is on its way para maging 2-0 to if ever. Pero Durkee getting tag right now. He is low. Pero importante, hindi siya namatay. Kasi kahit 5 HP yan, men, nakakapatay pa rin yan kahit paano. Basta wag na siya mabuwasa kasi they know it already na 1 HP left na lang si Durkee ngayon. But King says no to 1. It's just gonna be a 1-1 scoreline right now. Pero Paranoia will be activated onto these players. Pero nga na Melzer, mga kaibigan, literal na winasiwas yung kanyang bundle na patay pa yung isa. They need to go in. And Verso will be down. And Durkee, literally 5 HP left, mga kaibigan.
Ramdam na natin ang game number 3. Anyway, 1v4 situation, not very doable for Durkee's side with only 5 HP remaining. It is gonna go on Leviathan. 1-1 ang magiging score natin pagdating sa series na to. Nakabawi ang Leviathan. There's just many times that it seems like Fnatic, they seem to be lost in a situation. Pero minsan, yung mga lost situation na yun, nakakapitalize at na-turn around nila. Hindi gana on this specific map that we have right here. But maybe it was also because of a map pick, considering this is a map pick nung kalaban nila, which is Leviathan.
Yeah. I mean, walang map picker sa nangyayari. It just really proves that they're really strong onto their given map na ginamit. And yes, as you've seen, talagang there's a lot of good plays na ginagawa dito ng Leviathan. There's a lot of good plays na ginagawa na talaga ng Fnatic, if ever. And it's just the battle of momentum dito, partner. No? The one na makakuha ng momentum will most likely will get 2 to 3 rounds. Then after that, may momentum stopper, makakabawi yung kabila. Then biglang iikot na naman yung cycle onto the side of yung momentum kung sino man team. Pero yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this is game 2 already. Pero magkikita tayo dito sa bind, which is doon din natalo kahapon ang Fnatic sa nung kalaban nila ang PRX. Pero one thing is for sure, we're gonna see double controller dito. Probably makikita natin dito si Viper and Brimstone. And syempre, dalawang initiator, si Fade or si kung sino man kasama niya, or si Breach if ever. Pero kayo na bahala dun, kung sino man talaga. Pero yeah, we're just gonna head out on a very, very short break. Once again, game number 3 will be in bind. We're casters, the mods. We'll be right back.
Noxus, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it. feeling obnoxious. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
What a response from Leviathan. They bring things to map points, third map even, match point, there we go. That was too exciting. My brain is way too scrambled from the fact that Leviathan managed to close it out in the fashion that they did, despite the comeback Fnatic were building. But Bala, this is why we don't underestimate this team on this map.
Yeah, no, they really put a spin on this comp where it really felt like their own. They had all of the ideas working for them, the triple initiator, the amount of stuff they can get with just a haunt and a dart by itself. Really made Fnatic cave in a lot of instances on that attack side. So very impressive game from Leviathan.
They also have a little bit of mechanical skill to match with it, which is nice, that's for sure. They can act off of it. I also think that they capitalize off that utility way better than Fnatic did. There was a couple of times there that they would use, obviously you got a double initiate, or rather the triple, so you've got a lot to be able to work off of. But there was just times where I was like, Fnatic has the opportunity to take advantage of a power position on the map. They have the utility, let's say Mystic's Flash, for example, and they either don't use it or they use it, but then they don't take that space. Whereas Leviathan, even when they didn't have utility to use, they were like, oh, that's a power position. I want it. And these are a couple of these rounds. The C's, when we saw that, we were like, what? But then there's another setup that they have. This is what they do over towards tiles. They will put over a C's, they'll recon it, and then everything they get out of that is capitalized. They do this every time they play this map on the defensive side. And the fact that Fnatic weren't prepared for it is crazy.
And it's so difficult to actually respond to that because it took so long then for Fnatic to actually re-explore mid because of that sort of pressure, right? The Flash conceals the recon bolt, they don't shoot it, and that happened so many times. So pivoting over to Fnatic, man, there were a lot of mistakes where they're not breaking recons, they're not breaking haunts, they're giving up the information or actually a whole kill like in that round that we just saw, and that makes it really hard for both of their call where they have to start dry peeking and things, and there was a lot of first deaths that were unforced, or where they were forced from Leviathan that Fnatic were giving up.
I'm sick, like I could have the worst day on earth and I could be having the better day on it wouldn't even matter, but these dry peaks are making my eyes dry. Like I just want to close my eyes. I'm like, everyone needs to stop swinging without initiating with some kind of utility because it is blowing my mind how often we're having players do it. I don't know if it's the pressure, I don't know if it's lack of coordination mid to late round, but it's not right. It doesn't feel right for teams like this, especially Fnatic, to be making these unforced errors unnecessarily. Adverso, however, those recons, everything that he's using to be able to push things forward, I think it's been really excellent for the side of Leviathan.
Yeah, I think this was a guy who was setting up his team phenomenally. There were so many instances on that defensive side, the second half, where he was darting for Melzer on the site and netting him a kill or two, and then as well to follow up with the Odin that was causing so much trouble in instances where I really felt like Fnatic had the beat, had the idea, and then it was just like, oh, I just can't kill the Odin.
I would love to hear the comms from the side of Fnatic because it feels like at times there were no comms and at times there was so much going on that everybody was just like headless chickens when Leviathan just sat back and capitalized off of it. Same as Paper X.
It is, I will say that that is probably the closest call that Leviathan's had on this map to be able to, you know, bring it into their map pool again and say, this is our standout map. We're going to keep picking it as our first pick if you don't ban it. This is the closest call they've had really so far. And even so, it wasn't Fnatic's most confident performance on that map. So I actually question, like, let's say we go into map number 3, we go into Bind. That is a safe haven, lack of better words, for the side of Fnatic. They should be more confident on that compared to Ascent, at least if I had to make my pick here. I know people, we had Josh talking about the fade of Enzo and everything on Ascent. I would say that Bind is definitely somewhere I could put my money on Fnatic.
Yeah, I think that is a good place to go, but I'm looking at the way that this series is going. Close map 1, Fnatic pulls it out after almost throwing that game. Close map 2, but Leviathan was in the lead almost the entire time. They were in control of that map. And now we're going to Bind. Bind is a great map for Fnatic, you're right. But I'm looking at how these guys are playing, and it looks like they've literally done exactly what we were talking about at the beginning. Leviathan is playing for, I mean, they have no pressure. They're laughing. They're having so much fun. On the other side, there's, you know, a couple death slams, Fnatic not being the happiest bunch. Alpha are honestly leading the charge in terms of emotions in certain cases. And I think it makes sense because these guys are under immense amounts of pressure because they're so close to making it to their goal, at least here, top 4. Actually, they're so far from their goal. Let me just repeat that real quick because that it's hard to figure out exactly where these two teams stand with that in mind.
This is a rude awakening if you're Fnatic. You know, you can be kings in EMEA, you know exactly how your opponents play, but on the international stage, Jess, they just haven't found an answer.
I would be okay. Rather, let me rephrase how I'm going to say this because I don't want Fnatic fans to get upset. If they lose against Leviathan on bind right now, the better team won. Why? Because Leviathan hasn't won on this map against a top 3 LATAM team. We're going down the list of teams that are actually beaten on this map, and they're not high-tier teams by any means. You know, no offense, needed, but we're talking about 9Z, we're talking about Crew. They can't beat those 2 teams on bind, so if they can't beat those 2 teams, there's no way they beat one of the best teams in the world on bind, and if they do, they have thoroughly deserved to win this best of 3. There was no harder map, in my opinion, for them to try and stake the claim on.
Yeah, I mean, you said we didn't expect Ascent already, so
right.
I'm not saying I'm not going to be surprised at all, because I think that Leviathan has shown so often how good they are, and they've actually expanded a little bit with that Fracture map. My opinion of their map pool is.
True.
Okay. Yeah, I do think people should, see this third map as a, like you said, Jess, Leviathan are in a good position. The momentum's high. We can hear them screaming. The energy is really good when they're winning rounds. You can see how excited and happy they are. Yeah. And on the side of Fnatic, I don't know. I feel like they've never been in this position before. I feel like it's almost like an experiment we're watching. Like, how do these guys respond to this? Alpha's having a great game, but some of the other players on the team, I feel like the synergy is off.
Fnatic will start on the attack. They had a really poor first half on Ascent. We said that was not enough rounds for them. We were pretty confident we come in. That turns out to be true. As a result, we'll probably find out in the first half as well what that might bode for them.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent select now. Both of these comms you see on your screen are what they ran the last time we saw them, but surely Fnatic, they won't change anything.
No, absolutely not. I don't think that they've been really working on this map in terms of a lot of new stuff. And same thing for Leviathan as well. And it's almost a mirror, but the chamber for Taco here instead. Yeah, exactly.
Boast is like, that's it, I've had enough.
He's rolled the sleeves up.
I mean, Boast had...
Back to being a fighting game character.
Well, that's the thing, is that he usually, on the international stage doesn't have the best of games, but he's come into this tournament and just ripped it apart as well. So there are moving pieces on the side of Fnatic that are ready to go.
Well, both sides, they have to step up here. Elimination is on the line. Josh and Brent, I can't wait to see who comes out on top.
The stage is definitely set, isn't it, Yinsu, for an absolutely...
Hello guys. And yeah, we are back in Xiaoming. Sim dahil kay Meralco. Once again, you're watching the VALORANT Masters, mga kaibigan, live here sa Copenhagen. Yan. Nasa Copenhagen tayo, guys.
Nasa Copenhagen.
Copenhagen tayo, guys. Lahat tayo. Alam mo lang kayo, guys. But yeah, I mean, once again, all we're gonna do is sit back and relax and enjoy everything that you're watching because this is a game feel already. Dito sa mapa ng Pinoy, mga kaibigan, dito
which
sa
is
Bind.
Mapa ni Forsaken.
Sim.
Andito na naman sila sa Bind. Meron silang mga masasamang alaala dito para sa side ng Fnatic, especially here in Bind. But anyway, isang magandang papyaw, isang magandang panimula para sa game number 3 dahil papasok na ang Fnatic sa loob ng side. They wanna take control of Elbow right here and si Shai mamamatay na nga, but they were able to capitalize on some kills here. Tamang trade-offs lang din at naubos isa-isa ang mga players ng Fnatic.
Kung kanina, sobrang bagal pumasok ng Fnatic, pero ngayon ang bilis na at ang bilis din nilang natunaw ngayon. Diyos ko, Bes, isipin mo, Fnatic na naman ang attacking. Ang tagal na naman itong game na to. Ay, nako. So, walang choice.
Parehas na parehas yung laman ng utak.
Ay, nako. Diba?
Kaya na ni Vilto, solo kas. Alam naman niya yung iniisip ko.
Oo. Kita mo? Ang TF mo, ha?
Di ka makahindi, ha?
May TF? Pero...
Ay, may TF ba?
Oy, snake bite plus wall para hindi makapasok yung mga players kaya Fnatic dito may hook Pero mukhang magpupush pa rin ata sila, bibilisan ata nila kasi anong oras na sa Pilipinas, men? Alas 12 sa Pilipinas.
Sabi nila kawawa naman Devil.
Oo nga, pero Adverso with a swing up, wala talaga makikita yung mga players ngayon ng Fnatic makakimi, pero sabi talaga sila pupunta para obli.
Sabi nila,
sila hook or pwede ba sila umikot sa A
Okay lang daw yung delay na yan kasi 5 seconds lang naman kailangan nila para mag-plant. Pero may na-chop-chop!
Oh my God!
Ang ganda ng setup ng Fnatic!
Tama. Op. Grabe naman si King.
Tumatatlo pa. Walang pera dito ang Fnatic kaya naman naka-pistol lang naman din sila. Pero kahit pa paano, napantayan nila dito. Especially with an opening kill on Hoka as well. Enzo planting the spike already, pero yung Molly hindi pumasok, bumalik. That's such a big mistake right now for Leviathan, but Taco was able to get 1 kill and he was able to secure the doppel and tuluyan na nga siyang makakapag-defuse ng spike.
Shoutout nga pa sa bike ni Bill, mga kaibigan.
Pati yung bike
ko,
mo. Meron ng Facebook. Kring kring.
Feeling ko.
Kailan mo ako gagala?
Oy, hindi kring-kring yung tunog ng bike ko.
Ano pala?
Walang busina.
Walang busina yung bike mo?
Ganun. Ganun lang ako.
Tabi! Ay, ganun. O kaya, hawak-hawak mo yung megaphone. Tabi!
Pwedeng ganun. Yung tipong...
Usog! Dumadaan ako! Maski dito!
Ayun, exactly. Basic lang. Anyway, heading back here, mukhang naka-tech pause ata o naka-timeout tong mga teams natin. Dahil, ayun, nakapa-tech pause ang players natin. But anyway, talking about this team right now, yung second round natin, Fnatic was still able to plant the spike. They were still able to make it very expensive na round para sa Leviathan. And mas mahihirapan yung Leviathan na i-convert tong bonus round nila into an actual round na makukuha o magiging 3-0.
3-0 ba ang pwedeng mangyari dito sa mga players na to? Kasi nga talagang nakikita na natin yung medyo mainit na rin talaga yung mga players dito ng Leviathan. They really want to own EMEA right now. Which is actually will take a huge toll sa side ng EMEA fans, syempre. Knowing na sa Friday, diba? Tama, Friday. Meron na silang live viewers. Diba?
Masaya yun. May nasigaw na. May tumitili na sa likuran. Dagdag pressure para sa mga players. Tako! Ganun yung mga tilian ni Vil, guys. Hindi ako yan. Baka naiinisip niyo Uy, may nang-hurt ba dun? Wala tang tao sa may lounge, pero nasa harapan na nila.
May nagtopo sa Satchel mga kabi, pero kasi Alpha G nakakuha ng isa, pero meron din tao sa may backside ngayon. But Mystic will gonna plant the spike already. And si Dirk K just waiting patiently if everyone may magpupush coming in from the backside. This is the bonus round na meron ng Leviathan. And this is the full buyer Fnatic. So if ever na talaga makuha ng Fnatic itong round na to, actually 2-1, I mean, I'm not gonna be surprised if that'll happen, pero I'll be surprised if ever manalo ang Leviathan dito. Knowing na this is actually a 3v5, tapos naka-frenzy lang si Melzer dito, it's gonna be really hard for them to do it, pero yun nga lang, kailangan munang gumalaw muna ni Sky, si Shai, dun sa likod, bago pumasok yung mga players ngayon. Pero, best mo, alam na ata nila yung mangyayari. Alam na ata nila. Hindi. Exit frags. May nagagawin nila.
Pero, pang-punish lang talaga. Ekonomiya yung gusto nilang bigyan ng puhunan dito. But for me, para sa akin lang to sayang yung round. Parang sobrang sayang. 3 pa naman sila, kaya pa nilang makakuha ng frags. But they chose to do the exit frags instead. But Boaster was waiting patiently dun sa magro-rotate o dun sa rotations ng Leviathan. Dahil nga 5 pa naman yung buhay na buhay para sa team ng Fnatic dito. Anyway, just a clean round right here. And Leviathan is gonna be able to buy their guns. Anyway, sadyang hindi lang talaga sila sinwerte dun sa bonus nila.
Si May naglalaro. Siyempre hindi siya pwede magsalita, di ba? Bumubulong siya ng malakas, may narinig ko. Yun yung coach. Nakakatawa. Pero but yeah, dito sa game nila, Fnatic, both, meron na silang buy rounds dito. If ever manalo ang Fnatic dito, walang perang Leviathan next round. And Fnatic, either way, they have a lot of utilities next round kung ano pwede mangyari. But still, I mean, that Snakebite will probably go there dun sa may Garden. Ang bilis na pangyayari ngayon. And that will give them that room, that opportunity, that opening para makapasok sila dito sa B. Pero ang tanong, medyo malayo yan, Bes, kasi isipin mo, all the way lang dito sa may market, papunta doon sa may B. Hindi, actually doon sa may short lang eh. Then papunta doon sa may B. Talagang literal na sobrang tindi ng mga lineups na pinapakita ng mga players ng Fnatic. It's all about the experience, kumbaga. Pero that Prowler not gonna catch anyone, so alam nila na wala nagpo-play close. Pero si Adverso ngayon magiging deal breaker if ever. Ang ganda na ginawa niya pagka-smoke, pumasok siya. Kasi alam nila na walang tao, pero joke na yun kasi meron para talaga. Pero that is Chai. We're gonna take down Alpha J right now, but Durkay with that trade-off right now, Adverso says no to one. It's all about the two remaining players of Fnatic, not only two, but only one. Mystic. Meron pa siyang heal dito, pero meron pa siyang heal dito, men. Pwede pa na to. I mean, yung heal, wala naman siya magagawa dyan kasi wala naman siya kakampi. Pero kailangan na mag-antay dun sa flash, mga kaibigan. 12 seconds in for that next flash na pwede nang gawin. Pero oh my God!
He decided to peek!
Yun eh!
Guys, it happens to the best of us.
Sim!
Hindi. Ano naman eh. Actually, tama. It's just anyone's game at that point. You have two choices and he chose to pick. And Melzer also had two choices. He could have pushed and he could have waited. And tamang gauge lang din at minalas ang Fnatic dun sa positioning na yon. Now we are down to a 3-1 and the Viper spin being set in place agad-agad at Verso mapapaatras dito pero yung showstopper magko-connect pa rin ng tuluyan ng labanan. Mala anime battle ang galawan. King was able to secure a kill on the showstopper as well. 4 versus 4 situation. At para sa kamay ni Shai, hawak lang niya dito ay Spectre. Walang madedetect ng Prowler. The idea here on the side of Fnatic, there is gonna be no one here. Ang kaso nga lang kung Cus connects, ang kaso it's too late as well. Mystic is already on side fighting for his life pero umiikot na rin ang mga players ng Leviathan. Mystic able to get one kill here at naplanta nga nila naplant na Fnatic yung spike dito. Enzo securing one as well. 2v2 situation. Nandito pa rin yung spike. Hindi pa rin ma-diffuse. Tinap. This will force out Fnatic's players na mag-peak pero tamang tiis. Pogi pa rin ang meron sila dito. May hunt pa na pwedeng gamitin. 34 HP para kay Alpha. They need to do this now if they want to win. And it's up to Shai. And she was still able to get the kill. Leviathan was still able to secure the round. Ang kaso nga lang aabot pa ang pagde-defuse and tuluyan ngang umabot with 1 second remaining on the clock. 4-1 is the score. Leviathan, such a good round that they had right here. Just a quick replay. Itong mala anime battle na galawan nila kahit na namatay yung Viper dun sa Viper's Pit. Literal, nilabanan pa rin talaga nila dito sa site. And Shai, despite the disadvantages here, he was still able to take on the kills and he was still able to take on the rounds. Pagbigyan niyo muna ako dito ng isang mabagal dahil ang aking partner ay nagre-reconnect pa. Clearing out corners right now. Derke will throw in this paint shell. Sasabayan sana nung pull pero masyado nang late yung pagbababa dito. At the same time, may kalaban din si Bolster. Kaya hindi niya magagamit yung gravity well na yan. Eco disadvantage ang Fnatic so far. They are just on 3 sheriffs here and namatay na rin si Alpha na may hawak atang guardian kani-kanina lang. Still a 5v3. Fnatic is truly having a difficult time right here pero napaka-typical sa kanila yung clean 4-0 and then they go back and turn around the whole event or the whole rounds that we're seeing. Snakebite coming in. Tamang pandili lang. Tamang smoke lang din. 48 seconds. Welcome back, partner. Pero 48 seconds na lang natitira dito. Eco round ang Fnatic. And just to catch you up, isa na lang ang natitira.
Oh my God, man. I mean, Enzo, this is gonna be really hard for you to get this. I mean, that is Enzo who's gonna go down to the hands of Shai. Solid. So really solid na ginagawa dito ng Leviathan, mga kaibigan. I mean, they have the advantage kasi nga eco lang yung Fnatic. So they don't have any choice but to force that time out, mga kaibigan. Nag-time out tayo kasi nga kailangan natin na makaisip ng bagong strat. Kailangan natin pigilan yung momentum ng Leviathan if ever.
itong dalawang teams na to, the thing is, people have said that Fnatic is probably the best team that we have here right now in Masters. Even Game 1, even the panel said na hindi naman dapat aabot ng overtime, hindi dapat susobra. But right now, with Fnatic's performance, it's either Leviathan is just really extremely good and as their kryptonite, or Fnatic is just underperforming all throughout. Natalo rin sila against Paper Rex.
Pero dito naman ngayon sa Leviathan, I mean, like what you've said, pwede natin sabihin na nabasa ng Leviathan yung mga plays na pwede nilang i-capitalize dito laban sa Fnatic. Dito sa bind. And for Fnatic, pwede nating sabihin na if ever matalo sila dito sa bind ulit, this might be their weakest link, if ever. At i-capitalize ng mga ibang team sa makakalaban nila for sure sa mga susunod pang tournament. Pero ang problema, after this best, wala na. Pero ang problema, talaga ipag-push ngayon ng Leviathan, mga kaibigan, at biglang napulse yun talaga ito ni Mystic and friends. But that is Mystic trying to heal up, trying to give opportunities for the players of Fnatic to go inside A. Dalawa na matitira ngayon sa side ng Leviathan, mga kaibigan. Adverso and Sakulayla, this can be really hard for them to pull off these exciting plays na gagawin nila. But still, once again, it's not yet over till it's over. Because for the side of Fnatic, kahit ito ang score nila, Fnatic, still Fnatic, kaya pa rin nila maka-comeback kahit papano.
Hindi in-expect ng Leviathan yung engagements when it comes to Long B. Probably expected it a little, but they didn't expect that the utilities na lalabas, especially on Long B, kahit na nag-flash out na yung nag-flash out si Shy, hindi nag-connect dun sa ibang mga players, kayang-kaya pa rin talaga nilang mamain yung Long B dito. Especially Fnatic was complete and it was just 2 to 3 players from Leviathan pushing right here. This is just gonna be a save, lalo na wala rin silang mula pagdating dun sa susunod na round kung sakasakali man. At kahit pa paano, at least in this sense, makakabili yung ibang mga players o kaya nilang masabayan yung kumpletong utilities netong dalawang to.
Oo. Pero may nabasa ako. Hindi effective yung hubo-hubo ni Boston.
Hubo?
Hubo. Sorry.
Oo.
Hubo pala. Hubo kasi. Hubo pag isang word lang, pero pag dalawa, hubo.
Yun ba talaga yun?
Oo. O ba, parang di ka Pinoy.
Talaga? Oo. Hubo lang yung narinig ko eh.
Sorry.
Hindi ko pa naririnig yung double. Ngayon narinig ko na. At least alam ko na bago ako tumanda. Alam mo yun?
Diba? Oo. Pwede ka
alam nyo naman guys, 18 pa lang ako.
Ako rin eh. 2 years ago. Pero,
alam mo naman, 10 years ago nagkakas na tayong magkasama. Baby pa lang kami ni Bill eh.
Ang ginasabi lang namin puro gugu-gaga. Pero ito lang yun, si Belsa gonna push in already dito lang sa may area of the map. With sa hook. Pero ito na pumapasok na talaga yung Tony para mga kaibigan. Pero Diyos ko po, may sasabog yung ulo ni ni Turkey ngayon. Pero ang ganda nung pagpasok din ni Alphager. Literal na pumasok din siya. Sila ba yan niya yung satchel ni Durkee for them to get that trade-off kahit paano. Once again, still 5-2 scoreline. But King, all the way from the backlines of B, mga kaibigan, pwede na malikod din 3 players ngayon ng Fnatic. This is gonna be really hard for him to, but Enzo picking up behind. Spike is dropped. Meron pang pain shots para syempre hindi talaga nila makuha yung spike agad. Boaster is low. Naghatian na nga ng mundo. Paano sila makakapasok ngayon? Pero ito yung flash na inalabas ngayon ng mga players ngayon ng Leviathan. But tackle, Laila, wala 2K! And then Verso, nilabasan Dragon. Sabi kay Mystic.
Ganun pala yung sinasabi nun. Akala ko, itong Elder Flame, iba lang ang galawan eh. May salita rin pala yun. But just a quick replay here. The push, the punish, it was all up to King right here. At kung mapapansin mo, no, parang kanina na-mention mo, hindi mo ramdam yung tagal. Para sa akin, sobrang tagal ng match na to. Parang nakaka 2 games na tayo. Halos malimutan mo na nga yung highlights ng Game 1 eh.
Tagal pare. Sana nga matapos na. Pero as long as hindi pa naman natatapos to, puso pa rin ang kailangan nilang iba to dito, men.
Tibay at lakas ng loob. Yan dapat ang ialay nila.
Ano to?
Tamang lineup lang.
Tamang lineup lang talaga.
Dun pala yun. Di kasi ako nagva-Viper kaya di ko alam eh. Pero anyway, Derke here on Long B right now. Si Taco ang makikita niya dito kung sakali man. But the guiding light, it would at least give info kung meron mang tao sa Long B, kung may matatamaan man. King is in a very good position right now. But kung mafo-force out siya sa positioning na yan, lalo na nagsiset-up yung Astra, but feeling ko rin naman yung setup ng Astra is towards the site itself. Dahil ito na nga yung satchel in at kini-clear out na yung lamps. Napa-blinding light na rito. Blinding light, pero si Poster huling-huli sa aktong kumukuha ng orb si King. 5v3 situation right now. Shy. Pop flash, but it didn't work out. Siya ang namatay. Melser to get a kill here. Makakapag-plant ang Fnatic ng spike, pero merong nasa likuran. That's gonna be Taco. 2v3 situation, very much doable, pero yung talon niya nawala yung aim.
Oo. Winnable to. Kahit ito lang ang buhay niya. Pero alam mo sa mga kaibigan, ang ganda ng pick niya! Pero Booster with a trade-off right now. 6-3. Pumupuso ang FNC. Sayang talaga, no? Kasi nga, from up above, kasi if ever tumalon tayo, syempre talaga masisira yung recoil natin doon. Yung aim natin doon, men.
Matagal mag-reset eh.
Kailangan pa na mag-recover pa. In order for you na maka-recover doon, gumalaw ka ng konti, tas reset. Yun. Pag gumalaw ka ng konti, reset na yung recoil mo nun, reset na yung ano mo nun, yung tutok mo nun. Pero wala eh, napakabilis nangyari. Pero ang ginawa natin talaga dito ng Levite, ang pinakamagandang ginawa nila doon is nasira nila yung pera dito ng Fnatic if ever. And kung matalo sila dito, half buy sila next round for sure. Pero ito na yung hunt mga kaibigan. Nakita isa. Kitang-kita ngayon si kaibigan Melser. Yeah, kasi medyo mataas yun eh. Medyo mahirap talaga maspatan din yun. Pero,
lahat nakatingala.
Oo nga eh. Lahat sila nakatingin kay... Sa heaven. Sa hunt, tama.
Nakatingin kay Lord.
Men. Rumba. Gonna get denied. Tsaka Laila. Naman, ang nipis lang, di ba? Ang nipis lang talaga ng mga ano nila, ng mga sinisilip. No? Kasi, actually, yung ganyan yan, para sa isang professional player, yung angle yan, it's enough already.
More than enough?
It's enough. It's more than enough. Kasi
kahit di nila mapitas yun, makukuha pa rin nila yung info eh.
Oo. Kasi, ayun, check ko lang. Kita ko nagrarang kabis
Oo. Ay, actually, may bago na akong calling. Initiator na.
Initiator ka na?
Ako KO main na ako ngayon, guys.
Alam mo ako, Sentinel. Legit. Pero ito na sila.
Yung showstopper!
Lumipad! Pero yun nga lang sinampal na showstopper. Pero hindi na matay. Pero 4v2, Taco Laila and Melser. Zone Mary Main dito sa side ng Leviathan. Mukhang ito na ata yung comeback na inaantay natin. Comeback of the century ba ang gagawin ng Fnatic dito? Pero Enzo, tumatakbo. Si Mystic, andito lang dito sa corner mga kaibigan. Pero saan pa talaga sila pupunta ngayon? Si Melser, he needs to be really careful kasi nga dalawa na lang sila. Pag natalo sila dito, wala silang pera next round. Lalo si Taco. Si Taco, men. Hindi na kailangan lumaban. Kasi pag lumaban siya, tie pats pa siya, wala pa siyang baril. Wala pa siyang pera.
Exit frags na lang talaga ang magagawa dito. Lalo na smoked off pa ang hookah. They're really not planning any plays here. They're just willing to wait and just destroy the economy of the rest of the team of Fnatic. At hindi pa rin nila magagawa yan because Mystic was able to get a kill instead. Now, 4 pa ang buhay na buhay sa Fnatic. Hindi nila nasira yung ekonomiya ng Fnatic. In the end, they won the next 2 rounds. Taco, baka mamatay pa siya dito. 1 second and hindi na nila tinuloy.
At least, talagang si Mystic, I mean, because of his 2 kills, it gave Fnatic that room for them. Talagang na makapasok pa talaga dito sa B, no? Pero but yeah, nasa ng choice, kundi Leviathan, sila naman nagka-time out ngayon mga kaibigan. I mean, they need to recover. They need to re-evaluate everything that is happening. Kasi it's really not going in their favor. So, bahala na si Barbar dyan. Ito si Barbar.
Tamang usap talaga ang kailangan nilang gawin dito. They have to figure out a little bit of a creative play, a strat play here. Because so far, it's just basically default plays we're seeing.
Ano pala siya? Si Barbar. Ano siya? Age na 32. Tapos, sobrang tagal ng coach ng guild ever since 2021. January 2021 siya na yung coach ng guild, mga kaibigan. Grabe, no? Tapos yung may-ari nito, si David Beckham. Hindi, pare.
Uy, nagkasagutan ng birdie pagdating sa long, pero may pumupush. And now he has to go back because of course, mapapunish siya doon kung hindi niya ipipilit na makabalik, no? Eco disadvantage ngayon ng Leviathan, but at least Taco has an operator here. He will get 1 kill. Kailangan niyang bumalik agad-agad, repositioning himself. Bolster very low on HP, literally 9. At isang pitik na lang yan, pero si Melzer, paborito atang lumabas ng Leviathan ang naka-knife out dito. Ang kaso ng ubusan, nakapatay pa yung paint shells. Bolster is out. This is a 3v2 and a very doable match right now.
Oh no, Alpha. Oh, at least nakawa po siya ng kill doon, pero nga na po siya ito at 2v1 and now Alphager popping off. Second on 3. Buti na lang talaga no? Nag-flick siya dun sa pakanan no? Kung hindi siya nakapag-flick dun, mentaypat siya dun kay King if ever, but still 6-5 it is a comeback of Fnatic, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, this is eliminations already. If matalo kayo dito, you are out. So, talagang kailangan
napaka-importante.
Napaka-importante lahat ng do or die, indeed. Pero sa ating bracket, kung sino mananalo dito, makakalaban ng DRX and FPX. Tapos after nun, lower final na. Then after nun, grand final na. Pero importante, nasa taas yung paper next. Pero at least this is Dirk right now with the showstopper, mga kaibigan. Siya ang first contact. Kailangan na magpa-aggressive. Pero ang problema, that's gonna be the punish na ginawa ngayon ni Adverso. Hindi man na nalabas ang kanyang mainit na showstopper, mga kaibigan.
Kung namatay siya dun, tapos kahit napitik niya yung showstopper, mawawala tong Viper Spit sana, no?
Kasi nasa harapan na niya, no? Sobrang sayang lang din talaga. Ang sabi ni Dirk, sorry pre. But still, 1 minute in, kailangan maghanap ng bagong entry points ang ang Fnatic ngayon. They need to capitalize that Viper Spit na meron sila. Kasi once again, this is the last round of the first half anyway. So they need to pull off new moves in order for them to get that 1 point para 6-6 yung scoreline natin towards game number 2. Pero kung napapansin mo, partner, di ba? Yung game number 1, game number 2 natin, 7-5, 6-6. Sobrang dikit talaga ng games. Pero right now, mukhang ganun din mangyayari. 7-5 or 6-6. Pero ang bola is nasa side ng Leviathan ngayon. Best, kung napapansin mo, yung position nila, parang gusto pa ata nila mag-B. Pero if ever nag-aantay lang din talaga sila ng matinding timing ngayon para syempre makapag-rotate sila towards A right now. Pero hindi, pumasok siya, Poster! Kaya pumasok pa rin, pinilit niya, may Viper Spit yan!
Gusto talaga nilang mag-B-side dito. Walang makakapigil sa Fnatic and they force this completely. Now that the Viper Spit is out, it's already down to 1v3. Naubos na sila doon ng ganun-ganun lang.
But pinush nila, no? Gusto talaga nila. Gusto talaga nilang kunin yung B. Hindi ko alam kung bakit. I mean, you have the teleporter right there, B, beside you. And 4 pa kayo. At yung katapat nyo lang dun sa A, it's actually literally isa lang. Pero syempre, best, ganito lang yan If ever ako, nasa side ako ng Fnatic, iisipin ko nakapag-Viper Spit na ako sa B, tapos reinforce na lang sa kabila, so mas marami sa A. Pero hindi na ganun na nangyari, no? Kahit naka-Viper Spit pa rin sila dito, marami pa rin tao sa B.
Exactly. Anyway, as we are moving forward, at syempre, last map na nga, or rather last round na, last map na nga natin to. Pasa muna natin sa panel. Let's see what they think about this matchup right now.
One of their best maps, he's gonna have to be a literal king, and if he lives up to his name and keeps doing what he's doing, then yes, he will be. I wanted to show you his average at this tournament thus far, left-hand side column. Look at what he's been able to do in this, just in this first half of this series, has been 285, and the reason I think that's so important is I said that they will have to do something incredible against Fnatic, and him being able to step up in the duel list when we're usually speaking about the likes of Taco on the Chamber, for example, is a crucial part of that whole entire system of Leviathan working to win on this map.
Yeah, there's been so many moments where he's actually stopping. Like, for example, this round when they're coming to A, he's the main focal point. But I do want to stress as well that a lot of Leviathan's game plan is working around Adverso, and there's so much good team play from Leviathan that's making King look amazing, and he does look amazing. And you're right, they needed to pull out something crazy, but right now I'm still really upset with the way that Fnatic's playing. There's a lot to be said about, you know, team play not being there for them, a lot of forced air, unforced errors, all sorts of things where they're not trading with each other, where most is going first through a Viper's pit like we just saw in the last round. It's not clean at all from this team, and we expected so much of that cleanliness coming into this tournament.
If Leviathan keep taking advantage of that lack of cleanliness, that lack of, you know, clean play that we know and set plays from Fnatic that we know on this maps particularly, then they have been able to just make, I think at the end of the day, I don't want to criticize Fnatic because I think Leviathan are outplaying them. Time and time again, they're taking the space, they're forcing pressure on them, and I think Fnatic is not following up on their utility because they're not. Then there's too much pressure on them. I don't think there's enough time for them to be able to bring this back.
Well, we're going to see very soon, Jess, if there is going to be enough time to bring it back, because if they don't, Josh and Bren, they're going to be eliminated from Masters Copenhagen.
Welcome back sa Valorant Masters. Halftime na nga tayo and halfway there na tayo sa huling mapa na meron tayo dito. Fnatic versus Leviathan, and so far, Fnatic still trying to find the footing here, lalo na dun sa opensa na meron sila kanina. Ang daming mga dry peaks, ang daming mga times na dapat hindi naman mangyayari. Pero ito na, yung hot apat ang nahuli with the guiding light coming in. Mystic was able to secure one more kill. Kaya niya pa makaisa dito. And they still managed to get those kills in at sabay atras. Hit and run.
Men, walang nagawa yung molly ni Melzer dito sa loob agad ng B. We really thought na mayroong magagawa yun, pero hindi. Nakita na ng Fnatic ng pagka-hunt ni Enzo. Diyos ko, nagulat. Siyempre, apat ang nandun. Kring! Sabay-sabay!
Na-detect lahat eh, no?
Oo, 2v4. This is gonna be hard for the side of Leviathan, man. Tako Laila, merong playing close. Mystic with a 3K solid to Melzer, but he's super low. Kahit frenzy pa ang gamit mo, men, kahit protection bago umaksyon, a-actionin ka ng Fnatic sigurado kasi pulado ka na.
Medyo naawit yung apat na players dito ng Leviathan. Melzer already low on HP. Shooting down the hunt already gives out the position na nandito siya sa may hookah. 7-6 ang magiging score, at syempre, Fnatic gaining this advantage. They are gonna be able to buy on the next round. At ibig sabihin yan, syempre, baka magkaroon na mabilisang 7-7. Solid.
Pero, ayan. Right now, mga kaibigan, I mean, mamaya magchichismisan kami ni Taylor pagkatapos ito.
Matindi-tinding chismisan ang magaganap mamaya. Nakakamiss yung cooldown namin ni Rere. Doon yung matinding chismis eh.
Oo, man.
Mga hindi nasasabi dito.
Nagkita! Bam!
Pinagtagpo, tinadhana.
Bam! Sumabog. Ang daming sumasabog dito sa may showers, mga kaibigan. Ba sa showers talaga? Maraming sumasabog.
Alas dos na talaga. Alpha was able to pump the shotgun into the face of Melzer. Nang-earth pa nga ang nasa lamps. And syempre, tamang orb ka pa dyan, pre, ha?
Kuha ka pa ng kuha ng itlog, ha? Pero ito na si Shai.
Tumutuhog ng kwek-kwek dun sa gilid eh.
Sipin mo, ang dami-dami mo tinuhog, pero...
Bayad mo, 5 lang?
Oo.
Tuhog mo, 20, tapos binayad mo 5 piso? Ano ba naman yun, Vil?
Oo, nanghingi ka pa ng sukle.
Ang kapal!
Ang kapal ng mukha mo!
Nanghingi pa ng sukle, you know? 20 yung, 50 yung tinuhog. Nagbigay ng 100. Yan, 25, boss.
Oo, Diyos ko.
Lugi eh, no?
Sama pa ng tingin mo sa tindero.
Oo, ikaw pa yung masama yung tingin sa tindero.
Tasasabihin mo, hindi masarap yung yung sausawan.
Sasabihin mo, hindi luto yung fishball na maayos.
Oo,
tigilan mo yan.
Binili.
Kaya huwag ka magreklamo kung pag nagkahepa ka wala sa oras. Pero ang gandang kill yun mula kay King. Derek was able to punish one and may indirect trade pa from Bolster. Kahit pa paano, 3v3 pa rin to. And kung maalala mo, bonus round to, Besi Wap.
Yun nga bonus nila to, pero talagang literal na inuubos nila ang side ng Leviathan ngayon. Ito na ba ang comeback nila antay ng mga EU teams? Pero yung mga players ngayon ng Fnatic, Diyos ko po, tatakbuhin nila ang buong bayad, mga kaibigan. Gagawin nilang luneta. Nag-jogging yung mga players ngayon ng Fnatic.
Triathlon pala ang inattendan, hindi pala Masters.
Mukhang babalik ata to ng B, no? Nabaliw yung Leviathan. Nag-teleporter. Bigla nag-teleporter.
Sige, pasukin nyo na. Walang tao, Bessie. Para tapos na.
Sige na.
Sige na, kami na nagsasabi.
Yan. Sige, silip ko yung sirat. Sige na.
Wala na kayong dapat silipin pa. Ipa-plant nyo na lang.
Ayan, kitang-kita naman natin.
Kung sila, marathon.
Walkathon ang gagawin ngayon ng Fnatic, mga kaibigan.
Speedwalk ang ganapan, pero matalinong galawan to. Inismukan talaga nila dito yung trademark para hindi sila mahuli kung saan sila manggagaling.
Oo, hindi nila alam na nasa likod lang. Pero ito yung mga players ng Fnatic, mga kaibigan. Sobrang solid ang pinapakita nila. Pero ito na si nag-yoga pa. Pero napakadaming utilities ngayon, ladies and gentlemen. Pero dahil siya, we can take down one. Pero Diyos ko po, Derek, walang makita dito kahit isa. And Leviathan finally dealing the damage onto Leviathan. Ay, tama ba yung sinabi ko? Baliktad. I mean, Leviathan dealing damage to Fnatic. Sorry, alas na. You know?
Kahit flash out no? Basta putok lang, sige lang. Pero may lumilipad doon bigla, may bangaw na tumawid na walang napatay. In-spray down niya yung Spectre niya pero walang tinamaan.
Grabe si King, no? King! Ay, nako, King!
Wag mong ginigigil ang mga Pinoy. Pero na-chup-chup. King is gonna go down. Shy, buhay na buhay pa pero matatamaan din dito ng Prowler. Sabay TP ang mga players onto the back end. Huling-huli. Pero di kulong. 4v3 pa rin ang sistema natin dito. Taco still fighting for his life on the side itself. May pakiramdam siyang bumalik.
Huli pero di ko lang babes. Mukhang magkikita ata si Taco tsaka si Alpha, mga kaibigan. Let's see kung ano mangyayari dito. Pero Alpha gonna push and already hindi alam ni Taco na dito nakatabi din dito si Alpha, pero mukhang maglilipat ata sila. But the problem is the spike is spotted here in B. Pero meron pang tao sa may no, this is gonna be a 2 versus 2 if ever na pwede nilang gawin, mga kaibigan. Pero ang problema si Enzo will catch one already. So literal na 2v4 to. This is gonna be really hard for the side of Lev if ever. Pero yun nga, Prowler will be denied. Hindi tinamaan siya ng Prowler dito, pero nga nagtako na. Wala silang makita kahit isa, pero Booster and Alpha will get that job done. 8-8 ang scoreline ngayon.
Pantay
dikit,
na pantay.
Mas madikit pa sa Sticky. Alam mo yung bagong sain na bigas na kanin? Parang ganun, men.
Yung tipong ginagawang glue para sa school. Ganong kadikit, literal. Ang init ng laban na tong dalawang teams na to, hindi ko talaga alam kung... Kasi hindi ko minsan maintindihan yung tumatakbo sa isipan ng Fnatic minsan sa mga takes na meron sila. But as well as ganun ka guluman, minsan gumagana pa rin yung mga biglaan nilang mga plays na ganun. Anyway, moving forward, this is gonna be half-buy. Kala-half-buy lang ang meron ng Leviathan dito. So, kailangan malapitan ang labanan dito dahil Spectre yan. So we're expecting a very fast play coming in from Leviathan. Isa na nga napitas agad nila dyan. That is gonna be adversal. There's no other smoker here than the Brimstone himself. Wala na yung Viper, kaya naman wala nang mga pang ano yan yung mga pang delay, mga pang fake, wala nang ganun.
Delaying tactics. Well, sila pang delaying tactics, mga kaibigan. Talaga papasok lang sila, parang rumaragas ang trend. Kinabahan ako ng konti. Pero, Taco o burrito. Pero Diyos ko po, Alpha ang panalo.
Sayang, lumipat yung Obs.
Oo nga eh.
Sakto na yung kill Okay lang. Sige. 5v3 pa rin dito. Napipitas na sila isa-isa.
5v3 right now.
Kala ko mabilis yung play, pero ganitong kabagal. Walang mararating yung Spectre na to, bes.
Pulling them in. Tamang chup-chup na nangyari sa may hookah. Pero Alpha onto that corner. Gonna be denied by Shy, but Bolster with a trade-off right now. Pero si Melser dito na sa may loob. 2v4 ulit ang nakikita natin ngayon in favor of Fnatic. Melser, oh no, if ever lumabas ka dyan, typats ka sigurado dun sa isa. Wala naman tao dun sa may loob. So probably sa cabinet dito kasi Melser mga kaibigan. Pero yung alam mo kung papasok ating mga players ngayon ng Mystic. With Fnatic. Melser. Catching one. Trying to go for the second one right now. 14 seconds in. Mahirap to. Wala siyang oras para may satchel pa. But Boaster,
daming
gonna take his
utility.
head.
Hindi talaga siya magsusurvive doon. May aso pang tumatakbo.
Daming binato no? Si Pico, tinawag no?
Si Pico, tinawag pa nila. So far, Fnatic side doing a good job here on the defense itself. I was very doubtful of that situation from Leviathan. Yung Spectre nila, lalo na nung biglang nag-slow push sila dahil namatay yung Viper. Wala eh. Halalabanan mo sa malayuan yung Fnatic. Ang ginagawa ng Fnatic pag nasa defense, binibigyan ka ng space para pumasok tapos papatayin ka sa malayo.
Yeah. Medyo mahirap din talaga yan. Pero at least mga kaibigan, lalaban at pupuso pa rin talaga yung mga players ngayon ng Leviathan if ever. Marami silang pera. And they need to shut down the economy of Fnatic din best kasi si Boaster pa 9k na, konti na lang men. Derke, hinahabol ni Pico pero at least nakataka siya. Pero yun nga lang, magandang wallbang na ngayon. I mean, ang bawa siya kay Derke. Kailangan na mag-satchel out pare! Oh my God, ang ganda nung dodge na ginawa ni King mga kaibigan. Literal na na-deny si Derke. What a perfect what a perfect satchel out para syempre hindi siya matamaan ng showstopper.
Micro
fast
lang,
hands, fast hands,
bes.
Oo.
Ganun lang. Ito na.
Dinaan sa edad.
Dinaan sa pagkabilis ng pagpipindot.
Pero sabi ng mga
pa rin ng Pinoy.
Bagal daw.
Sabi ng Pinoy, too slow.
Yun na yun?
Kung Pinoy naglalaro dito kanina patatapos guys, promise. Boaster already getting a kill here. Tumama rin yung mga utilities nila dito. Napakadaming utilities ang rumaragasa dito sa loob ng side. Pero ito ang showstopper na hindi magpapanik onto the corner. Mahuli rin siya. Bulag na bulag ang nasa corner na yan. 3v3 situation. Hindi pa rin napaplanta ang spike. And so far right now, the positioning of Fnatic nakapag-rotate na ang lahat.
Magandang rotation na pinapakita nila dito kasi nga yung mga players ngayon na Fnatic is in a lot of trouble right now kasi once na nakuha ng momento ang Leviathan, this is gonna be over for the side of Fnatic for sure, but still hinati na nga ang mundo pero yung mga players ng Fnatic is inside the side already pero that is Sakulila catching 1v2 Alpha Jer ang sugo ng Fnatic mga kaibigan. Alam niya nandun lang sa gilid, Diyos ko po, tinamaan ng tagiliran. And 9-9 is the scoreline right now pero ang Fnatic meron pa silang arep.
Handa nyo na ang inyong mga kape. Tandaan nyo, first series pa lang to para sa araw na sa gabi. Sa madaling araw na to. At hindi pa rin tapos dahil pantay na pantay pa rin ang score natin. 9-9 ang meron tayo. Leviathan is doing such a good job when it comes to the entry. Mas mabilis sila dito umentry kesa sa Fnatic actually. Nagkakasalisihan lang talaga pagdating sa mga panahon na nasa disadvantage sila tapos nakakaramdam sila ng takot sumilip.
Pero
gandang pick off from Derke. Yung ano pa talaga, yung duelist pa talaga ang namatay.
Wait, kumbaga. Pero ito na. Si Boaster. All the way dito sa may lamps though. The spike is not yet planted. Ito, sobrang tikit ng laban kasi nila. Well, ano to I mean, laglagan na to This is the best of the best Diba? Best of the best lang.
Best of ano to? Best of the best.
Best of the best, men. Pero ang best among the rest, Pinoy.
Walang kabayas-bayas, guys.
Facts lang, men.
Only facts ang meron tayo dito. Tour de force in action in the hands of Taco. Tingnan natin kung magagamit niya, may makukuha ba siyang kills dahil nagmumukhang save na naman ang round na ito for the side of Leviathan. Diyos ko Lord, paramihan ng save rounds, parang kalahati ng mga mapa natin, lahat nakasave.
30 seconds left.
Nasi-stress na ako.
Ay, no. Save muna kayo, guys.
Yan na. Usap na lang sila dyan.
Magpanggap muna kayong cactus. Alam mo ba ang tawag? Alam mo ba ang tawag sa
10 seconds left.
aming cactus?
Cacti. Facts only. Kala nyo puro kalokohan lang na kukuha nyo dito. Tunay at totoo yun, guys.
Namin. Uy, humaba yung
uso ni
Phoenix.
Phoenix,
man.
Phoenix.
I know. Grabe si Phoenix eh.
Wala
no?
nang gumamit kay Phoenix, guys. May Phoenix pa pala.
Oo, pero yung Phoenix na yun, kasi awit kasi nung unang patch niya, di ba? I mean, magra-run it back ka, kahit marami kang armor, pagbalik mo, wala ka ng armor.
Oo. Alat, no?
Alat, di ba? Ang alat
Nagsimula
nun,
ka
men.
may 50, tapos pagbalik mo, wala na lahat.
Wala na. Alam mo yun, parang X, pinundot mo yung X para magsaya ng 1K. Uy, dalawang ibon, may layang lumipad, mga kaibigan na taba ng dalawa. Para eto na naman! Grabe naman talaga yung Viper Spit na yun, hugis.
Abot hanggang ano eh, no?
Ano eh? Kita ko parang hugis, ano, di ba? Hugis,
letter T.
Letter T, parang yung kay Squidward. Yung
Oo,
ano, yung mukha
yung ilong
niya, di ba?
niya,
Yung ilong
oo.
niya, ilong ni Squidward, tama. May trabaho pa kami bukas. Ay, wala na.
Wala na, best day off.
Hugis ano eh, no?
Squidward.
Oo nga, it reminds me of something.
Derke, may operator yung ano nila dito. Yung Raze. Pasok na yung isa sa site na chop-chop na nga, nasa ilalim lang, nag-aabang. Pero ito na rin, Bolster, right? The timing is definitely right. At he was able to pick up on 3 kills right here. Adverso almost dead as well. Kailangan nilang umatras dito. Obviously, may Viper Spit dyan. At kung gusto mo talagang pasukin, sige, ipilit mo.
Basta kaya mo.
Sige,
Wala. Ano, choice. Pasok mo lang, men.
Pasok mo lang, men.
Pasok mo lang.
Pasok lang ng pasok dyan sa Viper Spit na yan. 4v2. And this is gonna be another save for Team Leviathan. Sa 9 rounds na meron sila, 3 ang nilaro. Yung 6, nakita ko na. Yung 6, sinave.
Home team. Ay, nako. Anong nangyayari si Leviathan, mga kaibigan? Grabe si Boster. Nung nakatatlo siya, tapos sabi niya, nung nakapatay ng tatlo si Boster, tapos sabi niya, kanino ka lang? Kanino ka lang? Gumanon siya bigla eh. Galit siya eh.
9 rounds, 3 nilaro, 6 sinave. Leviathan, ladies and gents. Ay.
Ay, no. Shoutouts nga pala kay kaibigan, kay tropang Oliver na nanonood.
Si tropang Oliver?
Nanonood
Shoutout
dun.
sa'yo, Oliver. Anyway, we're just in a timeout right now. So far, with the 2 teams that we have right here, both slow plays na meron tayo nakikita dito. At the same time, when it comes to the attacker side, sabihin ko na, tumatalong talaga yung mga teams natin pagdating sa attackers, parehas sila. Game 1, Game 2, Game 3. Pag attackers, dun sila nagkakamali ng malala. Pero when it comes to the defense, parehas sila malakas. Kaya pantay na pantay yung laban natin dito sa dalawang to.
Let's go, Fnatic. 2 na lang. Oras na. 3 o'clock na. Naman. Pero but still, kailangan nilang bumawi dito. Actually, best, sobrang excited na ako sa mangyayari sa Friday. Friday ba talaga?
Ano ba meron sa Friday?
22. Oh, tama. Ay, hindi. Tama, 22.
Oo,
Yung ano,
kasi may
yung-
tao na. May
tao
audience na.
Oo, meron ng...
Oo, isipin
May gumagano
mo,
na.
kung pupunta ka doon, ikaw ang masasabi mo sa mga tropa mo na ikaw ang isa sa mga tao na pumunta sa pinakaunang Valorant na VCT Masters.
Oh, man. Shoutouts nga pala sa stream natin, guys. Pagpasensyahan nyo na kung merong cursor sa ulo ni Brimstone, ha? Yun yung mga crosshair. Direct, tanggalin mo naman yung crosshair dito. Tanggalin mo naman yung cursor sa
Yung cursor?
Oh, man. Baka naman, boss.
Actually, itong nilalaro natin, fantasy draft lang to eh. Di na drag and drop lang. Yung mga players dito actually. Pero...
Alam mo ba, ang akala ko akin?
Akala ko din akin. Sabi ko, ba't di ko magana mouse ko?
Parang wala ata baterya itong mouse ko.
Nag-Viper spit na! Yung tropang Leviathan, pag namatay yung dalawa, magsisave na naman. Shy planting the spike muli. Ito na naman, ang pagbango ng api na huli. Chuk. Nung ano dito? Nahuli siya pero at least nakaligtas pa rin naman, no? 44 HP, still doable for the side of Leviathan. Post-plan positioning lang ang meron dito. Fnatic, the box of death. Pinakapaulanan lang ng bala at syempre, nauuna yung mga rotations pagdating sa mga flanks para ma-clear out. Tinap yung spike, mapo-force out, lumabas yung mga players but Mels are waiting patiently, siya pa rin ang makakapatay. And Snakebite has been set. Naka-line up na at lahat-lahat pero si Bolster.
Men.
4 kills.
Sabi ni Adverso, sino ako? Adverso. As nagawa eh. Pero but still, sobrang dikit ng laban. Ano ba naman yan? Wala nang cursor si Brimstone, guys.
Sa dikit ng laban, gusto na naming pumikit.
Omsim. Pero Adverso, at least naman nakapitalize na yung Viper Spit. Yun ang pinaka-importante.
Totoo. Gana yung Viper Spit niya.
Nanalo sila na merong Viper Spit. Pero
paano
natatalo sila pag wala.
Yun lang.
Yun lang, di ba?
Aabangan na lang ba ng aabangan si Adverso dito?
Look at Enzo. Meron siyang Nightfall. Take him!
Wala. Isihan mo lang. Wala pa. Uy, nang-ngert si Derke. Mapipilitang umatras. Pero si King, galit na galit, pumasok. Hindi na-capitalize yung operator in the hands of Fnatic but they were still able to pick up on a 2-1 trade right here. Derke might be out but Shy and King ang magiging collateral dyan for Leviathan side. Leviathan seeing one or Adverso was able to see one on CT. And nababasa niya na actually yung rotations dito. Alam niya baka pumunta ng Heaven at nakaabang na rin siya doon. Adverso, might be, he probably saw Bolster already anyway. Pero yung tatlong players ng Fnatic, kaya pang makapag-setup. There goes the smoke here. And syempre si Bolster, tamang setup lang naman din ng smoke ang gagawin niya dito to help the other teammates and give out the info.
Napakadami echoes na nangyayari dito mga kaibigan. Meron pang Molly, so kailangan nila umalis dyan. Oh no. 4v3 pero hindi pa rin makapasok dito yung mga players ng Fnatic mga kaibigan. It's just, hindi nila alam kung saan sila pupunta. Pero may night po na kailangan nilang gamitin na pero hindi natamaan sa may babal, sa may likod ng triple. But that is a really fast round na ginawa ng Fnatic, ladies and gentlemen. They're in the match point already.
Fnatic, one more round to take away bago matapos tong series natin ngayon. And so far, uy, ano yun? Biglang nag-times 2 ng mga ganap sa buhay. Ito, yung pag-push ni King nakuha niya yung naka-operator dito eh. Pero nasagot din siya agad ni Enzo. Aside from that, naging 2-1 trade talaga. Even on the defense itself, pagdating dun sa retake na kayang gawin ng Fnatic, alam nila na may Nightfall silang pwedeng gamitin. They can capitalize on it and that's exactly what they did. They're stronger on the defense and it just goes to show what they can do here.
Yeah. But, hindi naman ngayon sa Leviathan mga kaibigan, they're in a really top spot right now. Pero so far, this is the best na ito guys, sa buong ginawa ng guild, I mean ng Leviathan, sa buong ano nila, sa buong tawag dito? Sa buong career nila.
Nakatulog ka na ata habang nag-iisip, Mesa. Munti ko nang masabihin na nag-iinip ka na ba? Ano na napapaninginipan ni Vil? Kasi munti ka niya na masabi yung gusto niyang sabihin.
Oo, men. Grabe.
Oh, huling-huli sa akto. Saan ka punta? Tapon basura.
Oo, museum. Pero si Derke, piso. Literal na piso mga kaibigan. Baka wala sila magawa, baka ilagay na lang si Derke sa piso net.
Kanina 10-10 lang yung extend, ngayon piso na lang. Baka naman, bilis-bilisan nyo na.
Derke. Pre, may snake fight! Diyos ko po, anak na Diyos mga kaibigan! Diyos ko, anak na Diyos! Tapos may pagkabayas kay Derke mga
may
kaibigan!
May favoritism si Lord!
May favoritism! Sabihin nito kayo isa pero piso na lang yan! Boy, wala kang gagawin sa dalawa! Boss, you're catching one! Pushing ito 1v2! Enzo will gonna fall down! Hawak na ang mundo! Hawak na si Brimstone sa ulo niya! 11-12! OT ba to o tapos na?
Kinuha nila yung off. Ang bagal na naman ng round na to. Kinuha nila yung off. Maghahanap ng magpi-play for, una sa lahat, magpi-play for picks tong Leviathan.
One enemy remaining.
Tatagalan nila ng sobra, malamang maghahanap pa ng kill mula dun sa chamber. At syempre, ang Fnatic, alam naman natin, pag nasa depensa, hindi tiis pogi, antayan portion ang ginagawa nila dito. Literal, nagbibigay ng space. Pero mukhang si Derke, naiinip na siya. Magpupush na siya. Ito yung mga galawang paper Rex din. Ginagawa na nila dito. I don't think King will see anyone on B side here. This showstopper will just go to waste. And AlphaJer was able to capitalize on a kill with a judge. But Taco to secure one as well. Onto AlphaJer, 4v4 situation. A doable retake for the side of Fnatic right now.
Walang nagawa si Adverso doon, natamber-tamber sila no? Pero at least meron pa naman sila mga utilities ngayon, mga kaibigan, meron pa silang smoke. So all they need to do, syempre, lalo nga na kay Melzer, wala na silang smoke ngayon. Pero ito lang yung pet Chinese kay mga kaibigan, hinahabol na sa mga kalaban ng hinahanap na, pero this Dirk mga kaibigan, hindi mo lang na-half yung hindi mo lang na-half yung defuse because of that urban sector nila pag ngayon ng ni Brenzo, pero shy, catching one, oh no, hindi ata pinipigilan, pero nga namatay ngayon yung nagdi-defuse, pushing ito ka 2v2, ladies and gentlemen, wala na silang oras, kailangan nila hindi pa lang nila na-half, pero kala Enzo, mga kaibigan, what's gonna happen here? Enzo, ladies and gentlemen, we're gonna end it off, pero meron na oras!
What? Okay, na-clutch nila. They didn't bolster. First of all,
bilis
bolster.
Naman nun!
Hindi. Bes, kung binigyan niya ng 100% trust, yung kakampi niya, napapatayin yung nasa Okta, madedefuse yun eh. Binitawan kasi ni Bolster to. This is Enzo. Bolster left the spike and he helped Enzo instead. And because of that decision, this spike being diffused right now, hindi aabot. But honestly, if Bolster had 100% of his trust on his teammate, it wouldn't be like this. It would be done and over with. And this can now go to Leviathan's side.
Meron pang isa. Malakas ang Leviathan pagdating sa defending. Ito yung problema nila.
Ay, nako.
Pero si Melzer, control lang ang ginagawa nila dito. Control the smokes, control the sites, control on the specific area of the map. Nagpaparinig na sila dito, saan ba sila mag-push. Pero ito yung mistake na ginawa ng Fnatic no? Pumasok sila sa Viper Spit ng kalaban. Wala silang pakialam, men. Kung ako sa inyo, dapat pinatukan nila ng Viper Spit para pareho kayong may Viper Spit, pare. Pits ang tawag doon, men.
Ito na ang ating pangalawang overtime sa isang mapa ulit. Sa ibang mapa naman. And dito pa rin sa Leviathan at Fnatic, parehas. So dikit na dikit talaga ang laban. And right now, with the Trailblazer, mahanap actually yung Brimstone. At na-force out nila, no? Pinilit nilang i-push kasi nga na-concuss. Ang kaso naman, may nag-aabang na for the trade o para tulungan. Nagkakaroon ng skirmish on towards the site. Hindi pa rin napaplant ang spike dito. There's no space yet. This is Taco inside tube. And still, mamamatay siya rito. AlphaJer is just performing so great right now in the hands of Fnatic. But still, it is gonna go on Leviathan's side. Ngayon, sila na ang may lamang. Sila na ang match point. Kasi bitaw pa!
Hindi ko alam kung sino mananalo dito, bes. It can be Fnatic and maybe Leviathan as well.
Promise, tapos na to. Hindi binitawan yung spike Sure kill naman ni Enzo sana. Happens to the best of us.
Nice. Vamos!
Isa na lang kailangan ng Leviathan. And the thing is, this is a do or die match, ladies and gents. Laglagan portion to. If Fnatic loses one EMEA team, we'll say bye-bye.
Salamat, thanks. Teshekula, thank you na sasabihin nila dito. Is it just me or nawala yung sounds? Okay, nawala nga. Narinig ko ba, Bes? Ayan. So right now, ladies and gentlemen, they're gonna go here in a... We have no idea kung paano sila papasok dito. They still have more utilities. Si King, at least meron siyang 2 orbs dito para makakuha ng showstopper if ever. Na he's gonna take down 2. Pero si Taco and Durke needs to step it up with that operator on hand, mga kaibigan. They know it already. Knowing na si Durke meron siyang showstopper dito. Meron siyang operator. Wala siyang pera pambili ng Roomba.
Yun nga eh, pinilit niya eh. Kumbaga, finorce niya talaga sa
400 ang Roomba, di ba?
Panghawak talaga. Pero ang laking factor ng Boombot dito kasi it can clear out corners. It can also give you info. But
Lalo
anyway,
sa bind.
Oo. If he's gonna play on the back end, nandun naman din yung fade eh. Ito na yung entry ng Pain Shells, no? Papasukin na nga rin dito ni King. He was able to take 1 kill here. Pero si Boaster, siya ang makaka-trade off dito. Siya nga lang din ang maiiwan sa site. Nakakuha siya ng 2 kill bago mamatay. But it's now a 2v3 situation. This is Leviathan having that 1-man advantage. Mainit na mainit si Adverso ngayon. Pinapaulanan lang ng bala ang CT side. 12 seconds to plant the spike and they managed to do it already. And now it's all up to Derke with an operator and Enzo with a Vandal na mula sa A site pa sila nang galing. So they literally have no idea where the people are and any info at all.
In terms of utilities, meron pang C's. Si Enzo kahit pa paano, pero this is gonna be really hard, man. Enzo popping off already, catching one, pushing it to 1v2 right now. Hindi ka pwede magkamali, Enzo. If ever na nagkamali ka, it's over for your team. Pero yun nga lang, that is a hunt already. Meron ba nakita? Pero dinefuse niya, oh no, hindi alam! Hindi ata, pero hinihingi na ata! Oh my God, hindi narinig! Hindi na narinig kasi sinabayan na yung hunt!
Tapos na to!
Oh my God!
Pero hindi pa rin!
Sinabayan niya yung pag-ano ng hunt!
Bakit?
Wow!
What?
Diyos ko!
Play right
sinabayan
there,
yung
though.
audio cue, yung sound cue!
Oh my God. This
Oh my
play,
God.
it was there already. If Enzo tried to do it, the final round na sila na dapat yung makakuha, he's gonna do it again this time around. Leviathan on a timeout, and we are actually going to a second overtime here.
Yeah, second OT it is. And yun nga, partner, sinabayan yung tunog, men. Hindi namin narinig yun. Walang sounds, of course. Pero but still, alam kong sinabayan niya yung tunog nung kling, biglang tutut.
Ang lala. Sakit pighati, lungkot lumbay. Yan yung mararamdaman ng Leviathan. Panalo na, naging bato pa. Parang fanatic lang kanina. Bago mag-overtime.
3v2 yun, man. 3v2 yun. Uy, ano yung ginagawa mo siya? 3v2 yun. Pero but still, kailangan na mag-usap-usap ngayon. Darating sa punto, bes, na mababurn out sila na strats. Darating sa punto na, sige pre, bahala na ako na mangyari dito. Darating sa ganun, man, for sure. If ever mas tumagal pa. Pero second OT it is, they're trying to pull off their pocket strategies if ever.
Ganda ng play, no?
Oo, ganda ng mga play nila, man.
Ang ganda ng agawan ng dito. Ang ganda ng agawan ng match point, actually, kung tutuusin. Kahit matagal, it's such a good game to watch and there's so many setups that you can actually take in, that you can use.
If manalo ang Leviathan dito, sobrang lungkot ng sobrang magiging malungkot ang Leviathan, men, promise. Pag natalo ang Leviathan dito, kasi knowing na sayang talaga dahil sa 3v2.
Andun eh. Anyway, move forward, move on. Yun ang kailangan nilang gawin. Kasi kapag na-stuck yan sa mentality nila, it's just gonna deteriorate the mental fortitude of the team. But the Trailblazer, already an immediate shutdown. Agad-agad ang pinapakita dito ng Leviathan. Pinarinig din nila na may operator sila. So, this is just a warning shot, kumbaga, para kay Taco.
Oo. Tama. Warning shot lang to, men, para hindi mag-push doon ang Fnatic. Pero Melzer, onto that corner po. Pasok sila. Oh no, hindi alam ni Melzer. Wala siyang idea na maraming players ng Fnatic doon sa may short. But Adverso will catch one. Both are gonna use all his utilities. They have full map control right now. Look at that. Meron siyang Viper, meron pa silang Astra. Diyos ko po, literal, ang daming ecoms talaga. May green na, may purple pa. And Taco will catch that Viper off guard. Pero Enzo will take a lot of damage because of that pain shells though. Shy all the way from the backsides of the map. Wala silang idea at all na meron ng tao sa may short, mga kaibigan. Pero right now, this is the round na ipapanalo ng Leviathan. Like what I've said, sobrang lakas ng Leviathan sa defending.
Exactly. Ganun din ang Fnatic. Kaya nga nagkakabawian sila pagdating dito sa scores natin, especially kapag nagsaswap sila ng sides eh. And right now, obviously, Fnatic is gonna be on the defense. Alam natin na malakas sila on the defense. Pareha sa team, malakas on the defense. Kumbaga, at this point, nagkakaubusan na ng strat to, bes. At this point, memoryado na nila yung galawan ng isa't isa. And at this point, paunahan na lang magkamali. The first team who's gonna make a mistake will definitely lose.
Pagalingan mag-Valorant, Bessie. Yan ang pinakakailangan nilang gawin dito. Pagalingan mag-computer, kumbaga. Pero right now, kinakabahan ulit ng Fnatic. The pressure is on them. Kailangan, hindi sila dapat magkamali dito, mga kaibigan. Everything should work flawlessly, kumbaga. Pero si Shai, siya makikita sa may gilid, pero alam niya na si Sky nandun lang din sa gilid. Ninatgat sa Nipico ngayon. In terms of utilities, buhay pa naman. In terms of utilities, kompleto sa Katos pa yung mga players dito ng Leviathan, dala sa Trailblazer. Ang kailangan lang talaga nila is syempre ma-pull off yung flash dito ni Shai. Kasi siya lang yung only flash na meron sila, no? Together, tama, siya lang talaga. Sa Fnatic, they have the Prowler. Diba? So, kailangan kabahan ng mga players ng Fnatic, ng Leviathan din if ever. Kung talaga na-pull off ni Mystic tsaka ni Enzo yung mga plays nila dito. Pero ang ginagawa ng Leviathan, they're just taking the time, man. 40 seconds in, sila pa yung may lamang dito, pwede pa sila makabawi. Exactly. Mystic, first flash, may nakitang isa. That is the smoke already, and they're ready to go in.
Ito na, entry na mula sa Leviathan. This is the winning moment kung sakasakali. But Bolster was able to secure 1 kill. Pero tamang antay lang, mala checkpoint ang galawan ng Fnatic dito. 3 na ang namatay for Leviathan's side. And now Fnatic, they're still 5-man strong. Bolster waiting patiently here in the corner. And syempre, pag lumabas ka dyan, ya top chika, ito na nga ang pagkamatay ni Adverso. May sinama siya sa hukay, but now, it is just gonna be on to Taco. There's 2 players here. They're just gonna keep on denying you. It's not doable. Taco, it's just not!
Ang ganda ng hold nila, ang ganda ng hold na ginawa dito ng side ng Fnatic if ever. Kasi kung napapansin mo ba, meron tao sa elbow, meron din tao sa backside. If ever pumasok sila dito sa B, they are ready. They are ready to counter every push na pwedeng gawin dito ng Leviathan. At doon sila talaga pa isa-isa na wala. Kasi isipin mo ba mahirap naman talaga pumasok sa isang site knowing na may smoke doon yung entrance may smoke So literal napapasok kayo na wala kayong kaalam-alam sa pwedeng mangyari. Ang alam niyo lang impormasyon kung meron tao dito isa lang, pero wala kayong idea na meron tao doon sa may backside.
Ito naman, Leviathan naman yung magde-depend ngayon. So ito na. Alam na natin, magaling sila sa defending kesa naman sa attacking. Paunahan magkamali, pero si Bolster pala naka-op. Yes.
Pag natalo ang Leviathan dito, Fnatic would win this.
Actually, dahil nga mas malakas nga sa defense itong mga teams Pero mukhang knives out na naman ang gustong gawin. Bolster! Sige, push mo!
Asin!
Yan na yun. Ito na exactly. Dahil nga time is running, umiinit na, nagkakamali na yung mga players at Leviathan na ang unang bumibitaw dyan.
Maasim! Bawas naman daw kahit armor lang, kapatid! Ay, nako! Look at that!
4K.
Bolster went on 4K!
I think it's gonna be done at this point.
Yeah.
Yun nga, gaya ng sabi ko, paunahan magkamali. Leviathan, hindi na nila kayang kumapit sa tagal ng match na to. The mental fortitude is just draining them. They became too aggressive. They became overconfident on their defense. And they were just obliterated by an operator on that side for Bolster?
Yan kasi.
On an attacker?
Maasim. Wala Kailangan gusto na lang pumasok. Nagigil sila I mean, oo, nakita mo yung kalaban mo. Nakita mo yung kalaban mo. Pero that will not give you the point na talagang pumasok.
Porket
you don't have to do that, man. Kung di porket naka-off yan, man, hindi yan na rason para i-push mo.
Tapos close ka? Kala mo pang malayuan lang yung operator.
Hindi, man.
Diyos ko.
Ano ba? May attachment yan
na maalam. Eto na, the defense is gonna be on Fnatic's side. And Leviathan, they have to make something special here. Or else, they're gonna lose this round. Fnatic is just too good when it comes to the defense. And both teams are. Anyway, alam nila na may tao sa showers. They have the presence. They're quite aware. And giving that info, Fnatic will just wait it out. This is how you do defense, Leviathan. Yan ang sabi nila.
The Great Wall of Fnatic is here already. And for Leviathan, let's see if ever kaya ba nilang sirain to, men. I mean, mataas ang win rate ng Fnatic if ever they are defending. Lalong-lalo dito sa OT na to. Sa OT, mga kaibigan, never pa sila natalo sa defending so far. Pero ito rin ba magiging deal breaker, kumbaga?
Quite possible. Depends.
Yeah, let's see that if ever gonna mangyari siya. Pero nga na si Enzo, mga kaibigan, Diyos ko po, lahat sila pumunta dito sa may pier. Wala silang ID at all na napakadaming players dito, men.
Pag tumalon to,
players. Oh
ayun
my God, Snake, vulnerable. Pero Diyos ko po, missing, and this is the clean-up crew na meron ng Fnatic, ladies and gentlemen. He will actually be taken down by Taco. 2v2, mga kaibigan. Leviathan is still alive. Durkee trying to swing out, pero nga lang Enzo will catch one. 1v1, ladies and gentlemen. Adverso, hindi ka pwede magkamalian. Meron pa tayong isa. It's not yet over. Anong oras na?
15-15. It's gonna be an OP. Isang round na naman ang makikita natin dito. This is gonna be the 4th overtime for this game. Literal, nararamdaman nila na do or die match to dahil laglagan talaga to. Mamamaalam sa Copenhagen ang team na matatalo dito, and they know how quite serious this is. And
meron pang isa. Wala na akong pakialam kung sino malakas sa defending attacking. Wala na. Kasi sinira na nila ngayon eh. Fnatic, ang laki ng support ko sa inyo. Huwag niyo naman sirain.
Ang laki ng support?
Oo, men.
Parang
naalala ko noong 2013, pumunta ako sa fan meet niyan back then sa SM
talaga?
North. Oo, legit yun. 2013 yun, men. Or 11. Basta matagal na!
Pero hindi pa Valorant, wala pang Valorant noon. Fan na si Vil na Fnatic. Pero ito na nga, nagkakaroon na ng skirmish on site. 3v3 situation, pantay na pantay ang laban. The spike has been dropped here, pero King not aware na meron na palang tao sa heaven. AlphaJer following the footsteps right here, but Shy was able to spot him out already. And then now, in a 3v2 situation, Milser was able to pick up on one kill here. Molly papunta sa showers para walang makalabas. Nakaplant na ang spike, but still AlphaJer was still able to get that kill. Now, in a 1v2 situation, Fnatic has the upper hand when it comes to the post-plant position. Kumbaga, nag-crossfire na sila sa Valorant dito. Pag natalo pa sila, ewan ko na lang, tumama
hindi pa natamaan
yung
ng
Seas.
Tumama yung Seas. Oo, natamaan nga pala siya. Pero yun nga lang, mga kaibigan.
Ay, hindi na half.
Nakita na isa pa rin. Walang bala. Walang bala. Grabe na classic. Maratas ka pa, muntik na. Ay, nako. Muntik na si kaibigang Melzer. Pero napatay siya. Fnatic. Eto na. Defending sila, pero sana tama na yung desisyon nila.
Pati kami, guys.
Anong oras na? It's Borkum time! Apir tayo, apir.
Kuha. Anyway, 15-16, Fnatic on the lead. And pakiramdam ko, Bessie, ito na yun. Ito na, nasa depensa na sila. Please, utang na loob. Parang awa nyo na. Alas 3 na. Pero anyway, may susunod pa tayong casters, guys. Sana samahan nyo sila, ha? Kasi, syempre, mas late night talks yun.
Man. Nakita pa yun.
Dumampik pa.
Lumalabas-labas ka naman dyan. Pagiging impatient ng mga players ng Leviathan, mga kaibigan. Pero at least, Fnatic, talagang binipilit na pero nga nakapatay na kasi yung mga players na dito lang sa may triple. But still, si Bolster catching one, pero si Durkee is now down for the count right now. Pero Adverse gonna push it, and now Melzer muna, andito magpa-plant ngayon, pero yun nga, natamaan siya, Diyos ko, pamuntik nang mamatay. Pero vulnerable siya. Pero there's gonna be a 4v4 for the count, mga kaibigan. Wala pa rin talaga merong ulti ngayon. Kailangan nilang gamitin lahat na meron sila. Si Enzo will catch one with the wallbang right now. Pero kailangan wag sila maging impatient, pre. Kumalma kayo. Ikalma nyo, mga Seb.
Kalmahan nyo lang. Ito ata ang birthday buff na tinatawag. Happy birthday, Ray Ray.
Ay!
1-to-1 trade. And this is gonna be almost done. 2v1. Ito na naman si Adverso. Siya na naman ang mananaig dito. In a 2v1 situation. Finally! Fnatic was able to secure it. And it's finally done.
It's done, ladies and gentlemen! Mga kaibigan, Leviathan is eliminated, ladies and gentlemen! Fnatic will advance sa lower bracket, mga kaibigan! Napakainit! Leviathan! Galit sa inyo ang coach nyo!
Mas masaya ang casters kaysa sa mga nanalo.
Homsin, tandaan nyo yan! Makakapahinga na kami nung oras na Dapat mag-one game na pa. Dapat mag-one game pa ako.
Wala na, tulugan na to, Bessie.
Anong oras na?
Ito pero kung tutuusin, napakaganda ng laban na meron tayo dito. It was such a close match right here. Fnatic, it was almost as if makukuha pa ng Leviathan yung mga rounds. There's just a stronghold pagdating dun sa mga defense na meron tong dalawang teams. But I think it started to crumble along the time frame na meron ng pagkainip yung mga players. The mental fortitude is already drained. The energy of the entire team is drained. But Fnatic stood tall.
And dito naman sa Leviathan, ladies and gentlemen, I mean, there's a lot of mistakes. Dumating sa point na talagang sobrang nagpaka-impatient sila. And that is the thing that Fnatic capitalized. Lalong-lalo na nung pinatay ni Booster yung 4 with that operator. I mean, why do you have to push like that? Why do you have to push the guy na talagang nag-aantay na nakaset na with that operator, mga kaibigan? Sobrang naging impatient lang din talaga ang Leviathan dito. Si feeling ko parang sobrang na-burnout na sila. Nabahala na si Abatman kung anong gagawin nila. Pero wala silang choice kung hindi mag-fist pump na din talaga.
Nakapaalam ba si Booster?
Oh, men, nakaparang feel up ko, may bahay niya to eh.
Bahay niya to, men eh. Nakapambahay na lang siya dito eh. Oh, anyway, ano bang gagawin nila dito?
Tako, oh my God, kumain sila.
Tako ba?
Tako yan, tako. Tako. Wala namang empanada sa, ano eh, sa...
Meron.
Tako yan, men.
Bakit? Mali mo, empanada.
Nakalabas yung meat eh. Tako. Sa empanada, close
na talaga.
eh.
Bakit ka ba nagagalit? Pagkain lang naman, inaaway mo ako.
Sorry,
Pwede mo naman sabihin, tako yun, Bes. Okay lang yan, nagkamali. Inaaway ako eh. Tako yun, nakalabas yung meat, tako yun.
Sorry, I chose violence.
Mukhang empanada eh. Sorry na, akin na. Pero,
Tako.
malay mo, pandesal. Pinoy pride, let's go!
Oopsie! Malay mo, mamon, di ba? Mamon yan, men.
Cheesecake.
Diba? O corned beef yung palaman, sarap, di ba?
Rino. Gano'n, nakapalaman dyan. Pero anyway, eto na nga, tapos na ang laban, tapos na rin yung away namin ni Bill, makakatulog na kami, makakapagpahinga na kami. Pero suportahan nyo yung dalawang natitirang caster kasi yung isa, birthday girl yon.
Oo, birthday na, di ba? So happy birthday sa'yo.
Rachel? Happy
Rachel.
Siya ba magkakas? Hindi ko sure kung siya magkakas eh. Si Riri ba? Tsaka si Asuray? Hindi ko alam eh. Asuray at Honey Glaze pala.
Si Honey Glaze.
Pero si Asuray, balita ko magbe-birthday na din.
Birthday na ngayon actually. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Hindi ko rin alam. Bati ng bati.
Basta kung birthday mo, edi happy birthday. Kung hindi, at least advance, di ba? Oh. At least una na yung, at least naka-greet kami, di ba? Wala kang, hindi ka iiyak na, ganun.
Ang maaway ni Bill. Guys, literal, wala namang ginagawang masama. Wala namang nangyayari na away. Pero anyway, thank you so much for staying with us here in the VALORANT Masters. At syempre sa pagsama sa aming dalawa ni Vil ngayon para sa cast na to dahil mukhang matindi-tindi eh, no? Matagal-tagal yung mga laban eh. Ang daming overtime pero Fnatic pa rin yung nanaig. And now, finally, any last words, Vil, bago natin ipasok sa break?
GG's mga kaibigan. See you again next time sa Friday. Pero syempre meron pa namang next game. So panoorin yun. Huwag niyong papatayin yung computer niyo. Huwag niyong papatayin yung cellphone niyo. Manood lang kayo hanggat lumuwa yung mga mata niyo. Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching VALORANT Masters. Villain Taylor, we out. See you again next time. Pero may game pa mamaya.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. Exhausted. This passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Can't move from the trap scene, no we don't move like that. Cruise to the venue dressed in black. What's on the menu, don't hold back. World's gonna end soon bro, that's facts. Now they wanna roll through, can't get yaks. And times don't change. Still get waved but the same four walls still drive me insane. I'm drawing curtains, head still hurting. Looking out window pane, Back to the cruiser, back to the rave. Up, getting waved, black cats by the speaker, throwing shade. MCs with the heat up, spitting flames, and I'm back two stepping in my Air Max. Couple balls in the back, rolling with Bear Man, coming like Mad Max. Don't even care, man. Going on bare tracks, didn't even pay for the fare, man. Nah, didn't even pay for the fare, but they carry on like I was never there. So I come back two stepping in my Air Max. Couple balls in the back, rolling with Bear Man. Don't even know where my head's at. Lights in the rave, giving man a suntan. Try keep up with us, man. No sleep and we're gone for the week, no fuss, man. No fuss, man. Sometimes don't change. Still get waved, but the same four walls still drive me insane. I'm drawing curtains, head still hurting. Looking out window panes for days. Still learning these different ways. Ain't worth it to sit and complain. Left burning these tracks in the rain. Back to the future, back to the days. Back to the cruiser, back to the rave. Big packs on the spruce up, getting waved. Black cats by the speaker, throwing shade. MCs with the heat up, spitting flames. So I'm back two stepping in my Air Max. Couple walls in the back, rolling with Bear Man. Coming like Mad Max, don't even care, man. Going on bare tracks, didn't even pay for the fare, man.
Boxes, acting like fitting obnoxious. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Latam have eliminated Fnatic before at an international tournament, and it's time to see if Leviathan can follow Crew's footsteps here.
On flash! Spray transfer is immaculate. Oh my goodness.
Now, 3, 2, 1.
Nice! That is going to be the map going to Fnatic. This is Leviathan firmly in control now. And just like that, we will be going to map 3.
Spike down, B. One enemy remaining.
And that one will give you heart palpitations if you're a Fnatic fan. No! Time is bought! But he got off the defuse! No way!
One enemy remaining.
Another round of OT. I've given us a lifeline! Fnatic had to fight for every inch of that series.
That was the Prime Gaming post-match highlights. I'm back on the desk with Baller and Jess. I think we've all aged like 10 years minimum.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you to Boaster for not sticking the defuse. That gave us that OT. I think we deserve that between these two teams.
I think that gave me a heart attack.
Yep.
I got a stroke from all like, oh my goodness.
I feel like I've lived on this desk for longer than I've lived anywhere else on this earth. So now this is my home, and never again, please, Fnatic, do it like that, because I don't think we can handle it.
Yeah, that was a lot. But then again, on the side of Leviathan, we got to say, they managed to push Fnatic this hard. Who would have thought that?
Yeah, they pushed him to the brink from the very beginning, too. There were so many good plays, but on this final map at Verso was absolutely crazy. It's crazy, too, that he matched Boaster, both of the controllers on this side. Obviously, both sides playing double controller, but man, what a game.
This is the round I wanted to thank Boaster for, I think. This is when
we know where this goes. This goes to heartbreak.
I think we have a lesson to learn is just trust Enzo. Just trust him.
Do you think he's bullet counting at that point? He's going, he only has 5 bullets or whatever he has left.
Oh, wait, no, it's a different round. It was this round. Oh, there was too many.
There's like 5 different absolute butt clenchers in that round.
Honestly, I forgot that round existed. But yeah, that was also one of the rounds in OT that we otherwise wouldn't have seen if Boaster started the team.
It's funny because Leviathan, like, had the 2 times they went to overtime, they had won them quite clearly against Exit. I thought that trend would continue the moment we hit overtime, and then we get into this, and Fnatic, again, the fact that Boaster makes the own call for himself to buy an op, to take the control the power angle back into showers, and then not only does he do that, but then he capitalizes on just taking the op rather than picking up a rifle where he would be in his comfort zone. The man shot me back to when he was Sova-maining marshalling on Icebox, blew my mind with some of the shots he was able to hit with the marshal back then. We got everything in this game. That's what I wanted.
Yeah, we really did. And at the beginning of this game, I was like, okay, there's no chance for Fnatic to really get into it emotionally because over and over and over, the pressure felt like it was getting to them. But on that final map of Bind, they really were in their comfort zone, and they said, okay, this is it, man. We're playing a real game of Valorant here, and they just popped off.
Yeah, you might not know this, but right in the beginning of the beta of this game, Boaster wanted to be a jet opper. So I think like once a jet opper, always a jet opper.
Fair enough.
That does not leave you.
Fair enough. I'm happy with him going op if he wants to, because he'll have a place in my heart with it.
Yeah, might as well. And speaking of Boaster, he is standing by, I hope pretty tired, I assume, but definitely energetic as always right now with Golden Boy in the Verizon Player of the Match, I believe. No, he's not. Yes, he is.
Thank you so much, Intu. Don't worry, I got you covered. I'm here at our Verizon post-match interview with Boaster. Look, I'm sweating like a pig up here, but I can't even imagine what you're feeling like right now, brother. How are you? What's the describe to me the moment that match ended? How did you what happened to your body?
Honestly, overtime after overtime, I was like, come on, someone just carry this round, please, I'm begging you. It's boiling out here, I'm sweating, I'm hot in game, and I'm hot temperature out of game, I was like, please, just let it end. I wanna meet the crowd.
Well, actually, fun fact for everyone, it is quite hot in the venue, especially in the player area. It's just all, just all that, good game energy, right? It's just radiating heat everywhere. This series was a very difficult challenge for you guys. What is it about that, the LATAM style, the Leviathan style that was just so different from what you had even experienced against Paper Rex yesterday?
I just think they have such firepower coming in big bursts, you never really know what's going to happen within these rounds, and it's just kind of like they have the strategical impact from their coaches now, and then with that, it's just kind of like, it's such a difficult game, and it's so tough to play and draining and stressful because it looks like you're about to win a round. You're like, yo, we're 5v3, freeze and hold. And next thing you know, 3v3, and I'm like, oh no, quick, end the round.
Dude, and also your calls that whole game were just, it was a masterclass. You literally, go back and watch it, seriously. You legit had the reads. Every single round. It was incredible. Like, is it just a tendency thing, or were you just really saying hey, we're just going to play our strategy, especially as it goes into those late overtimes?
I kind of play off, obviously we have some anti-shots going into it, we have ideas of what they like to do, but on attack side, it's really based off what I'm kind of seeing and what information's being fed to me. And I'm like, Chamber could be here or here. Okay, he's going to be there, and then it's like, we'll just go that way. If he's there, make sure we prowler him and at least and flush him out.
Yeah, okay. You specifically requested that I ask you about this. Your op round.
Yeah.
It was not expected. Everyone was blown away by it. What was the decision-making process for that?
I've been watching a lot of Tarek recently, and he inspired me a lot. Also, in Ranked, it's my one play. I brimstone AWP showers sometimes when I'm kind of a bit bored. And in that overtime moment, I was like, Millie ain't gonna like this, but I'm gonna buy an AWP and not say anything. So I was like, everyone do their default, and I knew what the Raze did. I knew he was gonna boombot. I was gonna hide from it, and I was gonna post up, and I'll be like, it's either Raze or Chamber there. And I managed to wipe out the Raze. The Viper's coming at me like a lunatic. I was like, I need to take the swing on him. Took the swing on him, knocked him out, and I'm like, get me on site now. I was like, Sky's gonna wanna pop flash through, care boys. And I was like, screw it, I think he's gonna pop flash through there. Boom, take him out. One backside, I'm like, let me hunt him. And I was like, running, jump, through the toxic, boom.
Yeah, dude, you are nasty. And that was one of the plays that pushed you to this point. Now you get to play in front of a crowd, man. How does that make you feel? How does that make the boys feel?
You know how it makes me feel?
Do it.
Let's
Twerk
do
it
it
up, baby.
again.
That's what it is. Do it again for the camera to really catch it in 4K.
I gotta save it.
Okay, we'll save it for the actual show itself when he walks out in front of a crowd. Boaster, man, congratulations, brother. Seriously, what a game that was. Congratulations to you, the team, the coaching staff, everyone at Fnatic. Awesome stuff, brother.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, man. Appreciate you. All right, we're going to pitch it back over to the desk, but thank you so much, Boaster, once again for this Verizon post-match interview.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. What I gather from that is we need to watch more Tarek. I think Tarek needs more views. And also, how is he that energetic after 3.5 hours?
I have no clue. Yeah,
No.
I mean, I have no clue. This guy just continues to zoom.
But you called it as well on the op round. You said to me, you were like, he knows the boom boss coming. This is a strat.
There had to have been something, and yeah. I mean,
Yeah, it can't have been random. And the fact that he's like, I'm going to hide it from Mini, then I'm going to buy the op. I'll say to everyone, yes, all go default. So that Mini's hearing, okay, everyone's doing default. I trust this. And he looks down, he goes, what is that?
Someone needs to ask Mini, actually, to react to that. But before we jump to a break, we asked you guys at home to vote for the in-zone player of the match. Wow.
Get your boasties.
This might be the first, I feel like. This might be his first international tournament. I don't remember the last time he won it over Durko or Doma.
I mean, he deserves it after that performance on Bind. He tied the most kills on a map as well.
Yeah.
31. The only other person to do that was Trex in overtime, too, against Crew.
Yeah, I think there's a lot to be said, not only about his ability to get a lot of kills on the map, but his calling. And he said it was a flip of the coin. I think there was a little bit more instinct than the flip of the coin I'm going to give him. You know, I think he's playing, you know, all the entertainment value there. I think there's more to it there, and he's one of the best brains we have in Valorant, and he should be celebrated as a result of it.
I'm going to need that coin for my ranked games. Yeah, let me borrow it. But I'm going to let you guys have a break. I think we all need a break here. But don't worry, guys. There's going to be more Valorant coming up, and DRX will be taking on another EMEA team, FPX, right after this.
These man know what time it is. What time it is. These man know. What time it is. These man know what time it is. What time it is. These man know. what time it is. What time it is. These man know.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back to Masters Copenhagen. I hope you guys had a nice break and are ready for another banger. It is DRX versus FPX. I'm here on the desk with Jess and Mimi to join us. Mimi, you had to watch that game just now backstage. How was it?
I feel just as exhausted as you guys, and I didn't even have to be on the desk or cast it or play it or do anything. That was just like, I keep saying this, but it might have been the craziest game of the tournament.
Yeah, and you might get even more tired as time goes on because DRX, they're about to take the stage again. They've done superbly so far in this tournament, but do you guys feel like they run the risk of repeating what happened at Reykjavik?
I don't want to say yes because they're in better form than when they were at Reykjavik. So my heart wants to say that, like, especially in form and stylistically, they're ready to go. They're ready to break that ceiling upon which they had already set upon themselves. I just think that there's just a limiting factor, and it's an in-form, full 5 rostered FPX.
Yeah, I mean, this team has had quite a step up this event. It's been an improvement from a lot of the players. Mako individually, Stacks individually stepping up for this team to keep them in this, but it is the same situation as Masters 1. You lose in the upper bracket. It's the exact same position they were before. Previously, they got eliminated by Zeta Division to do better, to get past that 6th place position that has haunted them since Masters 1. They need to win this match, and it's going to be a tough one for them considering the history especially.
Well, look at this international performance. This is what we're talking about. You know, look back at Masters Berlin. They placed between the 5th and 8th position. They get to Champions. Of course, it's the World Championship. It's a little bit more difficult. They get knocked down in 9th to 12. They come back. And Masters Reykjavik, 5th to 6th. And that is the top placement they are trying to break. They win this. They break it. They break into a new echelon of DRX.
Sure, and there has been some good moments. There's been some improvements out of this team, but I think we've also seen them slip into some similar pitfalls that they were having at Masters 1. And a big part of that is the opening kills. This team is continuing to struggle in the early game and in the early round. RB in particular, it's looking very similar to Masters 1 in that previous match they played, where he's getting picked off repeatedly in that early round, putting them at these man disadvantage situations. And you can't fully fault them. The competition they're playing has leveled up. Optic in particular were excellent in this match, but still, this team is struggling to start their rounds right. And while they're great at clutching, they're great at fighting back in, it's always tough when you're playing from that deficit.
Yeah, I think the biggest sort of indication for me that they were able to come back in the latter parts of the round is that they were replicating these like first death consistently, but clutching in the latter parts of mid to late round. The same that Optic was doing. So if they're rivaling Masters 1 champions and being able to come back from that, that's a pretty good indicator that they are also at the same level, at least from that statistic.
Yeah, I mean, it is lovely to see that improvement out of them. But the question is if it is enough, because this team does have a tendency to look really good, to pound throughout the groups, have really one-sided games, and frankly stomp and then get in towards the playoffs, have some issues and fall flat. Sure, they've had some clutches. Sure, Mako has stepped up, but there's still that big question looming of if it's enough to improve.
Well, they face FPX already in this tournament, but Jess, as you said, FPX, this is the real FPX now, and Sugetsu, he's also doing quite well on land.
Yeah, I think Sugetsu is one of those players that I said that if you were to have a sub, I hope it's not Sugetsu. I hope you don't have to sub him out. Side did a great job filling in for that, but I think now this is not the same match we had DRX FPX before. Now we have a new X Factor. There's so many X's when we're talking about all of these teams. What's the X Factor? It's not DRX, not FPX. It's Sugetsu in. It's a brand new matchup. This ain't a rematch. This is a brand new clean slate.
Yeah, and for FPX, we have seen the improvements come on through. I think their synergy has been excellent, and I mean, what a guy to get back in. Sage Getsu.
Yeah, I had to pull out the Battle Sage Sugetsu, for those who are wondering why. I love that he's got the headset on as well.
I'm glad the Sage Getsu start, because when I first said it, Lothar was very disappointed in
Lothar doesn't.
He was extremely
he finds a lot of the things that we say a little bit trivial.
Yeah, I do want to also really quickly talk about the expectations of FPX, because obviously, Mimi, they thought they could at least get top 4 without Sugetsu, but they have him now. So do you feel like they have an even better chance?
I mean, I think top 4 was high expectations that they were setting for themselves. I always have a lot of respect for teams that do that, that put themselves up against that high bar. I think of a similarity to Optic when we hear about that, but it was definitely going to be tough having that substitute. Now that they've gotten to this point, though, they have leveled up. I made a point a little bit talking about their synergy, talking about how good this team has been with him back in the roster, just kind of some of those micro plays that you weren't fully seeing with Cider. The comfort for the team is there. The confidence for the team is there with a lot of these players stepping up on land. And it does feel like if there is a moment for FPX to finally pass that hurdle, to break that curse. They already broke it. Now they just need to get the result off of it.
Yeah, like I said, they played against each other already. Do you expect the same maps to come up again as we go into map vetoes?
I would hope there's been lessons learnt on the FPX side. I hope they're just sitting there and they're like, hang on a second, there's been a moment of maybe a blip in the radar for what we expect to be strong maps for us, or maybe even in the bans. This was one of those sort of picks and bans that I couldn't necessarily simulate 100%.
Yeah, it was an interesting one. FPX get the first veto in this one, and they actually, to make a change in that one, they get rid of Breeze instead of Split. That makes sense thus far this tournament. DRX has been excellent on that map.
Yeah. And I was going to say, why ban it when DRX get to do the honors for you, especially with the fact that FPX will be the first ones in with that ban, and you know, FPX has been pretty good in Ascent.
I think this is good. They didn't get to choose Ascent. They didn't choose Ascent last time, Mimi, but I like it here.
Yeah, I love the executes that they have been showing. Now that they have Sugetsu back in the mix, playing on that stage, it has been awesome. The double initiator combined with that Sage player was great, but Fracture comes in as our second map. DRX have looked unstoppable here. They stomped Optic, and in the last matchup, they stomped DRX here. This has been a home place for them. This has been RB's Neon dominating, and it's going to be a tough one for FPX.
Are you surprised that FPX took out the Haven here?
A little bit. I think that maybe they don't want to be, like, this is the lessons learned. Like, how much predictability can you put into a map veto? What is the kind of decider you're happy to go to? Bind for them has not been the best, so where does that really put them overall?
Yeah, it's interesting. I think they could pretty well expect that Icebox ban to come through for DRX, so they really did get the pick. Do we want Bind or do we want Haven? They make the decision on to Bind on this one. I don't necessarily hate that for DRX. They had a good history, but it was, you know, it was still a close map that they pulled against Optic, so it's a scary team there. But yeah, with that full force roster of FPX, I almost have a good element of faith of them there in being able to rally back.
Ooh, EMEA day, is it, Mimi?
Are we swapping places?
I just like good teams.
The maps picks are in, and we're going to meet the players very soon. We're going to go to a short break here. Do not go anywhere.
I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it. I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
This is it, the last elimination match of today. Let's send this over to the stage and welcome back DRX and FPX. There is only one spot left in that top 4. Will it be FPX or DRX? But also, guys, there's revenge on the line here for one team as well. And Mimi, I know you said you just support good teams. You just like good teams. But both of these teams are good teams.
They're both quite fantastic. And I mean, you talked about the history in this rematch. I think that for the side of FPX, not only is it their survival on the line, but proof that what they were showing with the substitute, what they were showing with so little practice is not the real them. The real FPX with their full force can beat DRX. That's what they're looking to prove here.
There's so much. This is like we said, the last matchup was a statement matchup. This one is even more of a statement matchup. It's DRX will not hold this ceiling above their head consistently. They can break through it, they can burst through it, and conversely, for FPX, Artis consistently making statements. We have some of the best players in the world. We're a top 4 team, even with a sub. Well, then prove it. Put it on the board, show us that that's what you're made of, and let's see what all of the core roster, now that they're all here, can put on the board.
Yeah, and for DRX, they've been dominant in Korea. They always have been. Back to the dawn of Valorant, this team has been the best. But every time they come to these international events, they get close, but they're always a step away from one of those top 4 finishes, to pushing teams to the limit. This might finally be their chance, but like we've mentioned, it's such a tough opponent. They've won this once before, but even with a substitute, it was such a close game against FPX.
It is actually mind-blowing to think that a team like DRX, Vision Strikers, have never had a top 4 at an international event.
I know.
Like you guys said, this could be their chance, but we are starting on Ascent, and on paper, this does favor FPX. But my question is, DRX, they obviously made that comp change going up against Leviathan. Would you like to see them go back to the Omen or stick with what they were doing?
Ooh. I actually like the Astra better, even though they lost on that one. I think it gives them a lot more flexibility if they're going to stick by this Jet. It gives you a lot of nice combo plays. You can have that pull, your Jet dashes off of it. On the attacking side, it gives nice options.
Yeah, I think, I just always think about Astra and APAC. Like, every time I think Astra, I'm like, APAC was the one that really wanted to stick with it. They didn't want to give it up. And when they did get really stubborn with it, they made it work to a T. Some of the best Astra players have been there.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent Select here. And like you guys said, it's Buzz.
Interesting.
The Killjoy is gone. It isn't the Omen or the Astra.
Do you remember this? Buzz on Ascent on Chamber, and we pulled out the sickest highlight reel of his entire career. Yes, yes.
I mean, this is the classic setup for DRX. They still stick by that triple initiator. Some of the roles do pivot around a little bit, but Buzz, it is clear he's been feeling himself. He's had a great tournament thus far, and on the other side, FPX do make a pivot as well. They're pulling the Jet out.
Do you think FPX expected this? I don't think they expected that, like, full wraparound. Like, if you were to pick what you were expecting your opponents compositionally to pick.
I'm doubtful, right? I mean, the Killjoy has always worked really well for them. It's going to be a surprise for both teams. In Artis, again, it's kind of the confidence battle. Both Buzz and Artis on these pivots.
Well, this is a nice reset from both teams. I cannot wait to jump into this one with your casters, Pansy and Hypog.
Ayun. Kami na nga guys, kailangan ko lang siya na i-mute na mabilis ang aking microphone. But anyways, welcome back sa ating Masters broadcast. Tagalog broadcast. Again guys, second series na tayo ngayon. It is going to be DRX versus Fun plus Phoenix. Ako po, si Astra. Kasama ko po si Honey Blaze. Yes, kailangan ko po ito yung pangalan niya kasi pag sinabi niyo lang ang first word na yun, malalagot kayo sa inyong significant other. Anyways, it's good to be here. Medyo natagalan tayo sa first series. Nakita niyo na nabaliw na si Vil sa si Eliza, si Taylor. But now we're going into the first map. Again, going to be Ascent. And oddly enough, or not oddly enough, but interestingly enough, Tito HG, the last time that these two teams have actually faced, it was very different sa map selection natin ngayon. The only map that we are going to be seeing that they played last time that these teams met was on Ascent then. Everything else is very different. Alright, so anyways muna, Fun plus Phoenix already charge up na sa ating B site ngayon. Zipan gonna be on the forward charge. Taking down Mako. Zes, kailangan niya makakuha ng pick agad-agad. Gonna not have time to reload his frenzy and ma-overwhelm siya. Zipan picks up the 3K. Ngayon HG as Buzz and RB2 remain. FPX, bumabawi sila. Seems like DRX. Oh my god, ikaw nga pala nakasama ko last time na nag-casting pala tayo ng teams na to. Fun plus Phoenix and DRX. Yan ang magiging natin tawagan natin dito kasi again, this is the battle of the X's. Mukhang nagkakaroon tayo ng onting rebound tayo ngayon. Nagkakaroon ng onting again, rematch. Kakitaan sila. Anyways, 2 versus 4, not looking too good para sa DRX dito. Fun Plus still has so much control. Ange, or Angel, not really gonna be backing away. And Zipan, 4K, no fear para sa Fun Plus on the pistol.
Nakakagulat na mga naging executions dito muli for the side of FPX na mula dito sila sa mid. They were able to conquer out the players na nagde-defend na nga dito sa B side from the side of DRX. Sorry guys, kanina na-mute ako. Nawala kasi yung focus ng live stream ko dito sa feed ko. At alam niyo na, umabot tayo ng alas 4. Mag-aalas 4 na ng umaga for our second series. Pero syempre, we're still giving out the best para dito na nga sa laban ng FPX at ng DRX. Dahil nga, Azaray, this is their stakes na para matira pa sila to in our tournament. But this time around, meron na ngayong first round ang FPX. Pwede na sila makakreate ng momentum dito and their buys to. Sobrang crucial na mga buys sila dito. Azuray, ibisipin mo ito Meron silang Vandal, they have the Bulldog, pero most of them, or dalawa sa kanila dito, naka-Ghost of Friends sila.
Yeah, it's the other trending buy, diba? Na rather than go for yung yes, puro Spectres lang. You just go low util pero high on the weaponry. What this does require you to do so is yung initiator mo needs to get as much information as possible kasi baka magkamali ka. Kagaya nito na nangyari kay Zipan that has to protect yung Bulldog ngayon as Mako in the rest will actually be going again. Sorry, the Angel. What was that flick with the frenzy? Is now 4 people para sa Fun Plus have already lay claim sa ating A site. Spike will not get planted just yet kasi si Angel will have to actually bring it all the way through here. Magkatao pa para medyo matagal siya. Maybe could be supplementing with the flash or with the smokes ngayon. But Buzz brought it up. Oh, the right clicks from the Classic. This is very expensive para sa Fun Plus and masasave lang nila ang Vandal. So much commitment in terms of yung purchase nila. And I mean, they still got the round pero DRX able to wiggle a couple of kills in.
Half an armor sila tuloy ang mapaninindigan dito ng Fun Plus Phoenix at compared naman dito sa ego ng DRX, kompleto halos sa kanila mga utilities. Although meron lang tayo dito no trademark available for Buzz to use, at the very least yung ibang mga players or ibang mga agents sila dito is full on commitment sa mga utilities sila dahil ito lang din ang pagtutuunan natin ng pansin, yung usage na ng utilities and their placing. Kung paano ba nila ma-hold back dito ang FPX sa pag-entry dahil nga sometimes they play in slow, sometimes nagra-rush sila sa loob ng side dahil they have the availability to do so dahil nandito si RD. RD, he has been doing well but this time around tatlo lang kasi silang may Vandal dito. So alanganin ka agad kung bigla na lang silang magra-rush dito without taking so much idea kung ano ba at sino ba ang nasa loob ng site.
Very fast na nagkaroon agad ng null command dito si Zipan. That's really gonna help out yung Fun Plus Phoenix, but RB and Stacks, they're really hitting their shots here dito HG. RD coming in from the corner but will get expended so quickly and now it's all down to Sugetsu. Very low, gets the heal pero Mako wall bang, no need to look. All you gotta do is tap on yan. And that is going to beat DRX with a point on the board. Fun Plus still have the purchase power because of that really good, I'd say, transitional buy na ginawa nila.
Yeah. Dito sa series na to talagang ine-expect ko rin na parang halo siya ng game or ng series like before nung nagkatapat dito ang FPX at ang DRX. There are most of the times na magkakabasahan sila dito ng mga rushes nila, ng mga attacking side nila at may mga times din dito. Syempre, na maka-counter out pa kaagad nila dito yung no duelist setup ng players from the side of DRX. Zest was able to counter out Ardis. Mabablind siya immediately. And there is the welcoming version naman dito ng FPX. Going inside of the sides, Shao goes in for one. Pero Stocks, nakukuha pa rin naman siya ng pick off dito. Still doable for a 2v3 scenario dahil ngayon si RB ay makakakuha ng isa.
Timing. Correct me if I'm wrong, I believe yung smoke ni Omen ang pinakamabilis mag-dissipate na smoke out of all the controllers that we have out there. Longest being Brimstone, if I'm not mistaken. Anyways, sabi na nga, 2 versus 2 na ang mangyayari ngayon as Mako and RB slowly closing the distance onto the back of the B site. Xiao and teammate actually separated by a couple of smokes dito ngayon. No more utilities for DRX, and they have to start rushing in as that spike is ticking down ever so close to ngayon. HG, RB finds 1-2 para kay RB. What a flick for the transition. Headshot para sa kanya. And Fun plus Phoenix, hindi naging fun ang round na to para sa ating Phoenix team.
Hindi nila ikagagalak itong round na ito na pumabor na sa kanila eh. Kanina umabot tayo na 2v3 situation in favor of Fun plus Phoenix. Pumasok sila ng loob ng site na hindi nila binigyan ng opportunity dito makapag-react on time ang mga nagde-defend from DRX. But unfortunately, the moment na napatay nila yung tao na magbabantay na sana dito in market, doon na nagkaroon ng fall 2 na pwede pa rin naman dito ma-secure ng DRX yung round na yun. And 2-2 is our scoreline. Dito pa lang, nalalanghap ko na mahirap yung magiging execution sa mga teams natin dito. Kung paano ba nila kaagad i-close out ito.
Sana all nilalanghap. Wait, no.
Paano bang langhap?
So, langhap sarap, sorry. Jollibee. Anyways.
Yan.
Yan. Onting bawi lang sa sinabi ko doon. Nagkamali ata tayo. Anyways. Pistol only para sa FPX. Fun plus RD. Artist gonna have his blades up and running. Seems like they've made a lot of noise on the A site, pero again, that's not really gonna maneuver DRX dito. Zest, I like the timing on the drone. Spots out 4 people from Fun plus Phoenix. Napakagandang timing para kay Zest dito. Pop shots from Sugitsu could actually tag down Zest, pero oddly enough or goodly enough, hindi siya matatamaan. Can set up the recon dart if need be, but now they know na medyo namamap out na nila kung saan nakapwesto ngayon ang Fun plus. On the contact will be RB if they try to go push in onto the A short. Dito ngayon HG. As RB is very much ready and waiting. Narinig niya yung mga jumps. Dito na si RD's. He's gonna use the null command. Oh, that is absolutely beautiful. Wala magagawa itong mga pistols nila for the moment. 30 seconds. They still will have yung pressure ngayon with that 5-man push, but seemingly from now, lockdown na ito ng DRX on the B side.
Nawalan kasi ng opportunity pa dito makapasok kaagad si RD with his bladestorm, and now full control ang ginagawa dito ni Mako, who was able to finish out on 2 members. Down to 13 seconds remaining. Nakapatay naman sila kaagad ng isa, pero wala sila ka-idea kung saan nagtatago dito si Stux. And Stux closing this out with a 2K. 2-3 is our scoreline right now for the side of DRX. Simulat sa pool nung nakabili na sila ng kanilang mga barel.
Rather unfortunate. Napaka-awkward nun para sa Fun plus Phoenix. Yes, nagkaroon ulit si Ardis ng kanyang blades because the null command was already done and dusted, pero they were so pressed for a time. They couldn't really push for mid. They couldn't really do anything to rotate back kasi they've already used all of their utilities na, the smokes and everything. So if they try to go wrap around, maybe go to market or even go the longer way B main to B site, hindi siya magiging smooth transition para sa Fun plus. So they waited, they tried to go for yung risk maneuver na lang, and unfortunately Artist hindi siya makakuha ng value dun sa kanyang blades, which is I think the really big factor dito ngayon. Buzz forced TP out. This could be good para sa Fun plus as they start in again once again on the B side. Artist, ganda na positioning niya. Although, smoke bang! Ang ganda na ginawa ni Stack. Sobrang ganda. Look at the suppressing firepower dito kay Zest as he pops the shots, takes down Sugetsu with a headshot, and Buzz pumunta siya sa back of the site. This is 2 players from DRX on the back side na ngayon. HG.
Hindi niya nakita.
FPX. Oh, okay. Hindi malakas sa headshot damage dito. Buzz, really good damage overall, pero numbers will be in the advantage of Fun plus. Nightfall has been utilized. RB and Mako once again para sa ating retake.
Nakita ko na to kanina. They're playing it slow once again, pero this time natuto na sa pagkakamali nila. FPX play together inside of the site, pero very low on HP na kasi dito sina Angel and Sipan. Pero mukhang mag-aabangan lang sila dito sa mga utilities. There's the flashes, there's the smokes, there's 1 kill. They're mixing another Mako dito, makakakuha na kaagad ng dalawa, and it's all up to Sipan with this operator. But unfortunately here for Mako, it did not survive with the right case here for Sipan. All the way from backside, 3-3 is our scoreline. Finally, makakakuha pa rin naman ng lamang dito ang FPX.
What a shot para dito kay Sipan. Super close. Ang ganda dito ng full confidence si Sipan. Whips it out. Hindi makakuha ng refrag agad si Mako.
Wow.
Wow, indeed. He just played that perfectly. That I mean, it's just one smoke, right? Well, force it to go in the other direction, and unfortunately, Zipan, his timing was immaculate. And speaking of the man, RB expends dito si Zipan ngayon. Say goodnight, sweet prince, para kay Zipan. 4 versus 5, simula pa lang tayo ng ating round. Pero for the betterment para sa Fun Plus, Sugitsu, of course, being that Sage, gets that resurrection. Very, very close sa mga matches natin ngayon. But Buzz, oh, I love how he pushes out in B main. Angel could be in a really, really difficult spot dito ng HG as he slowly creeps up dito outside of B main. The rest of Fun Plus trying to get that mid control once again. Ayaw nilang ma-overwhelm muna ngayon. They're trying to see if DRX might try to get that aggressive mid control if need be. Pero as they start to creep up, hindi sila makakita ng kahit anong contact. But they're very much aware that Buzz could still be lurking somewhere on B main. Napaka, para ba sabihin to, napaka cautious nila. But as time dwindles down, they have to start doing something. And Xiao, as he saves the one Prowler, this is good. This is going to force Buzz to either TP out or still hold the angle. Oh, he's still holding the angle. I love this. He's gonna full commit to this one. Pero, yeah, okay, back away na, bro. Hindi pa rin. Buzz. Okay, oh, Buzz. Stacks. Dashes in. They have to back away. 20 seconds na. 20 seconds na lang.
20 seconds and there's a cosmic divide. Sumama pa kaagad ng Seas pero mukhang papasok na rin sila kasi kailangan na. 40 seconds. There's the ulti na bubulaga naman din. Zest dito makakakuha na kaagad ng isa. Very low HP dito sa Zipan. Make it almost a 3K here for Zipan to make it a clean pick off. Laban dito sa FX and down to no time for FX to even gather themselves. At para ma-pick up pa dito ni Xiao yung spike. Grabe yung host dito ng DRX, Azuray. Ang daming mga utilities, nakakainis isipin. Iisipin mo pa dito yung mga Cs, yung Hunts. Tapos yung pang-bait out ni Buzz dito na sige, a-agree sabuhin nila dito yung pag-hold ni Buzz ng angle. Pero kasi, merong naging ready naman na dito na auto na hawak-hawak para ma-ball bang lang din na players from the side of Fun Plus.
More so than that, I sobrang gusto ko talaga. Sabi mo na nga, diba? Buzz, hindi siya natakot na i-hold yung angle. And because he held it for so long, kasi may TP pa rin naman siya. As long as he doesn't get blinded and he still has that contact visibility sa Fun Plus if they're gonna enter to B site, he has that threat na hindi ipapush ito ng Fun Plus. Kasi again, they have to respect yung 34 shot niya, diba? And what's good about that is, it buys time. And, ano yan may branching things yan Kung hindi siya nakakuha ng kill, sure, may threat level pa rin siya doon. Fun Plus will have to use a bit more utility para ma-force out Xiao, which they did. But if he hit a shot, that's also yung 34 activating, slowing down yung B main, and then Fun Plus would have a really difficult time pushing out of that because of the slow nung 34s if nakakorek man ni Buzz ito. So, really good delay tactics para sa DRX. Fun Plus had a very difficult time. And tapos sabi na nga, yung supplementing fire na lang dito ni Zest and yung wall din ni Mako making it even more difficult para sa Fun Plus dito. That one round really, para sabihin, so many branching things done by DRX to make it so their own.
Parang talagang nakaplanado na kung ano ba yung mga utilities na gagamitin nila dito, kung ano yung magiging reason at ano yung magiging cons nito once na gusto mo talagang mag-play into that corner. But this time, naparusahan na nila na maigi dito ang Fun Plus Phoenix. They are playing it slowly right now dahil syempre kailangan pa rin naman nila lagyan ng value dito yung kanilang mga Vandals na sinecure for Shout. There's the blinds and have that Molly para ma-deny sila muna sa babahagya. Pero kasi kailangan na rin naman na ibigay ni RB dito yung site since tatlo na rin silang nagpo-push in dito and the Prowler will be getting in that info. But will they be able to survive doon sa hold na ginagawa na naman nila Mako? Dagdagan mo pa na assist sa gagawin dito ni Stacks all the way from heaven.
Oh, it's so beautiful dito. They've doubled up. RB is gonna be alone by the side pero Mako's done some damage. RB, wala na siyang ka-util ngayon. It's all about how well he can aim. The smoke about to dissipate pero hindi siya makakonect ng shots. Naipit-sigapit ang DRX. Fun Plus, Zest is the last person standing 4 versus 1. Naggamit na siya ng kanyang Hunter's Fury, pero unfortunately, it's not gonna have the effect that he was probably hoping for. I like the play doon sa Fun Plus. Very slow.
Yeah.
And what's kind of interesting then is, ang daming ginamit ni RB na utility, but it only really delayed the inevitable sa Fun Plus. And at the end of the day, nice shot from Sugetsu, but at the end of the day, it just still allowed Fun Plus to get into the site. So, ang maganda sana dito is si RB lang nakita na nasa site, and Mako was still undetected. And unfortunately, Mako got only the 1 kill. If he got more than that, that would have been nice. But that smoke really separating him from RB. Hindi sila makakuha ng maayos sa crossfire. Really good stuff para sa Fun Plus dito.
Yung placing lang ng smoke dito ni Angel, no? Para makatulong nga dito for the following members from Fun Plus Phoenix to get inside of the site. We saw earlier na place yung smoke na dito sa tapat mismo ng generator para yun na nga, na-mention mo na hindi magkaroon ng crossfire dito sina RB, magkaroon ng opportunity dito makapitas ang players from DRX. And this time around, still, may buys or may free upgrades na dito ang FPX. Kaya naman yun, with that kind of shot, 1 member down already for the side of DRX. Pero worry not, para ang dami pa rin naman kasing mga utilities dito na pwedeng maging sagabal dito sa pagpasok ng FPX. But this time, A site is free for them to take. At mukhang maghahanapan na lang tayo dito ng mga ipipick off dito potentially ng DRX once they play for the retake.
It's gonna be rather difficult para sa... okay. Sabi ko sana mahirapan sila noon pero Mako, headshot with the Sheriff. Alright, everybody's got a Sheriff. You got a Sheriff, I got a Sheriff, everybody got a Sheriff. Xiao, popping shots with the Guardian. Siyempre, the one tap, oh my gosh, one tap wonder. I'm eating my words dito ngayon. Good morning nga pala para sa lahat.
Good
Sugetsu, loving that movement though. Pero ipit sa gapit dito si RB. Oh my God, RB! No! Sugetsu. Alright, that's... okay, Sugetsu, pagkatalo kayo, kasalanan mo to. Angel and Xiao to remain. Both of them gonna be on the A side. Meron silang straight line. Nice haunt dito overall from Xiao. And RB, he's gonna have to go pros, don't fake. No more time left. One more bullet kay Stacks dito. He just has to die. Maybe force the kill. Angel, kakainin siya ng event horizon ng ating Spike. And that is still going to be Fun Plus. Although they've taken a bit of damage as Xiao is the only one to remain.
Grabe, sobrang close ng road na yun para sa DRX ever since napatay nila dito si Sugetsu. Although, he really had a fun movement to see and watch na makakuha siya dito ng pang-distract against other players here from the side of DRX. It didn't go well though. Kasi umabot na nga tayo sa point na si Xiao lang yung natira dito for Funflux Phoenix. And now, moving on to another round. Still, sa kanila naman ngayon yung lead. Pero kasi dikit talaga eh. Hindi mo masasabi kaagad na may advantage dito yung isang team dahil nga masyado defender-sided dito ang DRX with their composition. Pero kasi ang Funflux Phoenix naman, morely on aggressive playstyle talaga sila since they have RD, they have their double initiator, and they only have their sentinel as the Sage para kay Sugetsu.
Now, with all of that being said, diba, Fun Plus feels like they have that seemingly noticeable advantage over DRX ngayon. As this team, alright, null command's already used. RB, he's gonna put himself in a really, really cheeky spot. Hindi siya matatamaan ng paranoia, which could actually be really good as he lines up with his teammate. Crossfire alongside dito kay Stacks. Has to back away onto Dice. Pero Mako supplements the shot again. Napaisip sila masyado kung nasaan nasa loob ng A-site dito si Stacks. Mako goes ballistic as he hits shot after shot and si Artist na lang ang matitira. Zest, pinakita niya na ang kanyang big Prime Odin. That is going to be the round brought back by DRX. Sobrang back and forth ng mga matches or ng mga rounds natin dito. And no team is giving up advantage.
Yeah, walang nagkakaroon ng lead, walang nagkakaroon ng momentum. Talagang alam nila kung paano nila hamuyin yung isa't isa dito. DRX, the moment na mablay na nga dito si Stacks from holding onto someone na papasok na nga in cubby, doon naman din mag-wide swing dito si Maki, which is good composure dito for our team para hindi nga dito agad-agad na magkaroon ng confidence yung FPX to get inside. At dahil nakapasok nga dito si Artist inside, again as he did, nandito na nga yung kanyang Snull suppressor naman dito for Artist to not use his Blade Storm. Pero at least, mapapatay pa rin naman nila dito yung isang nasa taas na nga dito inside of A, and there's a 4v4 situation. Retake pa rin naman dito magaganap for DRX, but unfortunately for the side of FPX, ligtas naman dito si RB para ma-revive.
Okay, that's a good use of the blade. Delays or denies yung pag-use ng Sova drone for the moment. Nightfall will secure at least the 2. Oh, that's really big. Look at that retake. This Nightfall is absolutely bonkers. Xiao, though, timing niya sa kanyang flank could be crucial. It's only down to Zest. And yep, abandon all ye who enter. Zest trying to run away, trying to save actually the operator in his hand. So this is somewhat good. Pero Fun Plus, tayo mo na nga, very aggressive team on the offense. Hindi talaga sila nag-go back away from a challenge, and it seems like they are always challenging DRX to change tempo and try to match their own. And DRX, they're able to adjust, pero not adjust well enough that Fun Plus will not be given this round, which they actually do take.
Laki lang din talaga ng factor na binigay dito, ng entry na binigay, na ginawa kaagad ni RD to get inside of the site immediately, creating so much space. And then the follows na lang din with their utilities. Ang nangyari na lang din dito is yung flank ni Xiao ang nagisagabal for DRX to get inside of the site freely dahil nagkaroon ng mga holes dito at nagkaroon ng composure ang FPX. So, completely have their lead, pero tingin ko hindi rin naman talaga ito magtatagal pa. But unfortunately here for Boss, para po papasok lang siya dito nang hindi niya alam kung ano nangyayari sa eksena. One member down already, pero makakapasok na nga ba ng site dito? FPX, they are held back by the Cosmic Divide. Pero thankfully for them, walang maririnig din ang DRX dito dahil nga naka-Cosmic Divide. So they can easily go in for the rotate at pwede nila nga ma-compromise ma dito yung mid going into A.
Now they've secured the orb para kay Xiao as he now has his Nightfall active. There it is. Setting it up. Oh, I love this. This is going to be the pinch. Isipin na siguro na magkakaroon ng B main push. No, it's gonna be a massive mid push kagaya lang sa mga HG. As Angel is right here para si RB. Hindi siya maloloko. RB with the wall bang! Flashes out, tries to contest. Spots one onto the right pero he's not sure kung gaano kadami yung players ng Fun Plus ang hover over dito sa mid. Xiao's gonna get spotted by the Prowler. Now they have somewhat of a clear picture kung nasaan ang players ng Fun Plus. 4 versus 3. And Fun Plus is starting to reel things back in. Sugetsu, meron siya pang heal dito if need be para kay Xiao. No, never mind. He's actually full HP. RB will be spotting them out, and there's the re-hit. Stax is very much good for that back of sight defense. Pero FPX, ang ganda ng kanyang pag-segregate. Stax though, timing. He's been spotted by the Blade. This is gonna be very crucial. Pero look at DRX. Hindi kailangan tumingin ni Stax. Meron siyang tulong ni Zest at ni RB. And that is going to be 6 for 6 para wala nangyari as we go into the second half. Very even between these two teams.
Oh my God, that round. Sobrang crucial at sobrang daming mind games na ginawa nila dito. Although, na-anticipate na rin kasi talaga dito ni RB kung ano ba yung mangyayari ng push for the side of Fun Plus Phoenix. Additional pa dito is in-anticipate pa nila kung ano ba yung gagawin na dito ng Fun Plus since they're lacking the time, kailangan na nila ng i-save up at i-reserve yung mga utilities sila dito going forth para sa ating 66 scoreline. Pero syempre, mukhang papakinggan natin kung ano ang sasabihin dito ng panel for that equalized series.
What do you make of Ardis moving on to the Jet?
I'm a really big fan of the pivot that they made here. They knew that they'd be starting on the attack side of this map. They wanted a little bit more oomph on their executes, and Ardis has given that in combination, particularly with Zipan on the KO. They've done a great job of getting on towards sites on the early round, and while his numbers haven't been crazy, he's been big in those crucial openers.
It's funny as well, because I went back and I looked, especially this tournament, how have they performed on attack, on Ascent specifically, given that it's a pretty defensive-sided map. They're actually rather attacking-sided as a team. So it's interesting that they thought that maybe they were struggling on their attacking side. They needed more. They brought the Jet, but they were already doing pretty damn well on their attacking side. What are we missing here? There has to be something more to this pick as well.
I think it's FPX always wanting to get ahead of what they have shown. This is a team that, well, they've shown us something good. They always want to move on towards that next step, be impossible to counter-strat. And, well, it's not a huge change. It's good enough. I think DRX was caught by surprise. But at the same time, I think DRX made a good pivot. I liked the change in composition. I've been a fan thus far of RB on the KO.
Yeah, I mean, we talk about RB needing to step up and make sure he doesn't give away those first kills. Jess, do you feel like he's done that here?
I think there's been moments of like excellence from DRX, like as a team, like they don't let the clutch moments happen because FPX is suffocated by the coordination of DRX. But this moment he slips the net and he overheats a little bit. I'd like to see him back up on that.
Yeah, I still think that this is a much better performance from RB. This is what we love to see out of this guy. I think the role is good for him. It gives more space for Buzz to shine on that chamber, which he has been shining thus far this tournament. I think it's a good pivot, but still, the half is 6-6 here. This is a composition that can sometimes be be back and forth on that attacking side for DRX. With a triple initiator, I'm hoping that Buzz can still find a lot of value.
6-6.5. That is a lot of attacking rounds. I see a really good future for FPX on DRX's map pick.
Yeah, a lot of new stuff here. I can't wait to see what they have cooked up in the second half. I'm gonna...
Ito na. Tayo ay nagbabalik as the second half continues dito ngayon. HG, very different, I would say, compared sa last time na nagkita ang dalawang teams na ito. On Ascent, well, actually, we haven't seen them on Ascent during Masters too. This is one of the map kasi sabi ko na it is different. The only map that they played that we will possibly, or that we will be seeing later on, is, I believe, Fracture. Everything else is very different. Ascent and Bind. Ang dito last series, last time that we saw them, it was Haven, Fracture, and Breeze. So very different style from either side. Nakita mo ngayon kung gaano kalapit performance output ng Fun Plus and DRX. That wall already straight into the face of Sugetsu. Kala ko makakasingit siya a little bit to the side, pero not really going to happen. They're charging right out. Sugetsu. Artist, nakakuha siya na headshot ngayon. Sugetsu in a really cheeky spot, pero hitting the shots, still able to get the trades. This is really wonderful para sa DRX. Or excuse me, Fun Plus. As Stax and Zest na lang ang matitira. Stax already planting the spike, getting into the back of the site. And they'll have to fight their way out of this one as the rest of Fun Plus slowly creeping in. That recon dart at least delaying things even further. Mag-reposition si Stax ngayon. I wonder if that's going to be actually a good thing because Zest is going to get drawn out. He needs to hit this first shot. Stax is so good at being able to make that happen. And now we've gone into the 1 versus 1. Angel and Stax. Sino ang makakuha nito? Stax is wrapping around. That spike is planted out for the open. Stax does not have to go for the huge wraparound ngayon. As now Angel is on the site. Pings on the spike. Timing is going to be very crucial. He hasn't hacked anything yet. It is tapping. It is going. And that is going to be Stax. Yep. Kahit man anong mangyari doon, Angel would have lost that because of the timing. Pero Stax... Oh, okay. Nakamali siya. A little bit step forward para mas save sana yung Ghost.
Good round for the side of DRX. Imagine, sobrang nipis ng pagkakataon nila ditong manalo against the side of FPX. The time na makita natin na nakapag-execute ka dito si Sugetsu with the crossfire that they held dito sa B main para nga magkaroon ng crossfire sila dito nila Artist and have it yung mga naging entry pa dito ng DRX na medyo delayed nga dahil doon sa wall. But this time around, we have now here the Vice for the side of the RX. They have enough firepower dito to begin with, pero will they be ready sa magiging crossfire dito na gagawin nila si Pan? And they will. One member down already at very low on HP dito si Angel. The Prowler will be getting in the info kung saan siya manggagaling dito. Wide swing for Artist, not committing any much further, pero ang nanganganib na rin na buhay dito is si Angel na very low on HP na kaagad before pa makapasok ng side dito ang DRX.
With that being said, no, wait. Angel, nakapag-heal na siya because of Sugetsu. Slower pace para sa DRX as they now know that Fun Plus has committed at least the pistols ngayon, right, on this particular round. So, almost everybody, actually all of them, are still equipped with the Sheriff. Prowler's being used. Iniwan mo na si RB sa A site to make a little bit of noise. Even if he actually get a connection with that blade of his, yung kanyang KO blade, this actually would be really good because again, it paints the picture para sa DRX ngayon. They close the door down. Mako's gonna be into the corner ngayon as Xiao is breaking the doorway, but more so than not is going to be Fun Plus on the retake. I love how RB is still holding on their spawn because they still have that anti-flank with the trademark Buzz. This is gonna flush out Mako a little bit, but he's saving himself with that gravity well. Excuse me. Nauubusin na ako ng salita dito ngayon as they're trying to deal with Mako, but he just will not yield. HG. Damage be done. Artist. Sobrang loho na lang ng HP niya. 7 bullets in a dream. He can't even pick up the Bulldog just for a bit of a firefight. Only down to the Ghost, or excuse me, the Sheriff para sa kanya. And Buzz will expedite him, and that is going to be DRX. Another round on the board, 8-6.
Good play for DRX, and again, they had the advantage of their Bulldogs and yung mga full all utilities pa nila dito to get inside of the side. Maganda yung naging decision nila na hindi sila nagpatuloy dito sa A side dahil full on stack ang ginawa dito ng FPX dahil they only have the Sheriffs, and ngayon na medyo mahirap na pagdating sa kanilang eco, half an armors lang kaya nilang panindigan, and it will really be hard pagdating nga sa mga Bulldogs dito na kayang makapag-burst down immediately ng mga players dito ng DRX. But this time, speaking of DRX, they're just waiting in for info, waiting in for someone to be aggressive enough para dito sa FunPlus Phoenix na mag-push at mag-pick. But this time, parang naghahanap pa rin naman dito ng tempo. Tamang timing lang for DRX to completely dominate their entries.
Again, kahit man sabihin natin na naka-half shields nga lang dito ang FunPlus, they still have the threat of these very aggressive weapons. Oh, they heard that. That is perfect. They knew now that Artis is going to be playing on short. RB though, medyo na... Actually, he's been tagged very critical, down to 7 HP, but he still has his utility to throw away if need be. They now know the Artis is still somewhere on short. Mako somehow finds the kill onto Xiao with that slow burn of a lurk para sa kanya. Blades being utilized. Sorry, still trying to get a little bit more information on B, but I think FunPlus is gonna get absolutely crowded ngayon sa A side. Nice slow from Sugetsu. That's gonna give them a fighting chance as of the moment. The smoke on A main will separate Buzz from the rest of the team. So hindi nila makikita yung position ni Sugetsu, and that is absolutely perfect from Sugetsu. He picks up the 3K, and now it's down to Mako, who's very far from the case. 18 seconds at a dream, and Sugetsu hits the 4K. Absolutely perfect. That smoke hiding the positioning of the boosted Sage ng FunPlus. And Sugetsu runs ballistic with the 4K.
My God, those holes. Even though na may advantage sila dito with that Nightfall, walang naririnig dito sina Sugetsu. Pero hindi niya na kaya, hindi niya na kailangan pang marinig kung sino at ilan na nga ba yung papasok dito, going in for the potential push and entry inside of A side. But that hold, ilang pick off yun. Hindi siya umalis sa pwesto niya. Pinanindigan niya yung boosted angle niya dito dahil hindi naman siya kaagad i-check dito ng DRX. Dahil once again, as you mentioned, Azuray, yung smoke ang naging lamang nila dito para mahirapan nga dito kaagad ng DRX to completely know where his whereabouts is. And now, still 8-7, may lead pa rin naman ng DRX dito. They still have their guns, pero this time, meron na magkaroon ng momentum naman ng FunPlus Phoenix para magpatuloy na sa ating half.
Artis might be forced to dash away ngayon as everything's being thrown on mid, pero somehow the fragment not lobbed onto Pizza for some reason. Oh, Mako, natag ka na. Maghintay ka lang muna na onte or else Artis finds the shot. This is not good para sa DRX. They lost yung kanilang controller ngayon. No more smoke setups para sa DRX, our Korean team. And they're gonna have to go for a default. Yeah, you're already seeing them slowly move up to A main. This is gonna be at least their saving grace because they can go for that 4-man aggressive push. Do they have any big ultimates to supplement this? Mukhang wala. Buzz popping a couple of shots. That's gonna give it's gonna be a dead giveaway. Couple more. They're tagging down Zipan. Ito na. The push from DRX, where Zipan already picks up the double kill. Yep, not having the smoker. Very, very difficult for our DRX. And team of standard plays, or a team of set plays, excuse me. On paper, it should work, pero FunPlus, they were just not really pressured whatsoever. Sugetsu, nakapag-sneak up na siya sa spawn dito ng DRX, and that is going to be the equalizer round para sa FunPlus.
Here comes a replay kung saan ang daming kalaban dito ni Zipan. Bukod sa mga numbers, bukod sa mga players dito from DRX, dagdagan mo pa ng opportunity niya dito na makapag-react on time sa mga utilities to not know where he is positioned para ma-hold na nga dito at ma-pick out yung angles dito against the side of DRX. Finally, a call for the timeout na dito for DRX dahil syempre nakita na natin momentum is already being gathered here by FunPlus Phoenix at yun ang magiging delikado dito dahil maganda yung naging panimula nila in the second half. But the question remains is hanggang kailan nila ito kayang panindigan, lalo na ngayon. Artis is already popping off. Nagtama mo pa nila Zipan and Sugetsu sa kanilang mga holds.
Di ko alam kung sinasadya pero ang lakas ng ng ating chill music. Hype ako na onte kahit when chill music siya. Anyways, DRX. Yeah, tama ka na. They need to try to go for that adjustment. I don't know what's happening. Medyo antsy sila.
Hirap ng walang duelist, no?
Yeah, true enough. Pero other than that, sabihin ko nga lang sana, masyadong takot si Mako to kind of just, again, with that haunt and everything, just tucking yourself into the corner. Do you have teammates that will help you out? It seems like DRX, they got the set plays, pero you gotta trust your bro. You know what I'm saying? Kailangan nilang... alam mo, tiwala ako sa'yo, kumpadre. Pero mukhang hindi sila nagtitiwalaan sa sarili nila. In any case, equalizer round done. Pistol na lang para sa DRX for now. And this should be a fun plus unless DRX gets something with Buzz maybe holding that headhunter here on A main.
Slow push na naman ang gagawin nila dito. Pero finally, makakapag-slow push na rin sila, no? Earlier, they were held back. Tinatry nilang makapasok dito in mid. Tinatry nilang makakuha ng mga info immediately before they fully commit into another site. And this time, mukhang makikita natin na pwede nga maipit dito si Angel. Nice TP out there sa Paranoia as well. Alam natin na nakasave lang dito ang members natin ngayon from the side of DRX. Kaya hindi sila agad-agad na makakapag-rush into any kind of entries dito against the following players from FPX. And speaking of this, guys, mukhang na-stake up na nila dito si Ardis. But says, however, binigay niya halos yung spike dito kay RD. So, it's all up to RB dito para makapag-survive. Not enough much composure dahil again, they only have the sheriffs. And unfortunately for DRX, meron man silang nabuo dito mga rounds against FunPlus Phoenix. Pero this time, momentum at yung lead ay napunta na sa FunPlus.
Ito din naging sakit ng DRX when they faced Optic the other day, HG, na they kind of fall back into their set plays too much. Kanina nakikita mo medyo dynamic yung playstyle nila. Pero now, it feels like it's being steered by FunPlus, di ba? Yung tipo na pag nakakita ka ng alon, pwede kang pag nasa beach ka, pwede kang gumawa ng sandpit para maano mo yung tubig. Parang yun ang nangyayari ngayon sa DRX. Parang nakokontrol sila ng gano'n ng FunPlus dito. And unfortunately, it is making DRX incredibly predictable para sa FunPlus. Kita mo yung quote-unquote flank doon or aggressive push na ginagawa ni Zest. Kita-kita ni Ardis. Very easy, again, for FunPlus this time. Now, DRX, they need to bring this back. This was their sickness again, as I mentioned, when they face against Optic. Angel already maybe guessing that there could be a flasher somewhere. Mako, alam niya ba na may double up? There is Xiao waiting around the corner. Mako, is he ready for this? He kind of saw it, pero Xiao still hits the shot. Artist on the other side of the map hits another. Sugetsu tops him off with a heal. And DRX down a man. Has to push somewhere. Somehow found Artist once again. Pero itong flank ni RP, not gonna find anything. No. Buzz, mahanap niyo ba si Sugetsu? Absolutely not. And that is gonna be FunPlus. Hitting 10 rounds na dito ngayon, HG.
Parang scattered nga talaga dito, no, ang TRX. Kanina, they are parang in a strategical play against the side of FunPlus Phoenix. Nagpatuloy sila doon sa mga utility binabasa nila dito against FunPlus. Sa mga times na papasok sila sa loob ng sites at ang mga times na kailangan nilang i-reserve yung kanilang mga utilities. Dito pa nga lang din, wala silang ultimo kahit anong utility na pwedeng magbigay pa ng advantage for them to get inside. Although there are times that they have already taken in the site, hindi naman nila completely na-destroy yung following momentum pa dito, composure from FunPlus Phoenix to make sure na sa kanila pa rin yung post-plant. But this time around, ang hirap sabihin kung paano nga dito marireclaim ng DRX yung momentum nila. Dahil sabi mo nga, Asoray, nababasa na sila unti-unti pa.
Last timeout para sa DRX, they've called it. Ito na. Alam mo na pag nag-timeout ka in the span of like less than 5 rounds, 2 times in a right? Nag-double timeout ka na in less than 5 rounds, alam mo na may mali kang ginagawa. And DRX, all the time, they try to back up into this. Sobrang different ngayon ng performance output ng DRX. It feels like, ayoko sabihin na parang ganito, pero may pagka-intro boys vibe ngayon ang DRX. Unfortunately, inasay mo siguro, it possibly could be because of the lack of the duelist. It definitely has changed the pace ng DRX dito. They can't really go gung-ho, yung mga tipo na hindi sila pwedeng makapag-dash in because they have no actual dasher. They have to find these picks right now. Pero somehow FunPlus ang nakakuha ng picks. I remember Xiao being insane para sa FunPlus. Sugetsu is back here. Is he able to hit the shot? And Buzz, he's good. He's still good. Artist though. Artist.
Nice hold.
Ititigil niya yung mga push nila. It's only because nawalan siya ng bala. Yo, Zest! Munti ka naman ng shock sa sarili mong teammate. Kalma, pare! Xiao into the corner. As they drop down into the pit, he has been denied. Buzz hits the shot. Teka lang muna, pero look at this wraparound. Hindi nila matatimingan dito ngayon. Si Zipan, who comes in for the flank onto speed lane, throws out the utility, and wala talagang form of map control on DRX. As FunPlus, 2 more rounds to go, and they're starting to bring it back against the Korean team.
I don't know what's just really happening. Pagdating talaga sa opening nila dito, napakaganda ng play sila. They know where to put their utilities. They know when and kailangan nila makapagbigay ng mga crossfires dito and yung mga bigay nila ng mga distraction. Ang nangyayari na dito, makapasok man sila ng site, pero they cannot fully find out kung sino ba yung nasa loob mismo ng site na nakakapagtago, sneaky and steadily. And there's always the times na di-distract sila ng isa pang player dito. May isang player from FunPlus Phoenix kanina na kumuha lang ng attention for a bit. Then, the following distraction and the following pick off or swings naman dito ay i-take advantage naman ng isa pang member nila. And now this time, talagang basang-basa na dito ang DRX. We're finally down to an 8-11 scoreline. Malapit na for a match point and good start ang ginawa dito ngayon nila Artist. Close to 42k pero blinded by the paranoia or rather by the Hunt and the Prowlers. And now, Angel pa makakapatay ng isa. It's all up to Sugetsu pero I really think that he is capable of clutching this out.
Absolutely. Sugetsu actually has a res ngayon. But unfortunately, all of his teammates is on the B site. So there's no safe res para sa kanya. Maybe he can go ballsy and try to go for a bait res. Kita mo yung ping agad ng DRX dito. They're already checking the angle. Pero problema dito ngayon is Stacks. Ooh, that's so scary. Slow orb used to the back of the site. Nightfall to make sure that Sugetsu is well spotted. Pero Sugetsu, walang katakot-takot. Oh my God, Sugetsu hits the 2K. Wala man lang bahid ng takot sa mata ni Sugetsu sa paano siya mag-approach ng back of the site. And DRX, what the heck was that?
Oh my God, it just went falling onto their hands. Kung paano ba nila dapat i-compose yung round na yun in favor of them. It was well choreographed na nakapasok na nga kaagad sila ng site dito. Zes immediately getting in those 3K. Pero kasi, the moment na may Nightfall nga dito, Sugetsu, alam niyang kailangan niya na lang din i-push dito ang following players from DRX. He needs to have that kind of confidence para maipagpatuloy nga i-clutch yung round na yon. At again, on down the slumps ang players natin ngayon from DRX. They can even gather themselves room para ma-reverse sila yung momentum dito. At FX ngayon, finally in a match point.
Hindi na to sa strategist eh. Ito na yung tipo na alam mo na eh, ramdam mo na eh. Pag pinapanood mo yung mga ganong kasing laban, mahirap talaga. Mahirap na naging maipit sa ganong sitwasyon para sa DRX. Nothing that they're doing is working. None of their shots are connecting. And the Nightfall hits basically every single one of them. Two at the back of the site. That's going to be Xiao and Sugetsu to the heavy hitters ng FunPlus ngayon. RB trying to clear out. Good damage. Xiao is still here. He's hitting shots after shots. 2 kills by Xiao. Artist comes in. Blades in hand. Well, these Blades of Glory not going to connect. As Stacks tries to look for Zipan. Backs away. Pero DRX, I'm not really liking this style na medyo lack of turns, matakotin. Somehow it still works. They're still here. HG, 3 more rounds. Pero FunPlus, they got so much in their bank to utilize.
Ang kalat pa rin talaga ng round kayo na yun. Asura, hindi ko makakailan na ang hirap ng ginawa dito ng DRX to get inside of the site fully. Mutiket pa nga sila dun kung hindi lang dahil sa mga naging opportunity nila dito ma-completely dominate yung mga holes ng FVX. But still, as you mentioned, FVX, meron pa rin silang pera sa kaban ng bayad dito to secure in their utilities and full-on armors. Yung mga rifles pa nila, Artesito, however, goes in with so much confidence dahil again, alam na nila kung paano tatakutan dito ang DRX. The Korean boys are down to one member. 4v5 na lang for this match na match point pa ng FVX.
And if they can't find Sugetsu, Rez is still very much possibility ngayon para sa Fun Plus. Artists backed away, but will not be scattered on mid. Sobrang ganda ngayon ng pag-spread ng Fun Plus. Every single approach na pwedeng gawin ng DRX is covered. And speaking of which, they're gonna have to try to find something. Stax has been really good. Mako has been really good. Buzz, medyo nahihirapan siya to really get these picks. Stax is here. Able to get a little bit of leeway. Xiao, though, finds Mako. Ito na yung op. Waiting Artist. Prowler has to back away. Can he find a pick? Oh, this is gonna be so good. Hindi pa rin. Artist is gonna hit the shot, isn't he? Oh, this is not looking good para kay Stax. One in the front, one in the behind. Tried to reposition. Sobrang ipit sa gapit ng positioning ngayon dito ni Stax. And that is going to be Fun Plus ending the first game. 13-9. What a defensive style. What a second half para sa ating EMEA team.
What? Nakita talaga natin na mapa nila ang Ascent. Oh my God, the clean takes of the holes. Naging intro boys na talaga dito ang DRX. Unfortunately, gustuin man natin dito makita yung mga Asian teams na makapagbigay ng overwhelming plays against the side of our EMA teams, lahat ng teams. Pero naging problema lang talaga dito this time is naubos yung yung firepower nila. Umabot tayo ng second half nung nakita natin na nakakapag-hold ng ganito si Sugetsu. Hindi na kasi, nakaisa man sila pero hindi na ito nagkaroon ng kasunod pa.
Mahalang gas HG and mukhang hindi nakapag full tank ang DRX sa ating first game. Naubusan agad sila, halfway point tayo dito unfortunately para sa DRX, and nakita mo ang struggles na meron sila. Sinabi na rin natin kanina, it doesn't feel na mali ang ginagawa ng DRX, pero ang nagiging problema dito is because nga wala silang duelist, they have to find the pick game, right? Kailangan nila makakuha ng entry, they need to get that first kill, pero I think if you look at the statistics later on, pag-usap siguro ito ng panel, more times than not, the first kills heavily favoring ang Fun Plus, with Sugetsu, Artist always hitting their shots. It was really, really crazy, and yung clutch potential na meron dito ang Fun Plus. Anyways, guys, we're gonna go on a break. When we come back, it's game number 2. Tingnan natin kung mabubuhay pa ang DRX, or is it gonna be Fun Plus Phoenix to eliminate them here and now sa ating Masters 2. So guys, stay tuned.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, nah, you cannot stop it.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Tell me now for my own sake, just for my own sake. The chances I'm taking, impatiently aching. You're the one I've been chasing. You are my craving. If you want honesty, I'll cross all the lines that I drew. Forget about second times. There's no replacement.
obnoxious. Stop it, stop it. Quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it. Nah, you cannot stop it.
Welcome back to Masters Copenhagen. I'm Yingsu and I'm back on the desk with Mimi and Jess. We didn't get to see FPX play this the last time they faced DRX. And Jess, I don't know why they didn't choose it that time. They have to choose this map every time. They're just too good on it.
I know, and I even questioned you before we jumped in the match. I was like, did DRX pick this or was this FPX? Because I'm so confused about just the map picks that FPX has picked. But we're right. They have learned their lesson. They've come into this one. They've picked a map that a lot of people have said used to be one of their best maps in their map pool.
Yeah, absolutely. And it really was the sort of the composition changes for both sides and who came out the better of it. And I think FPX clearly on top. They switch artists onto the Jet, give him that confidence play, and the combination between him and Zippen on the KO was excellent. They get onto the defensive side. That story continues on through, whereas for DRX, it didn't feel like we got quite enough out of Buzz on that chamber. There was a few rounds, though, here where DRX just weren't giving themselves options in the late round, right? This team is one that does like to slow that pace down sometimes and is known for their great executes once the rounds get tight, but that just wasn't happening. For a triple initiator comp, there was so many moments where they were just dry swinging through smokes and getting gunned down by FPX.
It's so funny, like, not giving themselves options in the late round. I think the only option they had was play the early round. I mean, especially when you got Zippen just terrorizing the server, flashing out wherever he can to try and take those peaks. But just overall, DRX were doing, and I gotta quote Pansy here, she said they are accommodating FPX. And there was no better man to be able to spot those areas of accommodations across the map than Zippen. I think he had an excellent half. I think there's a game to be said about him on the KO now. I love him on the Raze, but there's a second place agent in my heart for him.
Yeah, I think this was an excellent performance individually out of Zippen as a side anchor in the second half. He did such a great job. I talked about those rounds where DRX was just banging their head into a wall. This guy was the wall when he was anchoring. The combination when you have that KO to fight through smokes and you have the Sage on the other side to hold space is just so good. In DRX, so rarely were they breaking down that Sage wall, were they giving themselves options. They were just running into Zippen, who is at peak form.
Yeah, and that is a long time coming for Zippen. You know, he used to be the star duelist on this team. Kind of fell off a little bit when other people stepped up to frag. And yeah, he's been quite quiet, but it's great to see him finally find his form and hopefully maintain that as well. Speaking of someone who's in form, of course, is Soigetsu, and here he is in our Verizon high-speed moment of that map. I mean, he sometimes just makes other people look silly, I feel like.
Yeah, it's crazy. This round started so well for DRX as well. This was Zest looking for an ace. He got the 4K in the end here, and then Sugetsu just comes up big. He's been so good thus far this tournament, Jess.
You know what? They actually did him a favor by nightfalling there because all of his sensors were just on sight. He was like, if anything moves, I shoot, and that's it. So it's actually probably helped him there.
I don't know. Is that how senses work? I'm pretty sure that only works if you're actually deaf in real life, but he's on a new level. He's above and beyond. This guy, he's transcended reality.
I mean, this is the guy that we were hyping up coming into this tournament, why everyone was so sad he couldn't be here. Here he is actually in the AIM lab, a shoot around as he prepares for the next map. But when FPX say stuff like, you know, we're not the real FPX without him, we're going to be a different FPX with him here, Mimi, at this point, I'm sold. I believe in that story.
Yeah, I bought into the stocks, right? This FPX team was great when they had the sub, and it only looks better with him in the roster. The roles he plays, the flexibility, and just the individual performance on every single one of them makes FPX, such an incredibly flexible team.
There's never just one player that's the glue of the team, but sometimes you can always find the precipice of what starts the glue. And I think Sugetsu was always that way. You know, we sit there, we watch EMEA. I think Sugetsu was one of the best players on the team. I think a lot of people would have agreed with me. That's not an outrageous statement by any means. But I said if they were to come into the international tournament, they would have a sub, artists making statements. Even with the sub, we're top 4. I really think they underestimated the impact that Sugetsu as an individual player has on the roster. And now that they're here in full form, I worry for DRX because they aren't little mistakes anymore. Those are big mistakes. Their attacking rounds were really not well shaped at all. That was not a DRX. If you had taken the names off, I wouldn't have guessed that was DRX well executed attacks whatsoever.
Yeah, well, FPX have a real chance of actually making top 4 here, but they have to first take down DRX on Fracture. Mimi, it didn't look good for them last time, but that was without Suigetsu.
Yeah, and I mean, the confidence is flowing for FPX right now. I think there is a good chance that they just find that momentum, push their way through on Fracture. But to give DRX credit, I want to give them a lot of credit because they have been fantastic. I would say between this and Breeze, this has definitely been their best map in this tournament. Dominant over Optic, dominant over FPX, and again, dominantly regionally here. The way that they play the Neon on this map is incredible, and it's really interesting because this is the ultimate style clash of how teams play Fracture. It's the Raze and the Fade dedication for the side of FPX, and it's full force on that Neon behind RB for DRX.
I think the biggest thing is how do you stunt the map control that RB is going to be able to get really quickly. We've seen how many times he uses his ability to take map control quickly. He'll stun and then he engages. It's like a duelist initiator combo, so let's hope he picks that back up. I don't expect any changes.
Well, we're into the Prime Gaming Agent select here. As you guys heard, the Neon probably expected to come online. Buzz not as active as we would have expected him on the Chamber the first map, but Mimi is going to change here.
I mean, they really do need a rebound out of Buzz. He had a tough defensive side. They start there here on Fracture, and he needs to step things up. FPX did a great job of shutting it down, and they will continue to do so, but it is just the single initiator. You won't have that KO to contend with, but you will have a Zipan who is feeling himself on his crowning role.
This is one of the agents that I really just put at the top of his agent pool. I mean, Zipan is going to have a big show. We said that it's the Shao show or the Shao time. I don't know, all these different sayings we say. Is he one of the best fades in the world? Sure, yeah, I would agree. He's in the top 3. So there's so many agents that are right in the niche and the expertise of the FPX players. I don't know, they might have this. DRX not looking in form.
No, but they have to bounce back here if they want to stay in this tournament. They have never been in the top 4. Pansy and Hypo, what do you make of this? Can they bounce back?
Dito tayo guys ulit, nagbabalik para sa game number 2 ng ating Masters Copenhagen Tagalog broadcast. Ako po si Acer, kasama ko po ngayon si Honey Glaze at kami po magiging casters ninyo. Nakita nyo yung ascent match ng DRX and Fun Plus Phoenix. Nawalan ng arangkada ang DRX dito. Unfortunately, that was done and dusted para sa kanila. I think it was it ended 13-8, 13-9. And now coming into Fracture, we'll see if they can keep their tournament live, push it to game number 3, or will it be over and Fun Plus Phoenix remains.
Yun na nga ang question. Kung magpapaalam na nga ba tayo kaagad sa DRX? RB do, na maalam na kaagad immediately in this round. Again, ang first game natin ay napunta na nga sa mga kamay ng FPX, and this time, mukhang pwede na nga ulit pumabor itong following momentum na pwede nilang ibigay dito against DRX. As I mentioned before we start into our game, Buzz has been really having so much pressure sa mga rounds nila kanina, no? Dahil hindi siya nag-hit ng mga shots. The utilities are not being used with so much value. Tapos ngayon, bawas kaagad sila ng isa. Si RB pa yun. So, no explosive movements ang maipapakita nila dito sa FPX, and FPX completely dominating in 8.
It's kind of interesting dito HG na walang breach on either side.
Oo.
Yeah, usually staple na ang breach dito sa Fracture, excuse me, not Breeze. Pero somehow hindi nakasingit sa loob ang primary initiator for this particular map. In any case, Fun Plus Phoenix hitting all the shots. And ito sana yung tinatanong yung ano ko eh. There is a possibility na pwedeng manalo dito on DRX in terms of just the agents. Oh, Buzz. Sasabihin ko sana because it's Buzz that needs to step up to the plate. Kasi again, Buzz hasn't been hitting any of his shots during Ascent. He was very much forced out because of the KO. But now that Fun Plus doesn't have a KO, only really having Shao on that Fade as the only initiator device of Fun Plus and them having the double controller, he has some bits dito to get things started. Pero when Artis hits set like that, when again Fun Plus Phoenix come online, it's so difficult para sa player like Buzz to bring it back. But he needs to help DRX secure this and push it to a possible game number 3.
Siya pa naman ang pinakaasahan natin dito, no? Pagdating sa defender side na pwede makasira ng momentum dito against our attacking team with his aggressiveness, with his TP plays. Pero ngayon, gave under players. Nasa under na ang players ngayon from DRX at matatagpuan pa kaagad. Fun Plus Phoenix was able to pick onto one. Nice usage of the satchel, but the connection of his Vector won't be giving so much value pa dito, or rather another kill para dito sa side na nga ngayon ng DRX. Pero maganda naman ang ginawa dito ng FunPlus to make sure not that trades are happening for them. And now we're talking about this guy, Buzz, na lang ang natitira who won't be connecting in the first 2 shots. White swing won't be happening as much as well. So guess who naman dito ang maka-finish off sa kanya. Good round for FunPlus dahil isa lang ang namatay.
This is really difficult. DRX don't really have any strong stopping power para, against FunPlus. And FunPlus have, I would say, a really solid roster to clear out sites. Diba? Kasi again, ito yung difference ng Fracture from any other map in Valorant, right? Where you need to rotate a lot. There needs to be more movement on the map than any other map in Valorant in particular. Whether you're defensive or defending, because kung defending side ka and you just stick to the side itself, wala ka magagawang control eh. That's why you're seeing right now DRX actually push out of the side and try to get that map control. So a pick like that from RB is absolutely pivotal para make so na FunPlus will not have that map control that they've had in the past 2 rounds. So that's really, really good para sa DRX dito.
Yeah, sobrang importante pa rin naman yun. Lalo na pwedeng mahirapan na kaagad dito sa pagpasok or pang-bait out ng players dito ang FunPlus Phoenix against DRX. Since nawala na sila ng isang controller, there's also the anti-flanker already went down in Buzz's hands. Tapos ngayon, ipit pa sila dito in this. They have guns, yes, pero numbers advantage still in favor of the RX dahil walang kabawas-bawas sila dito against the players of FunPlus. So, the moment na pwede sila makapag-rotate dito, I think they can go potentially sa pag-pick off na lang ng ilang mga players dito from the RX. But at the meantime, mukhang pwede sila magkaroon ng potential dito pumasok inside of A once na magkaroon ng magandang execution dito si Zipan with the satchels.
Oh, there it is. Oh, Buzz will deny. Down to 2. Shout and Sugetsu, pero medyo Splash Brothers ang dalawang ito. Sugetsu gets into the side itself, down to 85, waiting for RB to go for the aggressive peek. Hindi niya pa alam. Trying to get the angle, but this is a nice use on the smoke. He's not going to be given any chance, pero medyo na-overheat na Otis RB. No time for Sugetsu. Could still plant the spike if need be. Maybe get that extra money para sa FunPlus, but they have all of the money in the world, and Sugetsu all he really needs is try to save this Vandal, which he does. HG, DRX, they found themselves a point on the board, and well, they haven't lost too much, so it's not too bad. But Sugetsu and Xiao, whenever these two remain, look at that, just
clean. Nakaabot pa nga siya sa 3rd kill niya dun, especially na uminit ang dugo dito talaga ni RB. Although that was a round for them to secure. Look at the Rico naman, di ba? Pag natalo pa sila dito sa round na ito, kailangan na muli nila mag-save. Kailangan na naman nila dito mag-ipon ng kanilang kakayahan, firepower to go up against FunPlus Phoenix. And this time, I don't think na pwede silang makapagbigay kaagad ng mga gandang holds dito in B-side. So, parang kukuha lang sila ng info. They can get in 1 kill. Pero I think with their holds, parang mahihirapan silang makuha kaagad yung mga players dito from FPX. And the retake may be hard for them to secure, but this time, wala pa rin naman ditong gagawin pa. Wala pang decision pa ang FPX. So, slow pace lang muna. They know for a fact that meron ngang Brimstone rather, inside of B.
I like this from DRX, paano yung positioning nila. They have RB just stuck on the site. Again, it is difficult for you to escape once they start pushing in. Pero because he does have Buzz holding A main, if Buzz can hold this quite well against the push ng FunPlus, it will allow RB a little bit of leeway para makapag-rotate out. Why are they slow peeking on once they're slow? That's a di pa nga siya nakapag-TP and everything. He hasn't backed away. He's obviously gonna repeat that. Pero FunPlus, they got a little bit of layers upon layers of offense. As Artist finds a pick, 15 seconds na lang matitira, but there is Stacks holding up onto the site. Artist, nag-ingay siya. But again, Stacks is the king. He's the man of the hour. If he doesn't get flushed out dito ngayon, FunPlus not gonna have a good time in pushing in. And Xiao, he knows, apparently all ye who enter, save na lang siya ng kanyang weapon. And DRX, very, very convincing round in that purchase round ng FunPlus.
ang bagal nila maglaro sa FX dito. Talaga, they're taking their time. Pero naman silang sipan dito to immediately go inside of the site. Pero yes, na-acknowledge naman dito yung kailangan pa nila muna kumuha pa ng info before immediately going inside of the site. Pero kasi ang i-expect natin dito for DRX, kaya ang bagal ng FX dito mag-play is the moment na umabot na nga tayo dito na magkaroon ng momentum na nga si Buzz and ang mga aggressive angles na mahirapan na talaga ang FX. At yun na nga talaga ang nangyayari. 34s for Artis is already activated pero no one is already aggressing him further para mapita siya kaagad. Dahil dito si Stax, naka-hold lang in this angle with his shorty, but the problem is, maapektuhan siya ngayon ng Cs. Wala namang makakakuha ng info sa kanya, but unfortunately, he is already being pressured by the paint shells. But this time, one member down, yes, pero nandito pa rin naman si Mako and he can immediately get in someone kung mag-pick man siya dito or kung makakuha man ng info dito si Cess all the way from Arcade.
A little bit of information from Angel there. From the shadows. Mako, ito na. Nice use of the molly. That's gonna flush him out. And the push from Zest. Okay, mag-counter-push naman siya. Overwhelms one. Never mind. Zipan survives. Hits the shot. RB. Ang tagal niyang ilabas yung kanyang weapon. Ako po. Napaka-disastrous fire dito kay RB and Buzz. Can he go to infinity and beyond? He's taking so much passive damage from that Viper Spit, and Sugetsu finds an easy pick para kay Sugetsu dito. And Fun plus Phoenix. Sabi mo na nga, HG, DRX, sobrang bagal nila maglaro. And when Fun plus likes to go fast, nakita mo naman that they are able to outpace the Koreans.
Maganda lang din yung ginawa nila dito inside of Arcade, no? Yung tiniis na mismo ni Cess yung mga inuwi or mga nilagay na nga dito mga mollies. Unfortunately, it won't be happening much in favor of them dahil nga ready naman din ang Fun plus Phoenix for those trade-offs, and they went in committing fully into the site. And this time around, nag-aabang sila dito sa aggressiveness na pwedeng ibigay sa kanila dito na DRX. Kasi parang i-anticipate natin dito na baka magkaroon ng change of facing dito ang DRX na most likely yun yung ginagawa nila, and this time nagkakaabangan, nagkakaroon ng mga hapang pasensya yung mga teams natin as right. 2-3 na rin kasi ang scoreline natin. Another lead for FPX. Down goes the drain yung eco advantage ngayon na sinecure ng DRX since meron silang operator na hawak for Buzz.
They can secure the orb dito para kay Zipan. There should be a showstopper lying in wait, but they don't really need that. Set plays being positioned right now by FPX. What a shot from Artis!
Wow,
Was that through the smoke? Oh, that's really, really detrimental. Stax gets destroyed by Zipan. There's the Nightfall already used by Fun Plus just to help them supplement the site a little bit more. Zest, sama na siya dito, but he jumps into the site and hindi nag-reset yung kanyang utility. Zipan whips out a showstopper. Say goodnight kay Buzz. Actually, good morning na tayo. 4:34 a.m. Time check nga naman. And RB is alone. Nakita ko na. HG, tumitingin ako kanina na mabilis sa Twitter. I saw yung tweet ni Paper Thin, one of the casters from the Korea region. He's saying this is so uncharacteristic from DRX.
Diba?
They need to dig deep, and this team, they need to dig deep inside themselves. They can't dig deep 6 feet under their own graves because, again, this is tournament life na for either team.
Oo. Ang scattered nila, no? Parang hindi sila sure sa mga gagawin nila ng mga retakes. Parang ang mangyayari na lang ba dito for DX is bawi na lang tayo ng second half. Dahil dito sa round na ito or dito sa half na ito, hindi nila na mamobilize sa maigi dito yung aggressiveness sila RB. Bas nga dito nakakapag-connect in ng kanyang mga shots, pero hindi naman din kaagad ito nabibigay pa ng mas malaki pang value following doon sa mga rounds na i-compose na nga dito. Still really going in favor of Sipan and the rest of the gang. Time out ang kailangan na talaga ditong i-call ng DRX dahil hingang maluwag ang kailangan dito ng Korean boys natin para syempre makabawi at ma-secure nila yung kanilang momentum. Pero parang ang hirap lalo na mula doon sa second half kanina, parang na-burnout sila.
Hindi ko rin alam. Tinawag na agad nila. Tinawag na agad nila ang kanilang timeout. This early on pa. Kita mo yung pagka-stress kayo ng DRX. Fun Plus, chill lang sila. Kahit yung coach nila, chill lang. Nakita natin yan dati, nababalo na siya. Pero ngayon, kalmado lang. Alam niya yung players niya. They're spot on. Doing incredibly well ngayon, HG. And DRX, they're trying to do everything. Even that last round, they've committed Buzz with the operator, I believe. Tapos wala pa rin nangyari. Or that other round. And unfortunately, it's not looking too hot para sa nila. Whether it's the double smoker or again, sasabi ko na nga, yung easy clear na meron dito on Fun Plus. You let your utility work for you. Throughout the paint shells, you have your lineups with the Haunt. Mahihirapan ng DRX to basically deal with everything. Ito yung sasabi ko, if you're gonna be staying on the side as a defender, you're gonna be screwed because the smoke separate you from your teammates. Wala kang magagawang kahit ano. DRX.
Inabangan sila. Alam ng Fun Plus Phoenix kung ano ang gagawin ng DRX dahil kanina may ultimate si RB, dire-diretso sila sa labas ng site at nag-abang lang ang Fun Plus Phoenix. Buzz connected his headhunter, going in for 2. Free upgrade for him with his Vandal, kaya naman magtatakbuhan na rin dito ang Fun Plus Phoenix. So finally, plant in the spike, pero I think this time, pwede pa rin naman maging doable ito for Buzz. Pero kasi ang bigat ng dadali niya kung isi-secure pa niya dito yung... Itatry niya pang i-secure dito yung round ng gamit lang yung operator. So now, I think this is another round for Fun Plus dahil isa-save na muli ito ni Buzz.
Yeah, no chance, right? Just save the big
Hirap
box na weapon na lang. Much better para sa kanya. But that was so awkward. Like, Mako.
Patibong, no?
He was running. Knife out. Okay. Don't bring a knife to a gunfight. Yeah, okay. Yeah, this is
na walang tao?
It's very uncharacteristic from DRX. I don't think they were expecting it. I was just wondering how Fun Plus 5-stacked dun sa other spawn and it worked.
No?
Oo nga, nandun sila lahat, pero that was just so awkward. Buzz though, yeah, I was saying again, kailangan niya makakonect ng mga shots. Ooh.
Oh, that was a good pause. Hindi ko rin kasi nakita kung nasan yung ulo dito na pinik niya against RD eh. Pero, yun na nga, Saray, grabe. Ang awkward ng round na yun talaga. Hindi ko ma-imagine na walang naging value dito yung ultimate mismo ni RB to pick onto at least 2 or 3 members. Kasi nag-abang eh, 5-man stack dito sa other side of the spawn. And now, malalaman nila naman ay nag-takedown na kaagad ng Hunt. So, by all means, they can potentially pick on the players from the attack. Pero oh no, indeed. Dahil Cess immediately went down nung the moment na gusto niyang i-contest yung duel na yon against a player from FunPlus.
I was wondering kung bakit pick out ni Zest yun, knowing that FunPlus really loves to go for this. Good trade for Buzz at least, pero the damage, ramdaman mo na siya ngayon. HG, Stacks and Zest are down. There is still the smoker. This could be... Oh, how does RB miss that? God, this is not looking too good. Nightfall used on Sands. Nobody's gonna be there to help the pitch. Pero Mako, he's alone. Pero somehow not hit by any of the utilities. But the shot still connecting para sa FunPlus. Down to Buzz once again. And alam na natin kung mangyari dito. Save the operator. Operation Save Operator.
Oo, no, save na naman si Buzz. Unfortunately for him, wala rin talagang halos tumapat sa kanya dito once na makita dito ng FunPlus Phoenix yung opportunity to get the other side. The shots are not hitting for the RX, which is really not them to have that kind of flaws dahil nung mga nakaraang mga plays sila dito, sobrang linis ng mga nagiging aggressive na sila. Alam nila kung paano sagutin dito yung kabilang mga teams na dapat or gustong kumontes sa kanila. But at the meantime, it's not really working for them at the moment na parang alam na ng FunPlus talaga kung paano sila ka-counterin.
Medyo nag-choke ang aking feed. Hindi ko alam kung parehas din sa viewers natin ngayon. Oo, might need to... Okay, teka lang guys. Medyo hindi ko lang narinig ako sa stream guys, pero kalma lang tayo na onte. Medyo nagkaroon tayo ng onting technical difficulties. Alright, pakita nyo na ang mukha namin. Dito na kami. Yay! Pero not so much yay para sa mga DRX fans if ever man. Unfortunate, it feels like kaya sabi mo, lahat ng pwedeng mangyaring problema para sa DRX, nangyayari na para sa kanila. Their plays are being spotted by FunPlus, their pushes are being outmaneuvered by FunPlus, and they're losing players left and right because of the map control that they're trying to take. And unfortunately, kahit anong mang gusto nila sanang gawin, it's not working. Again, Fracture, at least for my opinion, is heavily attacker-sided, but there still has to be that middle ground that you can't really forego yung mga rounds na to when you're on the defense side, right? And DRX are somehow not having that chance to be able to fight against it.
Dagdagan mo pa ng mga utilities. So, pwede naman talaga mag-ipabor dito for DRX sa mga wide swings sila dito nila Buzz. Zest as well with the combination play sila dito with their mollies. Yung utilities silang pwede na lang i-combine. Pero, I'm just really confused kung bakit nga hindi parang talagang sa kanila itong mapa na ito. When in fact, they were able to sustain their aggressiveness laban dito sa FPX 1 plus Phoenix dito nung nakaraang mga series sila. But this time, it just really goes to show na yung composure or yung composition nila dito is very heavy on the attacker side. Na pagdating sa defender side, hindi talaga ito magiging sapat. TP in for Angel, Stacks with the traders, also Xiao with the burst against the player. But unfortunately dito kay Stacks, talagang pinilit niya pang mag-wide swing dito against Zipan. 2 more players remaining from the side of TRX down to 1 dahil sa Bas dito walang naging halaga yung kanyang tour de force dahil wala ni isang napatumba gamit ng kanyang operator dahil immediately went in the site dito ang FunPlus.
That's awkward for Zesta. Kita mo yung nag-bunny hop shot dun sa around the wall of Sugitsu to reposition. I mean, yeah, you're not spotted through the wall or as you're crossing or moving near the wall, pero Sugitsu can hear your footsteps. Yeah. He knew that somebody was gonna be placed on canteen and kita mo kung gaano ka aware siya doon. Anyways, as you saw, Artist hits the shot with the real operator, yung Gucci gun na tour de force dito ni Buzz. Unfortunately, not authenticated ngayon. Will get taken away from his hands, but now he's bought himself another zoomer banger ngayon, the boomstick. Buzz is getting the top frag para sa DRX, pero these are frags that he takes once the real fight is over na, right? It's more of just exit frags na lang para kay Buzz, and unfortunately, that's not good enough ngayon para sa DRX.
Ang dami nang naiipon na rounds pa dito ng FunPlus, no? Mahirapan sila kung gugustuhin man nilang bumawi dito in the attacker side. Pero, oh my gosh, that was a good timing na in-execute dito ng FunPlus na hindi sila nabawasan kaagad ng isa. Nice composure naman for Buzz to completely dominate in Japan. He knows where the other players are, kaya naman go for the orbital strike. He's very low on HP, pero nice hold ang ginawa dito ni Zest. Magiging problema na lang dito kaagad ng FPX kung paano nila dadaputin yung spike. But at the very moment, makakakuha ba sila ng composure to get inside? Dahil nandito naman na din yung mga smokes, pero kumpleto at buhay na buhay pa dito ang DRX. Pero Angel doing his things! 2 members down already for this guy, pero he is already tagged in. Piso na lang natitira dito for Shout. There's operator stacks as well para makakuha ng pick-off. And still, may ipit sila dito dahil masusuppress pa nga ang kanilang mga utilities. Ardis, with his real operator, may mahampas ba siya dito ng kaliwat kanan? Lalo na't alam niya na pwede siyang dito malikuran. And look at Ardis still getting in that shot! Pwede pa nga ba ito? Dahil piso na lang din ang natitira dito for Xiao. Says will be able to pick him off, but Ardis talagang buong-buo yung dugo at buhay niya dito para i-clutch out itong round na ito. Pero babatuan siya ng kahit anong utility sa lumalabas sa kanya. Tumatalikod na siya dito sa dalawang natitira, pero 7 seconds remaining for this guy to plant it as Mike RBY! He just went immediately in!
3 bullets for Artist ngayon. But he has the position. Now he knows absolutely that Zest is going to be coming through A main. The timing is going to be just perfect. But Artist hits the shot. 3 bullets is all he need. RB. Dakilang tagatakbo. How did Artist hit that shot? Okay, tingnan natin. Oh my God. Artist, what a demon. And RB. Alam ko na yung gusto gawin ni RB. Nagpaparinig siya. Oo. Para ma-off si Artist sa pagplant ng spike. Ang problema, may oras pa si Artist. Tapos si Zest, natakot. Hindi tinry yung ginawa ni RB. Oh my goodness.
Ano na yung road na yun eh. Kompleto sila. Pero nag-pop off din naman dito si Angel to get in 2K. Pero again, that was a 2v1 situation. Pero this round is a different story dahil si Angel naman ngayon na makakakuha ng panimula dito against that player. Brimstone is already down. Sucks naman dito for the other one. Angel again for the 2 pick off. So Getsu with a good hold on the flanks. Down to 1 member si Buzz na lang agad ulit na paulit-ulit na lang na natitira.
Okay, teka lang muna. Hindi pa tapos ang laban para kay Buzz. Get the first pick onto Angel. Pero 3 versus 1 ang mangyayari dito. That spike is planted for B main. So if ever man, it's planted way out in the open. Actually, no, it was on default. But Artist doesn't really feel too much pressure on that one. 3 versus 1. Guys, kung narinig yung bosses namin ni HG, the frustration because alam mo na kaya ng DRX na maglaro ng mas malakas dito. I'm not saying that Fun Plus is gonna lose to DRX, pero we should be seeing something different. Pero DRX, this is not looking too hot sa kanila. Yung sakit nila na experience nila when they faced up against Optic, mas nagpakita ngayon against Fun Plus Phoenix.
Ayan na, labasan ng utility, pero arangkada na naman sila dito to get in someone from the attacker side. Alam ka agad ng Fun Plus dito kung ano yung gagawin nila every single time na marinig nila dito na may opportunity nga ang DRX to completely change up the facing, change up the tempo, pero wala silang natagpuan doon sa other side of the mapa natin ngayon. And this time, papasok na kaagad ang FBX. Fun Plus with the satchels. Nakasecure kaagad sila ng enough space. Blinded by the lights. Artist and Sir Getsu! Walang retake na nagaganap kaagad dito pero may matutos na naman dito si Mako. Make it 2 for this guy. Down to a 2v2 situation. Pwede pa rin naman buhayin dito si Stocks. May na-wallbang pa nga. Artist naman dito picks up his tour de force. At the very moment na may ginawa ng tama finally dito si RP, 9-3 is our scoreline. Ito ba ay magiging sumpa para ngayon sa Fun Plus Phoenix or talagang magiging blessing ito sa kanila dahil isang round na lang ang kailangan nila dito to have the double-digit scoreline.
Similar with Split, I would say 3-9 is pretty respectable versus DRX. But again, the obvious fact is they need this pistol talaga. They can't give Fun Plus Phoenix that opportunity to do so. Anyways, we're going to go for the panel for a quick, discussion.
To pivot out of this team, and I think the biggest thing to highlight again is the differences in style that these teams approach to this map. For DRX, the Neon has worked for them for quite a while. It's something that they have always stuck to, but it is something that I am really getting sick of. I think it is really easy to counter what they have shown. They do pretty much the same thing every single time. FPX came in with such a good game plan and have completely shut it down.
I think I want to wait to see what RB has on the attack. Obviously, it's going to have to be a miraculous Neon, performance from him to be able to, bring it back. But this is the kind of thing that we're looking at here. I think it's pretty clear. Obviously, the numbers aren't too different, Mimi, but that's obviously what you're trying to get at here is that the difference between what Zippin's putting in round count is way different than what RB's being able to put in impact.
I think it just comes down to what both these worlds bring to the team. For RB, he's on the Neon. It's very much reliant on some of these individual moments, creating space and staying alive in towards late round. And FPX has done well to counter that. When you're bringing out the Raze, there is just inherent value when you combine it with the Fade. There's a few rounds we took a look at here where it is Zipan in conjunction patient with his fade to be able to take space on the map. And the thing is, the entries are still good. You saw in this round here that even though, you know, you don't have quite the same pace as Neon, you can just double satchel in. You can still clear out the same amount of space. I think there's more intrinsic value, and I think that this Neon for DRX, again, FPX just had the right idea of what they were facing up against, and DRX has struggled to move past that.
I mean, the concerning thing is DRX have had those heroes on the team, and Mako, who's one of the best players in this entire tournament, was at 1 point 0 and 10.
Round 7, he ran through Arcade, knife out in hand, all the way to ATK Sport, and then was like, oh, I died. I wonder why. You ran at the opponents, no weapons in hand. This is so uncharacteristic. This is going to have to be a complete rewrite of the script in the second half because DRX is not putting on a good performance.
Well, DRX, they're going to need a miracle here if they want to stay in this tournament. Pansy and Hypok, I can't wait to see what's going to happen in the second half.
You and me both, Yinzu. You and me both. I want to get this one.
Oh! Ayun, alright. Okay, direct. Alam ko na crush mo si Pansy. Crush ko rin si Pansy, pero okay lang. I understand. Peace tayo dyan. 5 seconds na lang bago mag-start second half. Pero ito ang sinabi natin kanina, HG, kailangan makuha ng DRX. Ito, napaka-obvious yan. Pero, it's because of the fact then na Fracture does allow for momentum swings, especially on the attacking side. Pero like we mentioned, or like I mentioned sa'yo kanina, when we were still on that final break, double smoker dito ang Fun Plus with a lot of mollies, so mahihirapan sila mag-push in if ever man.
Oh my God, napakaganda panimula ito for Boss. Going it for 2K. Immediately, Artist ba dito? Oh my God! Headhunter! 2K for this guy as well. 1 member remaining na lang dito. Mukhang tama ka. Asuray na talagang kailangan at ito ang pwede na natin mapanimulan dito sa half na ito for DRX. Plus round 1 in favor of them, pero si Kesa dito still alive and kicking to make things happen for their team para hindi na magkabaligtaran pa. Pero kasi dalawa pa ang natitira. Says dito though, very low on HP, pero he can ultimately get in info before mag-wising together with Zes or together with Stacks, and yun na nga ang nangyari. Pistol round for DRX.
Solid shots overall from Artis. He's been on fire this entire 2 games. 18 kills na siya coming into the second half. Buzz though, that's strong. Yeah, like I mentioned again, you have so many things you can do on the offense. Nakita mo that DRX were just attacking at all possible cylinders as they try to approach that A site. It works out swimmingly para sa kanila. And now this is the challenge that they need, HG. Can they build up a lead into this one as RB is gonna start the fight a little bit here on B main, looking to see if maybe Artis is the one to swing out dito ngayon, but Artis actually still playing somewhere on their spawn. The brunt of Fun Plus actually playing on their spawn as of the moment. Some of the smokes being used to just block them off. RB, there's the flash, dash in, or slide in. And it seems like DRX, they're gonna have full control of the B site as Fun Plus will be playing that retake.
The Prowlers still be getting in the subtle info kung ano na ba ang nagiging pwestuhan dito ng FPX, pero oh my God, clean shot na naman ang ginawa dito ni Angel, followed up by Artis 4v3 at the very moment. Unti-unti na naman dito, tumutumba ka agad ang DRX. Buti na lang din talaga at maganda yung naging pwesto dito ni Buzz. They are trying to defuse it to Spike, pero RB dito, he is scattered against 3 members. Pero on the other hand, sa mga utilities sa binabato nila, it makes it hard for FPX para ma-defuse nila kaagad dito yung Spike. No time intended for them to secure in this round. Pero this was really such a inexpensive round for DRX para maipanalo against FPX. Naabutan pa na Spike si RB. Hindi niya maililigtas yung Bulldog na hawak-hawak niya to diminish in flayers here for Fun Plus Phoenix.
Actually, Stax was able to pick it up, thankfully. Pero I think Stax was holding a Spectre too. So parang he saved the Bulldog, but they would have wanted to save both weapons. You know what I mean? DRX gonna be forced to play with a battered buy. There's the flash onto Angel, the dash out. slide out. RB is full blinded by the paranoia, but somehow Angel is also blinded himself. Shao picks up the double. Muna, DRX are getting manhandled by Fun Plus. Zipan coming into A main. 3 versus 3. Does not have any more utility. He stuck himself on the side. He might get cleared out dito ngayon, but nobody is picking. He actually picks up the double as well. And one na lang si RB does have the slide. Pwede siya mag-fun slide, maybe. 39 HP na Dream. If he plans a spike, they know that he's gonna be stuck on the side. He is alone, and RB, he's overheating. He's been overheating these past couple of rounds. Dashing in, running everywhere. Alam ko, maala Apex characters ni Neon. Pero when you're up against players like Artis and Sugetsu, it matters not, HG. It matters not.
Ang reckless ang mga ginagawa ni RB, kaya nakikita ko na sobrang scattered ngayon DRX. So completed, composed, and somehow gather themselves the momentum dito sa ating following half na ito. Pero look at this player from Fun Plus Phoenix. Siya was able to diminish 2 players din naman kaagad for DRX. Another round for them to secure. Mukhang ito na naman tayo sa pressure na double digit na agad ang naihabol dito ng FPX. Although that was a good start for DRX for this game or for this half. Pero kasi talagang ang dami ng rounds to lose pa dito ng FPX. And this time around, FPX, they already know kung paano nila dito makikita at malalaman pa yung mga plays dito ng DRX. But still, in the meantime, Buzz, hirap sa mga magiging push nila dito dahil he doesn't know what is currently happening. Bulaga sa kanya dito ang dalawa. So 1 member down. Make it 2 for Angel to completely destroy. And players are this. Stocks wasn't ready. He was trying to get something out from his pockets. Wrong timing.
RB's got himself. Okay, pick up the Phantom. Yep. All right. 1 versus 5. RB. If you have a moment to shine, the time is now. Artis is the first swing, pero he's too fast. He's too locked on.
Yeah.
Fun Plus Phoenix. 2 more rounds. We're counting it down. If they get those, DRX, papauwi na sila from Copenhagen. How did Angel just find you 2 on the spawn dito, HG?
Dahil lang din kasi sa one-way smoke niya yun eh. Nakapag-push siya dito together with their fade. Kaya ang laki ng confidence niya dito once na kahit siya yung ma-pick off agad, at least there will be the trades. But unfortunately, hindi naging ready sa kanya dito. Sinabus, followed up by Mako, and now down to an eco round ang player sa atin ngayon from DRX. Mababawasan pa kaagad ang isa dito dahil hindi nila in-anticipate kaagad si Artis who went in for clean. 2K, almost make it a 3. Pero nga nandito naman din yung follow-up dito nila Buzz to make it a 2K for him. Make it 3 as well. Down to Angel, pero nandito siya sa backline. 1v1 at the very moment, Asaray at makakapang-plant and ng spike na dito si Ses. Pero alam niya ba kung saan magagaling dito si Angel? Dami pang utilities, sir.
Oh, that's so smart! He doesn't know! Oh my God, Angel! Na-ankle breaker siya! You see me, now you don't! Oh my goodness! Angel, what a smart play! Okay, napaka-obvious. Natamaan ka ng Prowler sa B-main, napaisip si Zest kung saan pumunta si Angel. Kita mo, flick siya ng flick, hanap siya ng hanap. But because of the paranoia, napaisip si Zest kung saan siya dapat tumingin. And Angel one-upped him. What a play for Fun Plus to push themselves into match point.
Oh my God, Angel, kanyang-kanya to. Mukhang nakikita ko pa lang dito. Azuray na sila ang hindi uuwi ngayon sa ating elimination round, guys. In Masters Copenhagen, this is the last day for the eliminations round na 2 ang uuwi. At napauwi na nga kanina yung isang team at mukhang pwede nang sumunod na dito ang DRX. Dahil DRX, they still have 7 more rounds na kailangan pang habulin dito sa Fun Plus. And ngayon, mukhang lagi na lang silang binibigyan ng landslide dahil Sugetsu surprises them off. Mako with a trade 4v4 at the very moment. Still doable for DRX.
Still doable nga if ever man. But Artis, he has the operator. This is A weapon that I think DRX are now fearing ngayon. HG, Angel is so close on B main, maybe even wanting to push out. Does have Zipan who is waiting right beside him. How is Angel timing this so quickly? Both Zipan and Angel are backing away. As Mako's been already desecrated. The unfortunate thing about this is there's no more smoke spotted dito sa DRX, and that's always going to be a big thing. RB being knocked out as well is going to be absolutely detrimental. Nightfall being used, clearing out A main. Now they know there's the trap. Artist is still here. Counter Nightfall to be used. Oh, Zipan, he has the ultimate and he gets the double! Oh my god, it's all down to the hands of Zest! 2 versus 1. Does he know? Does he know that Angel's right there? If he plans to spike 20 seconds, he can still try to clear it out. Angel's timing is going to be crucial! But the Haunt made Zest flinch. And now we know FunPlus survives. DRX are down. Unfortunately, they're out of Masters Copenhagen.
What a game, what a series. I didn't want to see DRX to leave Masters Copenhagen ng ganitong klaseng landslide. Such a stomp and such a whirlwind of emotions sa mga naganap na nga dito. Nakomposure lang din na ginagawa dito. Angel, I gotta give it up to this guy na sobrang ganda ng mga holds and yung mga timing niya dito. Dagdagan mo pa ng mga advantage niya dito na nagpa-pop off na siya multiple times sa case side of TRX. Unfortunately, hindi natin nakita yung aggressiveness of TRX dito to play it out against FunPlus Phoenix, and here comes the replay kung saan they have ultimately been thrown out. Torn apart dito ang players sa TRX kung paano man nila lalaroin ang fracture.
I don't know. May mga ginagawa ang DRX dito that was very, very questionable. It feels like... Okay, I will say, sabihin natin, bakit ginagawa ng DRX yun? It was plays to make FunPlus Phoenix doubt themselves, right? Yung best example of that is RB trying to just sprint into the face of... what was it? I believe that was Sugetsu? Or yung clutcher dun nung sa FunPlus? But not. So DRX were trying to build their own advantage sana with aggressive plays. Pero FunPlus was that glitching. Yung tipo na, alam mo yung binabato na yung basketball sa mukha mo, fake ba to? Pero yung mata mo hindi kumukurap. Ganun ang FunPlus ngayon. Walang kakurap-kurap sa kanilang...
Asaray kung ano ang kinahaba ng series number 1 kanina. Ito naman kinabilis sa series number 2. Hindi. Honestly, na-expect ko na magtatagal tayo kasi DRX yan eh. Alam nila kung paano makapag-control or paano nila ma-take advantage yung aggressive nila as a team na kaya makapag-change ng tempo, na kaya makapag-overwhelm ng ganitong team pagdating nga sa kanilang mga plays and going inside of the sides. Pero this time, it's just really just the full-on experience, if I may say, para sa FunPlus Phoenix para mabigyan nila ng paghihirap dito sa comebacks na pwede nga maging potential dito na DRX. At it's just really hard. It's just really hard to take in kung ano ang nangyari dito for DRX, and we are going to say goodbye to them again.
Saying goodbye sa kanila, and that would mean that FunPlus Phoenix will be heading in that match with Fnatic for their tournament life pa rin ngayon to boost them into the lower finals. Whoever wins that series will be again going into the lower finals. That being said, HG Fnatic have won every single series that they faced against FunPlus. So FunPlus, do they have that magic formula? Ang ganda ng pinakita nila against DRX dito, but Fnatic is a whole different beast altogether. That being said, we have how many teams left? I'm looking at it. We have 4 more teams to go. Upper finals, it's PaperX versus Optic Gaming. And then the one after that, it's FunPlus Phoenix versus Fnatic. Napakaganda ng mga matches na makikita natin coming in to the later portions na ng ating VALORANT Masters Copenhagen yun. And if I'm not mistaken, we're gonna have, I believe, a couple of days break. So babalik tayo around...
Friday pa ulit eh. 22.
Friday pa ulit, no? Oo. So yun, may time tayo para makapagpahinga na onte. Hayaan mo yung mga teams ito. Anyways, guys, thank you so much for tuning in. Hope you guys enjoyed. Kami ni Honey Glaze ay magsa-sign out na ay magpapahinga na kami. Nakikita ko na lumalabas yung araw. So guys, good night.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option, and you cannot stop me.
Fumes are running so high, I don't wanna be alive. There's never a right time disguising the outside. What's going on inside, losing track of my own mind.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. And you cannot stop it, you cannot stop it.
There is only one spot left in that top 4. Will it be FPX or DRX?
Now DRX, unmoved and looking unfussed by FPX. And FPX answer back in kind. The timing from Zipan, divine to keep this alive and in check.
They're checking.
Pizza.
Checking market.
He doesn't need to warm up. He just needs a gun in his hand. Sugetsu is a god at this. 13-9. Nightmares reoccurring for DRX. It's not looking good because FPX looks stronger today.
Nice, vamos.
Seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Nice, Argus.
The crowd calls and FPX answer.
And that was the Prime Gaming post-match highlight. I'm Yingsu and I'm back here again with Jess and Mimi. We have our top 4 secured. FPX, they made it.
They have, but history repeats itself. I call these knockout days a happy, sad day. And it's just a sad, but also happy day at the same time. It's so full of emotions. You have these knockout days. I'm so happy for FPX to show the world what they're made of as the full 5 roster. But conversely, it's sad that they almost had to beat down on a weakened version of DRX in order to be able to achieve it as well. It's a great match. It's a great story to tell. But, I mean, for FPX now, there's so much more for that story. And for DRX, there's nothing left.
Yeah, and I mean, it's tragic as well because DRX, again, they come into one of these events, they're looking fantastic. Stomp their way through Korea, start strong on the international stage, and then when the matches matter, they fail to show up. But for FPX, what an incredible game it was from them. So many of their players stepping up. I mean, even Angel having an impeccable performance on this map. I think they came in with a great understanding with what DRX was going to do. This team is excellent in rematches, and they proved it again here with their full-strength roster.
Yeah, everybody showed up at the exact right time, and Ardis in this clutch, Jess, was something else.
This was the round you and I looked at each other and were like, it's done.
Yeah, it's over.
And part of my heart knew somehow they would make it happen. I was like, in this round, they will somehow. That kill right there, I was like, it's done. If he can pull out a quick scope like that, if he hit the top rope, none of the shots of DRX were hitting throughout these rounds, and FPX capitalized. Kill after kill, round after round, second after second, really, it felt in each round.
Yeah, it really did. And I mean, what a performance from artists across this series. The pivot on towards a Jet in map number 1, here in map number 2 on the Chamber. Again, just diffing Buzz. These clutches were massive for FPX. A couple big moments in map number 1, and here as well, that step up was there. It felt like DRX, again, it's just these critical moments. The pressure keeps on getting to them. They find themselves with another 6th place finish. But for FPX, talk about the good, and well, the good is Sugetsu. He had a fantastic match here, and he's just had a fantastic event ever since he hopped off the plane. He was instantly in towards the server, and he has been performing up to the level that he was showing us online.
It's hard to do that. It's hard to come in straight off the plane, mind you. It's not like you have a rest day or two. You just come in, you're like, all right, I got to play, boys. I got to scrim. I got to be ready to go. It's almost like he had to refill Cider's shoes after the fact because they didn't even know if he was going to be here in time. For him to come in, remold back into the roster. I called him a bit of the glue. I still strongly believe that. There are support players that really do glue the roster together. And now that's why you see dominant performances from FPX like that.
And I mean, it really does just take the pressure off of so many of these players, right? We saw in the group stage, it had to be Xiao with clutch after clutch after clutch. There was games where it had to be artists with individual step-ups, but here this is an FPX. They can just rely on their consistency across the team, and Sugetsu gives them that freedom.
I mean, Sugetsu always wins player of the match, so I'm interested to see who you guys voted for in the in-zone player of the match today. We have our results here, and it seems like, he was close to win. Somehow he was still quite close, but Ardis takes it today. He had a lights-out game, and it's what we expected from the way that he's been playing in EMEA.
You know what? I decided to grab the whole tournament stats, and I was like, all right, after that amazing match from Artis, he was able to stomp DRX, kick him out of the tournament. He says, go home now, and he reckons that his team individually has some of the best players in the world. So I was like, oh, where does he personally sit after that match? First, he is top rated in the entire tournament after that match. And I'm like, you know what? So he should be. If he's going to make big statements about the team, if he's going to come out and say that they're one of the best teams in the world and he individually is underrated, well, there you go. You now sit on the throne. Congratulations. You are the king of Denmark for now.
Yeah, and I mean, there's a lot of chamber players that we talked about competing to be the absolute best. Your Durkas, your Yays, all of these fantastic players. But Artis, I think, if anyone, was the guy who got forgotten. But he is forcing people to remember his name. FPX, they had the expectation of making fourth. Artis had that expectation for them, and at bare minimum, they've made it there. They get to play in front of the live audience. It's been so long that this team has been fighting for this curse at Iceland. It looked like the curse was going to strike again, but they break it. They've made it to the top four. An incredible run from it.
Well, we heard a lot from Artis already, and it's time to hear from the man of the hour, Sogetsu, who is with Golden Boy right now for the VALORANT post-match interview.
Thank you so much, Jinsu. Yes, I'm joined by the one and only Sogetsu here. And firstly, you didn't get MVP, Sogetsu. Artis stole that from you. How do you feel?
Probably, I'm feeling...
You're feeling
50-50.
50-50?
Yeah,
okay.
But,
you take it out on Artis later on.
Yes, I think so. Yeah, I will just try hard more and take it. He probably was cheating.
He probably was, you know? No, wait. We don't want to accuse that right here. No, it's fine. But congratulations.
Thank you,
you know, it felt like you guys were playing a different version of DRX. Did it feel like for you guys that everything was just working and just nothing you could do would go wrong? Because that's what it looked like to us.
I mean, it's like, you know, it's like how looking hard preparation for enemy.
Yeah.
We did preparation good and we won them. Destroyed, actually.
Yeah, no, you guys did. And you guys looked really, really prepared. Talking about you, you know, I'm just glad that you were able to make it. How does it feel to be able to play with the whole team on LAN, you know, because it's been such a long time since you guys have been able to make this happen?
Yeah, it's just feelings great, I think.
Yeah, team is vibing, everyone's getting along.
Yeah. They were so happy when I left, you know.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah, well, I'm sure they were because of what you bring to the team, right? It's awesome to see your contributions to the team really play out. And now, as far as your, you know, obviously your gameplay, you know, how do you feel like you add to this FPX team? Because we were talking about Cider and he was feeling a role, but it really feels like you bring this team to a whole new level.
It's because of my aim probably, and they just get confidence, and that's it. And
yeah, the aim and the confidence.
Yeah.
I love this man. He's the best. Okay, he truly is. You now are going to get an opportunity to play in front of a live crowd. One, how does that make you feel to be able to play VALORANT in front of a live audience?
I never had this feeling actually. I'm so excited.
You are? That's awesome. That's awesome. But you're going up against Fnatic, which is a team that you've squared up with a lot in the past. You faced them many times. Do you feel like the version we're seeing here of FPX, that's the team that can beat Fnatic?
Yeah, it's better. Too much better, yeah.
What makes it better?
That we in lower bracket, you know, we're growing.
Okay, you guys are just evolving as you go. Okay, I like that, man. Sogetsu, I want to thank you so much for your time.
Yeah, thank you.
Best of luck. FPX all the way to the finals?
Fun plus Phoenix.
Fun plus Phoenix all the way to the finals. That's it. You heard it from the man himself. Thank you so much. This has been your VALORANT post-match interview. Let's send it back over to Yinsu and the girls over at the desk.
Thank you very much, Golden Boy. Can we just give him the MVP anyway?
I know.
I kind of
MVP
want
in our hearts.
Give him a couple extra votes. He deserves it.
Oh,
yeah. Maybe we should get Sogetsu to 100k now. I feel like Dirk has got enough of the clout.
When does it end? When does it end? Where it's just funneling clout into each and every player. We're just gonna have the end of every.
You're the clout chaser of the desk.
Wow, that's cruel. That's cruel. It's just gonna become like a credit of just every player's Twitter.
That's
true. I think Sogetsu's on our list. Sogetsu's definitely on our list.
Yeah, we'll have to get him on the list.
And speaking of Durka, remember him? He played a few hours of the games today. Here he is in the HyperX reflex of the day on Ascent. I honestly didn't even realize how he got this kill when this happened, guys.
And there.
What is that?
Yeah, slow it down. We really got to give it Oh, and there he is. He had to recorrect. He had to 180 recorrect, break his wrist, dislocate it, and then put it back into place.
It's so much worse from Shy's perspective.
It is, isn't
Imagine just getting dumpstered in that way. What a flick with the judge of all weapons. He can do it with the op, he can do it with the judge. Precision no matter what with Durka.
It's funny because I spoke about Artis taking the top dog spot. We spoke about Durka being in the top dog spot in the tournament year earlier on today. He hasn't been able to take the top dog spot as chamber players just yet. So Artis is 3rd place. Durka still has #1 chamber rating in the entire tournament. So it's still up for grabs.
Yeah, it is. And we still have some very, very good games left for them to be able to fight for that crown. I believe we actually have an update. Is it here? Is it now for the drive for Durka to see how he's actually doing right now?
What do you have? 85.7? I feel like my memory's
yeah,
failing
I reckon
me.
we can probably
87?
get him to 100k. I think that update is coming. The calculation, oh, we're ready. We got it. So this is... Oh, it's slowly going up. It's slowly going up. Although I do feel like Boaster might have stolen it, you know, with the twerks and stuff in the interview today.
I mean, if you can twerk with that level of precision, then yeah, you probably get a few followers.
Well practiced, really.
Yeah, we do love a good twerker. I hope we get twerking on the live stage now that that's where we're headed.
Yeah, thing is, we're gonna see Dirk on the live stage, so there's gonna be a lot of people in the audience. Make sure that should be like a
They'll see
entry.
him too. They'll see him because it'll just be like the
It's gonna be
bald
like a game
shyness
show.
from like a
Check under your seat, and it's just a QR code with his
We're not
Twitter.
letting anyone in without a ticket and a follow from Durka, basically. Everyone, like, at the front door is going to be like, do you follow Durka? I need proof.
Yeah.
And then they can
You
come
gotta
in
show
and
your
watch the
Twitter,
game.
yeah. I get that.
Yeah, but unfortunately today we had to say goodbye to 2 incredible teams, DRX and Leviathan. Let's listen in even on their comms when they faced off earlier in the tournament in the latest installment of InZone's Open Mic.
Here on the minimap, you see it's stacked up. Right, nobody on the other side of this.
오퍼 주고 형 쓸래?
공 쓸게.
가져줄까 얘들아?
Yeah, positioning for full retake potentially here.
빼고 빼고.
Cara, sinceramente tu não tinha
Venta, me quedo atrás.
Voy atrás, puede pasar atrás, ¿no?
¿Cuánto tenés?
Como en 10 segundos.
야 왼쪽 시대 왼쪽. 맞다. 야 준비돼. 기다려.
6 segundos humo.
Aparte 5.
Estuneado.
Ahorita no. 롱.
I mean, blink and you miss it. That was one of the cleanest retakes you will see on A site.
That's made me more sad now that we didn't just lose one of them, we lost both of them.
I mean, they were 2 such exciting teams for DRX. Maybe that they would finally be able to break that curse, find a top placement. They were looking so good throughout this event. And for Leviathan, I mean, a step away from beating Fnatic. That is insane. What a run from those guys.
What a run from both of the teams, because I think DRX still made a statement. I still have to say that I wanted them to prove that they're not just APAC slayers. I don't want them to get to international events and just beat APAC teams and make it close against other regions and whatnot. Maybe they didn't break that ceiling, but I mean, there's still opportunity, and the teams for champs coming up and whatnot, there's so much more to show us on LAN coming up.
Yeah, Champions is going to be great. Yeah, that's going to be a crazy tournament. But in the start of it today, we had the possibility of losing 2 EMEA teams. We asked you guys in a poll to tell us if you think that was going to happen or which EMEA team you wanted to go through. Now, 16.4% of you big brainers on Twitter voted that both teams would advance. And Mimi, that is right. We have 2 teams in the top 4.
I mean, looking at this matchup, I probably would have sided with the Fnatic advanced side of things. I mean, Fnatic, I think, was looking like probably the better team going into the Leviathan match, but Leviathan really stepping up in that one. And of course, FPX pulling out that dominant performance against DRX.
I can't believe it's going to be FPX Fnatic in that matchup.
It always is.
It always is. It's just like one of them has to knock the other out, and it's a huge redemption story for FPX if they're able to knock Fnatic out as well, rather, because you think about the revenge tour that they get.
They look like the better team right now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's crazy. But we get to start with PaperX versus Optic, which is just going to be a hyper banger. The defending champions versus the standout team of this event. PaperX has been stomping their way into that upper final. Their style of play is electric, and I'm sure having a full crowd to watch that, it's just going to be insane.
You know, 2 of the PaperX players are in the top 4 highest rated players of this entire tournament. and like it just seems like they've walked through their opponents.
Two
It's
feels
scary.
low.
Yeah, you're like,
How
yeah,
good they've
why is
been.
it not the entire team in the top 4? Well, obviously not, almost. But I think the overall storyline here is that I think the final boss for Paper X is Optic. I think like if you were to step up into like what is next for them to be able to defeat, unlike DRX, who has had what we consider lower echelon opponents in previous tournaments, this is it for Paper X. Like you beat Optic, and I'm convinced you're one of the best teams in the world. And that's it. That's all you got left in my books.
Yeah, it's a great time to be a paper girl as well. I know you guys at home are absolutely loving that. It's been a great week as well. Thank you so much to you two for joining me, the other analysts and casters as well. We're going to take a couple of days out, but when you guys come back, we're going to have an audience. We're going to have the top 4 teams in the world competing here. Thank you to you guys at home for watching, and we'll see you on Friday. Latam have eliminated Fnatic before at an international tournament, and it's time to see if Leviathan can follow Crew's footsteps here.
Hot flash! Spray transfer is immaculate. Oh my goodness.
Now, 3, 2, 1.
That is going to be the map going to Fnatic. This is Leviathan firmly in control now. Just like that, we will be going to map 3.
Spike down B. One enemy remaining.
And that one will give you heart palpitations if you're a Fnatic fan. Time is bought, but he got off the defuse. No way.
One enemy remaining.
Another round of OT. I've given her the lifeline. Fnatic had to fight for every inch of that series.
There is only one spot left in that top 4. Will it be FPX or DRX?
Now DRX, unmoved and looking unfussed by FPX. And FPX answer back in kind. The timing from Zipan, divine to keep this alive and in check.
They're checking.
Pizza.
Checking market.
He doesn't need to warm up. He just needs a gun in his hands. Sugetsu is a god at this. 13-9. Nightmares reoccurring for DRX. It's not looking good because FPX looks stronger today.
Nice. Vamos.
Seconds left. One enemy remaining.
Nice, Sargis.
The crowd calls and FPX answer.